main god of Egypt. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Catcher, Monday. Please recommend this week. The front hall of the Rock Universe, with walls made of black crystal-like material, has images of stars that appear in the darkness of the walls, appearing and then disappearing, repeating over and over again, interpreting the vastness of the universe and the beauty of the galaxy. The scene is real, and being in it will involuntarily give rise to a sense of being in the scene. After Fang Sui and UK King walked into the hall together, they frowned slightly and saw Yu Xiangsheng standing calmly under a message jade disc suspended in the air in the hall. Yao Xian's Hao seemed to have become his exclusive follower, standing respectfully not far behind him, with a flattering look on his face. In the other corner of the hall, there was another figure who looked thin and weak, but it was Wu Ling in a light grey shirt. There was also a person standing behind her, the sinister young man Suolish. Wu Ling obviously sensed Fang Sui's gaze looking around, turned her head and looked over, and when she saw that it was Fang Sui, she turned her head back, as if nothing had happened, and had no other reaction. She and Fang Sui were promoted to the second level one after another. At this time, they were still in the same group in the second level cultivator team of the Rock Universe. They often met each other, and it was not surprising to meet in this mission hall. Then Fang Sui attracted his gaze, and he and UK King came to a message crystal wall with a lot of people, and watched it intently. Fang Sui said to UK King, "I haven't finished the question I asked you before. I want to recruit people to form a team. Do you have any candidates ready to absorb?" UK King shook her head and said, "Good talents are all targeted by a lot of people. Our team has just been formed. Not to mention the two of us, the conditions in all aspects are not good. Other teams can offer much better conditions than us when recruiting people. I'm afraid that the elites will not look down on us." Fang Sui joked, "You have many suitors, but there are not many young talents who can be absorbed into our team. Sometimes, the hue that should be sacrificed still has to be sacrificed." UK King rolled her eyes at him fiercely and muttered something in a low voice, probably complaining that Fang Sui couldn't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. She thought for a moment and said, "I do know where to find the absolute top team members, but it's not easy to succeed, and it's a bit dangerous. Maybe you, the great leader, will have to do it yourself." Fang Sui's interest grew, and when he was about to ask, UK King glanced at the distance and said, "Let's talk about it later. It seems that there is trouble coming. Look." Fang Sui turned his head and saw Yu Xiangsheng, who was looking at him from a distance. When he saw Fang Sui, his eyes swept over, and when he turned to UK King, the strange light in his eyes became stronger, flashing with amazing brightness, and he looked at UK King up and down with a somewhat presumptuous look, and a wicked smile appeared on his face, and he walked over like a dragon and a tiger. Yu Xiangsheng approached without even looking at Fang Sui. His eyes were full of spirit and sparkling as he stared at UK King. He said politely, "In the entire Huanayu city, the only one with the same temperament and appearance as Mrs. UK King, the most beautiful one in the pantheon. I wonder if my guess is right." His words were full of undisguised flattery, but the strange thing was that he spoke with deep affection, without any affectation, and was natural. Therefore, he was not annoying, but had a strange charm that made people happy to accept it. After hearing this, Fang Sui thought to himself that, if Jiao's guess was right, this Yu Xiangsheng was really a member of the Pantheon, then he must be a great villain, and the various emotional changes he showed should be just a superficial appearance. When he provoked Fang Sui last time, he behaved frivolously, but today when he saw UK King, he became like a gentle and talented man. Just this ability to control his own personality at will was enough to show how unpredictable and difficult Yu Xiangsheng was. When Yu Xiangsheng came closer and spoke to UK King, the atmosphere was not just relaxed and friendly as it seemed. There was a strange spiritual power in his voice and eyes, which was quietly released as he spoke, similar to a spiritual offensive. As long as UK King was not careful, she might be invaded by Yu Xiangshen's evil spiritual power, and successfully planted an indelible impression of him in UK King's heart, laying a solid foundation for him to further capture UK King's heart. This Yu Xiangshen seemed to be a demon born specifically for women. He used the evil power mixed in his words, just like a spring breeze, to attack people on the spiritual level invisibly. Coupled with his almost perfect appearance and demeanor, it can be imagined that there are few women in the world who can resist his evil means. UK King looked smiling at the beginning. With her appearance, she had seen many men who expressed their love for her. Therefore, when Yu Xiangshen came from a distance at first, UK King didn't care much, and naturally she didn't say she was alert. When Yu Xiangshen finished speaking, UK King was not on guard against him beforehand, so she was relaxed and almost let Yu Xiangshen successfully plant the spiritual seed in her heart. For a moment, UK King was in a trance and vaguely felt that Yu Xiangshen was the most perfect male incarnation in the world. There was an indescribable attraction emanating from him, which made people unforgettable after seeing him. UK King's eyes were a little hazy. Fortunately, she was not an ordinary woman. After just a moment, a warning suddenly rose in her heart. The power in her body flowed, and the light in her eyes flashed, and then became clear and bright again. At the most critical moment, she got rid of Yu Xiangshen's spiritual invasion. Logically speaking, UK King should be quite angry that Yu Xiangshen used such a dishonorable method to deal with her, but for some reason, she didn't feel annoyed. UK King was startled and became more alert. She felt that Yu Xiangshen's spiritual power had some influence on her, causing her mood to be very abnormal. She turned away immediately, not daring to look at Yu Xiangshen's demonic eyes. Seeing UK King's evasive behavior, Yu Xiangshen remained calm on the surface, still with a gentle expression. But Fang Sui, who was watching from the side, sensed from a purely spiritual level that Yu Xiangshen had a sense of complacency in his heart at this moment. After Fang Sui realized this, he was secretly relieved and thought, if Yu Xiangshen's heart is as hard as stone, and he is always calm, then his spiritual cultivation will reach an unbreakable level. He is a demon-like character. I'm not his opponent. But after he found that UK King did not dare to look directly at him, he had a slight smug mood fluctuation, which means that he still has loopholes to follow, and it shows that he attaches great importance to matters between men and women. We can start from this in the future and make Yu Xiangshen fall down. At this time, UK King took a deep breath and said to Fang Sui, "Let's go." Fang Sui hummed and nodded, and the two were about to leave. At this time, Yu Xiangshen looked at Fang Sui for the first time after approaching, and chuckled. "I regret that I didn't fight with Brother Fang that day." Fang Sui stopped and looked at Yu Xiangshen without saying a word. Yu Xiangshen took a step forward, almost touching Fang Sui, leaned over, and said in a low voice, "This UK King looks amazing, but she has never been touched by anyone. TSK, Brother Fang has wasted a good thing in vain, and doesn't know how to enjoy it. But don't worry, Brother Fang, I can guarantee that after I get UK King, she will come to tell you how it tastes." He was so close to Fang Sui and spoke, which was already a bit provocative. This speech also had the meaning of using the love between men and women to arouse Fang Sui's anger. Obviously, he misunderstood the relationship between Fang Sui and UK King, thinking that Fang Sui and UK King had a love between men and women. Another purpose of this speech was to spy on Fang Sui's character. For example, he could judge his character based on Fang Sui's reaction, so that in the future, he could target Fang Sui's character weaknesses and get twice the result with half the effort. After he finished speaking, he stared at Fang Sui with his eyes. Even if there was any slight change in Fang Sui's expression, it would not be hidden from his eyes. Unfortunately, he saw Fang Sui's calm expression. His eyes were calm, and he just looked back at him with a hint of mockery. The next moment, Fang Sui said calmly, "You underestimated UK King and thought she was in your pocket, but you are totally wrong. If you continue to pester her, you will regret your frivolous and short-sightedness today." Fang Sui's words were not polite, and he did not say them simply to protect UK King. UK King, this woman, has always been very good at hiding. Almost no one knows her real trump card, which is the ability of long-range attack. You can see how complicated her character is. Although she didn't check for a while and almost fell into a trap and fell into a disadvantage when she first met Yu Xiangxing, Fang Sui was sure that it would not take long for Yu Keqing to completely get rid of Yu Xiangxing's influence on her mind. That's why Fang Sui said what he said before. After hearing what he said, Yu Xiangxing sneered and said mockingly, "You are so ignorant that you don't know my methods. It's a pity that this is not the place to fight, otherwise I will let you see it immediately." Yu Xiangxing said that this is not the place to fight because the mission hall of the Rock Universe is not only crowded with people, but also the Alliance of the Heavens has clearly stipulated that fighting is not allowed here. The two of them kept a very close distance during this conversation. Yu Xiangxing took a small step back after he finished speaking and looked at Fang Sui with murderous intent. Then he turned his gaze to Yu Keqing, who was not far away. When he was about to speak again, Fang Sui suddenly shook his head and laughed. "It's true that fighting is not allowed here, but you are really annoying. So, well, I decided to teach you a lesson." Fang Sui said this very calmly, and there was a sense of laziness. It was completely different from what he said about fighting, forming a strange stalk in words, which made people very surprised after hearing it. At the same moment he spoke, Fang Sui's eyes suddenly became sharp. Murderous intent was revealed, and he moved his hands like thunderbolts. With a bang, thunderous sound. In this hall, he acted without any scruples, hitting Yu Xiangxing head on, with extremely violent punches, as fast as lightning. Crack. Please recommend. Chapter 252, Teach You a Good Game, seeking recommendation this week. In fact, when Yu Xiangxing approached Fang Sui and spoke just now, he was not without guard. He considered at that time that Fang Sui might attack after being provoked, so he was always in a state of secret defense. But to his surprise, Fang Sui's face was calm after hearing him speak, and he did not show the anger he expected, and there was no sign of action. Yu Xiangxing sneered secretly and judged that Fang Sui was prepared to endure for a while and would not choose to attack, so he relaxed his mentality a little, took a step back, and turned his eyes to Yu Keqing. However, at this moment, Fang Sui's attack came suddenly. At this moment, Yu Xiangxing had no time to think of any other thoughts, and Fang Sui's fist had already hit him. Since he couldn't dodge, Yu Xiangxing immediately took action, chose the shortest counterattack route, and punched Fang Sui's waist and ribs. Yu Xiangxing's reaction to the crisis was not slow, but unfortunately Fang Sui's face was full of ferocity, and the punch he hit in front of him was powerful, fierce and experienced, and he was unstoppable. There was a crisp sound of crackling, mixed with an uncontrolled groan of pain. The result of this punch was that both sides hit each other, but Fang Sui's attack took the initiative after all, and pierced through Yu Xiangxing's anxiously activated body, protecting ki force in an instant, hitting his face. It was this early moment that caused Yu Xiangxing's face to be severely injured, and his attack on Fang Sui was also greatly affected, and the force was greatly reduced. Therefore, Fang Sui's injury was much lighter than his. Fang Sui's punch was not only powerful, but also aimed at Yu Xiangxing's face. The sound of crackling was that Yu Xiangxing's nose bone was broken by a punch. What a pain. Yu Xiangxing groaned miserably, and when he retreated hastily, Fang Sui moved like a flying leopard, and chased after him like a tiger. Bang! Fang Sui's second consecutive attack was to gather all his strength and rush forward. His body was slightly short, and the soles of his feet gathered a force of stomping on the ground. His shoulders were pushed forward, as if a mountain hit Yu Xiangxing head on. After this attack, Yu Xiangxing crossed his chest, and one of his arms as a defense was almost broken. The whole person flew off the ground, and in midair, he spit out a large mouthful of blood. But Yu Xiangxing was also extraordinary, and remained calm in the face of danger. He deliberately took advantage of Fang Sui's impact and floated back. He used the short time when his body was knocked away and flew into the air to run wildly. When his body landed again, he had stabilized from the state of being hit in the nose bone and golden stars in front of his eyes. The next moment, Yu Xiangxing shouted loudly, and in a flash of lightning, he fought with Fang Sui, who was chasing him again like a ghost. Bang bang bang. In a moment, the two sides had thousands of fierce battles. Although Yu Xiangshan reacted in time, he still lost the initiative and was always suppressed by Fang Sui and was at an absolute disadvantage. At this time, the crowd in the hall finally reacted and there was an uproar. It can be seen how fast the previous fight between the two people happened, just in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the members of the All Heavens Alliance who were guarding the hall appeared and shouted, "You are so brave to make trouble in the mission hall of the All Heavens Alliance. Stop it immediately, otherwise I will kill you without mercy." This shout was full of murderous intent and unfathomable power. It was not something that a second level or even third level character could make. It was made by a real strong man. Therefore, when the voice came into his ears, even Fang Sui, who was as powerful as a mad tiger, was frightened, and then he withdrew and chose to stop fighting. He had the upper hand, so he left as soon as he said, and it was unusually easy. After both sides stopped fighting, Yu Xiangshan stood there with a gloomy face. He was still calm and not hysterical, but he had lost his usual romantic arrogance. His eyes were full of resentment, and he stared at Fang Sui like a venomous snake. However, although his eyes were fierce at this time, he was not scary at all. Many onlookers were still laughing secretly. Yu Xiangshan's nose was not only sunken, but his face was covered with blood like a blooming flower, which made his face look extremely funny and weird. There was also a trace of blood on the corner of Fang Sui's mouth, which was the injury caused by Yu Xiangshan's initial attack, but his face was calm and relaxed. He stood there like a deep and majestic mountain, and said to Yu Xiangshan, "I heard that brother you lamented, that this is not the place to fight, otherwise you would let me see your methods, so I decided to fulfill your wish, and teach you a lesson. Well, after the fight, how do you feel, brother Yu? I guess your nose bone is broken, so it may be a little sore." This is a naked return of the favor, returning Yu Xiangshan's previous arrogant and provocative words almost intact. The blood on Yu Xiangshan's face was still flowing. After hearing this, his face twitched slightly, and his eyes contained a murderous cold edge, but unfortunately, with the collapsed nose bone, it only looked funny. Yu Xiangshan is also a man of deep scheming. At this time, he was obviously extremely angry, but he managed to hold it back, and did not explode. He just said word by word, "Brother Fang was a step ahead today, and took the initiative. I'm convinced of my defeat. If you fall into my hands in the future, you will be worse off than dead." He deliberately mentioned that Fang Sui took the initiative, which showed that he was not convinced, and did not think that he was really not Fang Sui's opponent. Fang Sui sneered and replied, "You don't have to be convinced. I just taught you a lesson, so that you know to behave yourself in the future. If you come out and show off, you will end up in this unfortunate state." He added, "First, straighten your broken nose bone, and then you can talk big." The crowd laughed, and Yu Xiangshan became more and more angry. When he was about to speak again, a middle-aged man with a strong figure and a majestic demeanor suddenly appeared between him and Fang Sui. This middle-aged man was undoubtedly a law enforcement officer of the Alliance of All Heavens. After he appeared, he glanced at the two of them, and said in a deep voice, "Everything that happened before will be recorded by the array images in the hall. We know clearly who provoked and who took action first, but none of this is important. The key is that you dare to take action here, which is a violation of the rules of the Alliance of All Heavens, and you will be severely punished." After that, the situation was handled in accordance with the rules of the Alliance of All Heavens. The Alliance of All Heavens is a big force, so of course it must uphold a convincing attitude. Although Fang Sui is an internal staff, he does not have any preferential treatment in such matters, at least in the eyes of outsiders. First of all, the two people's property, that is, energy crystals, were fined away. This is probably the same as the modern violation of public rules, which requires a fine, but the punishment is really severe. The two people were fined as much as they had energy crystals, and not a single one was left. It should be noted that Fang Sui had just bought countless materials in the Hall of All Things not long ago, and he had used up all his energy crystals. At this time, he was fined only a few dozen of them. Although it was still heartbreaking, the actual loss was minimal. Yu Xiangshan was a bit miserable. He had a lot of energy crystals, including 6,000 second level crystals and more than 10,000 first level crystals. The punishment did not stop there. He would have to choose between imprisonment or the punishment of thunder and soul piercing. The so-called thunder and soul piercing is to hit a thunder spell that acts on the soul on the forehead. One of the forces is released and turns into lightning in the soul, whipping the soul of the person, which is extremely painful. Fortunately, the time is not long. It will end after 20 breaths. The person being punished will feel uncomfortable, as if a layer of skin has been peeled off. The other kind of imprisonment, although not so painful, is quite time consuming and takes 100 days. As a result, Yu Xiangshan chose the punishment of thunder and soul piercing. After 20 breaths, he left the Alliance of All Heavens with a pale face. He was also ruthless, and he never uttered a word while enduring the thunder punishment. Fang Sui was imprisoned and lost his freedom for 100 days. Of course, this was done for outsiders to see, to show fairness, and to follow the rules. In fact, after this incident, Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng called Fang Sui to his presence and said lazily, "I have seen the video of the formation pattern you fought in the front hall. Yu Xiangshan provoked first, so I beat him, but the rules cannot be broken. You will be imprisoned for 100 days, and you don't have to go to the execution room, but you are not allowed to leave the gate of the Liangshan Tower. Just treat it as a retreat for cultivation." Fang Sui knew this would be the result. Otherwise, if he was really imprisoned, it would be no easier than the thunder punishment. He would be detained in a narrow space, and his magic power would be sealed, turning him into an ordinary person. It is conceivable how difficult it would be to be imprisoned for 100 days. Fang Sui smiled and was about to leave the place where the Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng was, but he was called back again. He raised his hand and threw him a small dark blue box, saying, "You are really poor. You only have a few dozen energy crystals. Take them back by yourself, and don't be conspicuous here. Yu Xiangshan has a lot of energy crystals, so I'll give them to you as well. They are all put in this box." Half an hour later, in the Liangshan Tower, Fang Sui's residence, Yu Keiking giggled and said, "No matter what, Fang Sui, you took action to deal with Yu Xiangshan, which was to help me vent my anger. I'm very grateful to you. Yu Xiangshan was really miserable. You were punished and not allowed to go out for 100 days. I will come to accompany you when I'm free." After a moment, her expression became serious again, but Yu Xiangshan was really evil. It was not until he was beaten by you that I was freed from his evil magic. Otherwise, I was always affected by an inexplicable spiritual power. I felt that Yu Xiangshan was the most perfect man in the world, and even had uncontrollable thoughts of devoting myself to him. Fang Sui said, "You better be careful. Yu Xiangshan was beaten badly this time. He must be holding a grudge and can't do anything to me. He might find you." Yu Keiking said with a smile, "I see. I was just unprepared at the beginning. Now, I'm not afraid of him." Yu Keiking was not bragging. You should know that she was once a talented cultivator who reached the 3rd level. It was only after she obtained the hunting realm that she made the same choice as Yun Xianji and rebuilt her foundation from the 1st level. Therefore, her foundation is much deeper than ordinary people can imagine. No matter who it is, if they treat her as a 2nd level cultivator, they will suffer a great loss. Fang Sui asked again about the old topic that was interrupted by Yu Xiangshan's appearance. "You just said that we want to form a team. Do you know where there are top talents who can be brought into the team? Tell me about it. Please subscribe, vote, recommend." Chapter 253 Ancient Tribe. The Liangshan Tower, which is connected to the sky and reaches the sky, is bathed in the gorgeous light of dusk. From the middle of the tower, you can overlook the earth and the sea of clouds. The milky white clouds are rolling endlessly, and the long wind blows, changing into thousands of bizarre shapes. Fang Sui opened the window of his residence, and his black hair fluttered in the breeze. Beside him, Yu Keiking's lavender cloak was also flying in the wind, rustling, revealing her perfect spiritual figure under the cloak. When she heard Fang Sui asking where to find top-level people to join, she didn't rush to answer, but smiled and joked, "You are obsessed with recruiting top-level people. It seems that you are going to manage the team well." Fang Sui said frankly, "If you don't do it, it's fine. If you do it, you must strive to be the best. It must be better than the myth team of your pantheon, right?" UK King's pretty face was crystal clear, her eyes were flowing, and she said crisply, "Which myth team are you talking about?" UK King asked this because there is actually more than one myth team in the Pantheon. One of them is naturally the team led by Senna, which is composed of first level and second level elites. There is another myth team, which is a high level, and is called the formal myth team. People like Senna who practice to the third level and leave the Pantheon will become reserve members of the formal myth team. To a certain extent, the team led by Senna is equivalent to the reserve team of the formal myth team. The captain of the formal myth team is Fang Sui's acquaintance Gallo, a real top young man of the contemporary generation. The God Squad led by Gallo is known as the most powerful team in the world. All the members under his command are famous figures of the time. When they are combined, their reputation shakes the world. Gallo, as the leader, is even more handsome and has never been defeated since his birth. UK King asked at this time. Fang Suking said lightly, "Of course, both teams of the gods are included." UK King smiled and said, "Captain Fang, since your ambition is so grand, then we must work hard to earn energy crystals. For a team like ours, that we organize ourselves, we have to supply everything by ourselves, which is a congenital deficiency. Without energy crystals, we are destined to not develop." Fang Sui said, "But we also have advantages that teams cultivated by big forces do not have. The team members we select are not limited by the forces themselves, just like I come from the Alliance of the Heavens, and you come from the Temple of the Gods. Others can be demons from the Abyss, wizards from the Black Wizard Association, magicians from the Major Alliance, and so on." He added, "This is our advantage. The selection of subordinates is not limited by any restrictions and faces a wider range. If we want to maximize this advantage, we need to carefully select the joiners and each of them must be a heroic talent. That's why I asked where we can find the top level people you mentioned." UK King, "Actually, before I met you, I was already preparing to recruit a team, because if one person wants to take on missions to earn energy crystals, not only are many missions impossible to take, but the speed of earning energy crystals is too slow, so a team is necessary. Therefore, I have made a lot of preparations in this regard." Fang Sui listened quietly. UK King continued, "Do you know that there have always been two places where crouching tigers and hidden dragons exist since ancient times?" Fang Sui thought seriously for a moment. "Strong men are trained. One of the two places you mentioned must be a place that is often on the line between life and death. That is, a place with a military nature. There must be many heroes and talents there." His eyes lit up, and he continued, "The second place where talents gather, is it the prison?" UK King showed her pearly teeth, gently pursed her incredibly elastic red lips, puffed up her rosy cheeks, and finally rolled her eyes at Fang Sui, complaining, "The prison is a mixed bag, and there are always hidden heroes among them. You revealed it right away, which is meaningless. Can't you pretend not to guess it?" UK King's words were equivalent to a disguised praise. Fang Sui smiled after hearing it, and the relationship between the two became more harmonious. Fang Sui pondered and said, "Although the prison, where slaves or criminals are detained, is a remote place, there must be people who think that there are hidden dragons and snakes in it. There must be many who have thought about rescuing people from it. Moreover, it is so difficult to find a top-level figure with real talent. I'm afraid it is better to look for him in other places with fewer obstacles." UK King nodded and said, "I know this, but there is a way. I know that a top-level figure is detained in a prison somewhere. I'm a girl and there are many inconveniences. I have been thinking about it for a long time, but can't get him out." Fang Sui understood the implied meaning of UK King's words, and said in surprise, "What kind of bad idea is this? You are not asking me to sneak into the prison and rob it, not to mention the danger. If I make a wrong step, I may become a real prisoner. The key is who is worth us spending so much effort to get him out." UK King said confidently, "You will be satisfied with this person after hearing this. I have been preparing for this for some time, and I have already bribed the relationship to enter the prison. Once you nod, you can go in directly, but you need to figure out how to escape from the prison with people. I will be responsible for meeting them outside." Fang Sui said dissatisfiedly, "Your task is easy, meeting them outside. You have the nerve to say it. Tell me first, what kind of person is it that takes so much effort?" UK King said, this person's nickname is Reincarnation Yama, and I don't know his real name. Fang Sui said, is he from the Eastern Fairyland? Reincarnation Yama has a clear oriental mythological color. If he was born in the Western region, he would probably be called the god of death. This is the different cultural characteristics created by different regions of the 5 regions. Therefore, when Fang Sui heard the name, he guessed that this person was from the Eastern Fairyland. But as soon as he said this, UK King immediately laughed and said, you guessed wrong this time. It's not the Eastern Immortal Territory. The reincarnated Yana Luo is from the ancient tribe in the Central Territory. Fang Sui's eyes lit up. The so-called ancient tribe is the name of a superpower in the Central Territory. There is no doubt that the most prosperous place in the 5 territories is the Central Territory, which is huge and boundless, with countless powerful forces, heroes, and geniuses. The Central Territory is also known as the hometown of the gods, and is known as the origin of all myths. The ancient tribe is the leader among them, even stronger than the Alliance of the Heavens and the Temple of the Gods, and is one of the dominant forces in the 5 territories. Fang Sui has heard of the reputation of the ancient tribal forces. The ancient tribe is composed of countless long-standing mythological tribes, and there is another point about this ancient tribe that particularly attracted his attention. That is, this ancient tribe, and many legends on the earth, all seem to have a magical connection. For example, Fang Sui had heard on earth that the Yaoxian tribe, Chiao tribe, Jiuli tribe, etc. in the early period of ancient China were all part of this ancient tribe. The ancient tribal forces in the 5 regions were like a source and continuation of the myths and legends on earth. Fang Sui was quite excited when he knew about it. At this time, UK King mentioned that the person who wanted to be rescued from the prison was from an ancient tribal force, which immediately aroused Fang Sui's interest. UK King continued, this reincarnated Yama was born in the underworld tribe of the ancient tribe. He was born with a ghost face, and was extremely fierce. Some people say that he awakened the intergenerational bloodline of an ancient powerful man, Yan Wang, in his body, so he is called the reincarnated Yama. Fang Sui narrowed his eyes immediately. It turned out that there was an underworld tribe in the ancient tribe. This was the first time he heard of it. He just didn't know if it had anything to do with the underworld and the legend of the earth. If so, it would be a living myth. Fang Sui asked, since this reincarnated Yama has such a good bloodline inheritance, the ancient tribal forces should regard him as a treasure and cultivate him. Why is he imprisoned now? UK King said disdainfully, there are no evil people there. The better the talent, the more people will be happy, but they will also be envied by some people, and all kinds of difficulties will emerge one after another. It is said that this reincarnated Yama was plotted against by someone, and his soul and bloodline were completely deprived, making him a useless person. But the reincarnated Yama seemed to be protected by gods. After someone harmed him, everyone thought he was useless, but he suddenly went mad, as if possessed by gods and demons. He killed all the people who harmed him, and tore them apart and ate them. But since then, he seemed to be really useless. He no longer had any blood talent, and was indistinguishable from everyone else. He also committed the great crime of cannibalizing his own people. Some people in the ancient tribe demanded that he be executed, but a small number of people still protected him. In the end, they compromised and exiled him, stating that he was no longer a member of the ancient tribe, and sent him to a prison to serve his sentence. Fang Sui said, since he is useless, what are we doing with him? UK King explained, I once saw a unique copy of an ancient book in the Temple of the Gods. It expounded on the existence of the origin of divinity. It recorded that for people like the reincarnated Yama, the original power hidden deep in their blood is unlikely to be completely deprived. Fang Sui blinked and said, you think he was useless at the time, but after a period of time, he will slowly recover? Well, even if he is not as strong as before after recovery, he must be far beyond the level of ordinary people. UK King added, if he doesn't look useless on the surface, we won't be thinking about him. How about it? Do it? Fang Sui's eyes opened and closed, and he said with a gleam of light, are you sure he can restore the power of the bloodline of the King of Hell? UK King said frankly, I'm not sure, but I saw the ancient books about the origin of blood, and I happen to know that there is such a person as the reincarnation of Yama, so I wanted to get him out and try. If he can really recover, we will be picking up a treasure for nothing. Fang Sui pouted and said, pick up for nothing? This is difficult enough. If he can't recover, we will be taking great risks and working in vain. After pondering for a moment, he slowly asked, where is he imprisoned? UK King knew that Fang Sui was a little tempted when he heard it and responded happily, in the central prison of the Tay Sui ancient mine. Chapter 254 Farewell. The Tay Sui ancient mine and the central prison are not far away. Fang Sui pondered, while UK King nodded beside him like a chicken poking rice, and said, well, the Tay Sui ancient mine is located on an abandoned ancient star that has been converted into a prison. It's very close to our Guan star, and we can go in and out through the teleportation array of Universe City. He added, the guards on duty at the central prison of the ancient mine have to come to our Guan star to purchase things every once in a while. Among them are people I have bribed, and they can follow them into the prison then. Have you prepared all the relevant matters, including information on the topography and structure of the central prison? Fang Sui kept asking about the central prison, and it was obvious that he was inclined to enter the central prison and get the reincarnated Yama out. Upon hearing this, UK King replied happily, the relevant matters have been prepared long ago. In fact, we are not the only ones who are planning to get people out of the prison. The prison guards are not as strict as imagined. Many of them even regard the buying and selling of prisoners as a kind of transaction. As long as they are not extremely vicious criminals, it is not too difficult to get someone out. Then why not just buy the person out? Fang Sui said casually. UK King said, I also tried to buy people out directly. I found a few people to go in and try to get the reincarnated Shura out, but most of them died suddenly after entering the prison, and there was no news. In the end, one person saw the reincarnated Shura, but he was not enthusiastic about whether he could get out and refused to leave the prison, so he never succeeded. Fang Sui repeated, death. UK King's clear eyes like water secretly glanced at Fang Sui and said with a guilty conscience, well, the central prison is extremely chaotic, like an independent closed world. Several people I arranged died in it not long after entering, so I thought that this time I would have to ask team leader Fang to do it himself. Fang Sui laughed dumbly. He had expected that entering the Tay Sui ancient mine would be dangerous, and he was not afraid of it. He did not make a decision immediately, but thought quietly and deduced in detail in his mind the various dangers he would face if he entered the Tay Sui ancient mine. Fang Sui had obviously considered it very carefully. After a while, the deep light of wisdom in his eyes slowly faded, and he said calmly, okay, after my 100-day confinement is over, we will go to the prison of Tay Sui ancient mine. UK King smiled sweetly. If the reincarnated Yama can really be produced, Team Leader Fang will definitely feel that it is worth it and not a waste of effort. Then the two of them briefly discussed the relevant matters of entering the Tay Sui ancient mine. Half an hour later, UK King was ready to leave. Fang Sui asked Buster to take out the hunting mirror in his hand and said, this mirror is of little use to me. You can use it first. With two hunting mirrors put together, you should be able to deal with any danger. He had not mentioned the hunting mirror before, so UK King did not mention it on her own. Now that Fang Sui had started the conversation, she asked, I've actually wanted to ask you a long time ago. You killed Yun Xianji, so where is his hunting mirror? Fang Sui's expression was a little solemn. This matter is a bit weird. You should pay attention to it. I think the hunting mirror seems to have some secrets hidden in it. Before I killed Yun Xianji, I sensed that the mirror was on him, but the moment he died, the mirror disappeared immediately, like a foreign object with its own life. It's really weird. UK King heard this, a strange look on her face, and she hesitated for a moment before saying, in fact, I also found something different about the hunting realm. When this mirror was first used, the effect was very obvious. It absorbed other people's talents and integrated them into one's own body, greatly increasing one's own potential. After I got the mirror for a period of time, my strength did improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, I was like a demon and resolutely chose to practice from the beginning. But after using this mirror again, the effect was not so obvious, and the speed of practice was far less than at the beginning. Fang Sui was stunned when he heard this. He felt vaguely that he seemed to have grasped some key clues of the hunting mirror from Yu King's words, but he still couldn't understand it for a while. The whole thing seemed to be wrapped in fog. Then Yu King left quietly. After a period of time, the days passed quickly. Fang Sui stayed in the Liangshan Tower and never left the house. In addition to practicing, most of his time was spent on carving the array diagram of the witch-cursed Divine Realm Gate. As time passed, Fang Sui, Bast and Anubis successively carved countless symbols and finally combined them into several array components, such as the circular components that were carved at the beginning. Once these symbol components are formed, they will interweave themselves and form a whole. After almost 3 months of busy work, Fang Sui's materials were exhausted, and the formation diagram of the gates to the witchcraft world finally completed the initial part. At this time, in Fang Sui's practice room, two shapes composed of complex symbols were spinning in the air, one square and one round. The two shapes intertwined autonomously and were inseparable. The outer contour was square, with clear edges and corners, and the color was dark gold. There was a ring inside that was slowly spinning, and at the core of the circle, there was an extremely small space gap, which was dark and gloomy, as if connecting to the other side of the universe. On these two figures, hundreds of millions of symbols flashed, and the gorgeousness seemed like the void filled with stars in the sky. The symbols were intertwined with countless lines of mana. The two rune shapes, one square and one round, which had already formed the entire formation, flickered and swirled in Fang Sui's practice room, spreading a strange power fluctuation that was hard to explain all the time. At this time, Fang Sui's posture was also strange. He squatted in the air, and the front part of his finger turned into a black dark hair, as thin as a hair, extending infinitely and probing into the space gap in the center of the circle of the formation diagram. Bast and Anubis beside him were the same. Obviously, they were fishing with magic power transformed into lines. In fact, the scene in front of them had appeared countless times in the past 3 months. From the first time Anubis fished out a fragment containing rule fluctuations in this space gap, Fang Sui and Bast's eyes were red. So, the man, dog, and cat fishing team was officially established. As soon as the three of them were free, they would fish around this space-time crack. The reason why they were so keen on fishing was that when Bast and Fang Sui each caught a rule fragment and absorbed it into their bodies, they were surprised to find that their own strength had increased. Fang Sui absorbed the fished fragment into his body at that time, and a surging wave of magic power immediately surged on the divine land in his body. Refining this fishing fragment into the body is like taking the essence of heaven and earth into the body during practice, and the effect is equivalent to a deep all-night practice. After that, Fang Sui, Bast and Anubis, whenever they had a break, they would go fishing near the space gap in the center of the formation diagram. Well, to be precise, they fished for the rules. What exactly is connected after the space-time crack? The rule fragments that can pull out the gathering of heaven and earth's vitality have made Fang Sui have countless associations. Unfortunately, for some reason, Anubis always caught the most fragments, followed by Bast. Fang Sui's harvest was very small, and sometimes he might not get anything, even if he fished for a whole hour. What's more amazing is that whoever caught the vitality fragment can only absorb it, otherwise it is useless. At this time, the vigorous fishing action of the man-cat-dog fishing combination has been going on for more than half an hour, and Fang Sui has no harvest. He watched Anubis and Bast take out 2 or 3 vitality fragments one after another, which is enough to make people jealous. At this time, at the main entrance of Fang Sui's residence, the light of the array pattern turned into ripples like water. Gao, who was wearing a water blue dress, opened the array pattern from the outside and walked in. This was the first time she had walked out of the retreat room in 3 months. There was a trace of curiosity in Gao's beautiful eyes. She came to the side and looked at the strange behavior of the 3 guys. When she saw the 2 extremely complex array patterns, one square and one round, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Not long after, Anubis had another harvest and pulled out another fragment of vitality from the gap in time and space. Giao's eyes lit up slightly. After watching Anubis absorb the fragment, the death energy flowing around his body became more refined. Finally, she understood what Fang Sui was doing. She walked to Fang Sui's side with great interest and sat down in the air in an elegant posture, imitating Fang Sui's appearance. With a finger of her little hand, a chaotic white gas suddenly flowed out from her fingertips and also drilled into the gap in time and space. Fang Sui turned his head to look at her, and the two smiled at each other. Afterwards, Giao's starry eyes sparkled as she sensed the changes after the long line of mana in her hand entered the gap in space. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing a peaceful and tranquil beauty. After a moment, she said, "It turns out that extending the mana into this gap in space is like touching the rules of heaven and earth at close range, which is equivalent to traveling through the universe and experiencing the power of heaven and earth." Fang Sui took back the mana fishing line in his hand and turned to Giao. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly discovered something and asked happily, "Giao, are you all healed?" He asked this because he sensed a supreme aura from Giao that was indistinguishable from the heaven and earth. This was the first time Fang Sui sensed this aura from Giao after she came back from her injury, indicating that Giao had cleared her injuries. Giao smiled and said, "Well, it will be fine after regulating my breathing this time." Fang Sui was happy at first, but after thinking about it, he made a sad face and asked, "You are not leaving soon, are you?" It was rare to see Fang Sui make such an anxious expression, especially when he did it deliberately. His expression was exaggerated, and his face was full of emotions, which was very realistic. Giao burst out laughing and said, "I'm leaving." Seeing that Fang Sui's face became more bitter, Giao held back her laughter and said, "Now that I'm well, of course I have to go back to the sect. I have recovered this time, and my understanding of the origin of heaven and earth has become deeper. I also need to go back to the sect for a retreat. If nothing unexpected happens, I will probably break into the 6th level. I will be back after that." After a while of silence, he said softly, "Fang Sui, if you want to be Giao's lover, you have to work hard. Everyone's cultivation is reflected in the energy of heaven and earth, and the attraction between yin and yang is the root of the cycle of heaven. This is the truth that I truly understood after my recovery this time. If one day your cultivation exceeds mine, I will willingly surrender to you." Fang Sui's whole body was shaken, and the light in his eyes surged. When he looked at Giao, she had already reached out with a slightly red face to open the void barrier and stepped into it. The next moment, the void closed, and Giao disappeared, leaving the ancient source star calmly. The next day, Fang Sui's 100-day confinement period expired. He and Yu King agreed to go to the Taesui ancient mine, and the moment to get the reincarnated Yamaroud quietly arrived. Giao left this part and thought about it for a long time. Chapter 255 begins. In the early morning, Fang Sui woke up from his cross-legged practice. There was still some time before the meeting with Yu King. The dark air in Fang Sui's hand was filled with black air, and the heavy and ancient book of summoning appeared. Then the page of the book turned, and the bronze-colored altar of the dead flew out and slowly rotated in front of Fang Sui. He pointed his hand, and a fierce roar like thunder suddenly sounded in the altar, and a demon shadow, riding a dark green cloud, rushed out. This demon shadow was the dark green blood that Fang Sui took from Yan Wuliang's Sea of Consciousness after he killed him in the City of Ruins, and it could be transformed into the virtual image of the ancient demon. When Fang Sui killed Yan Wuliang and obtained this drop of blood inherited from the ancient demon, he always kept it in the altar of the dead. At this time, Fang Sui released the restraining power of the altar, and this drop of demon blood immediately became fierce and powerful, turning into a slightly illusory image of the ancient demon that was about 10 feet tall. With its fierce and violent power, it stretched out its hand and exerted a mountain-like pressure, hitting Fang Sui on the head. Fang Sui shouted softly, and a chain of death suddenly pierced through the altar of the dead, imprisoning and binding the phantom of the demon shadow again. Suddenly, a deafening demonic voice rang in Fang Sui's ears. "Boy, I can give you unrivaled power, but you should be pious and respectful to me. If you are bound by me, you will surely suffer the fate of your soul being torn apart. This voice was terrifying and deafening, but it was imitated by the demon shadow that was bound again. The image manifested by the demon blood actually had wisdom and could communicate with people. This was somewhat unexpected for Fang Sui. He stared at the ancient demon's phantom and said indifferently, "You are just an image formed by a drop of demon blood. You are even a prisoner. How dare you boast that you can bring me supreme power? This trick of trying to survive and save your life may be enough to fool Yin Wuliang, the arrogant fool, but it is useless to me. If you don't have any other last words to say, I will refine you." A treacherous look flashed in the dark green eyes of the demon's phantom. He had already shown his usefulness, so he didn't believe that Fang Sui would refine him without even asking. He made a judgment in an instant and concluded that Fang Sui was threatening with false words. However, the next moment, Fang Sui sneered and pointed lightly. A dark fire of death curse rose in the undead altar, instantly wrapping the demon inside and burning it. The demon let out a low and painful roar. Fang Sui said calmly, "How does it taste?" A trace of horror flashed across the fierce face of the demon shadow. He stared at the fire of death power that was lingering around him and said in panic, "Stop it." Fang Sui was unmoved. The fire of death did not decrease but increased. The lower half of the demon shadow began to become illusory and was refined and disappeared. He was completely terrified and shouted, "Wait a minute, I can prove my worth." Fang Sui waved his hand to weaken the fire of death. "What is your worth?" The demon shadow hesitated for a moment, raised his hand to form an ancient curse seal, and a message of light flew out of his body and passed it to Fang Sui. Fang Sui calmly absorbed this message. After a quick check, he knew that it contained a kind of ancient practice method. Fang Sui looked at the ancient demon phantom again. A hint of sneer flashed across his face, and then murderous intent suddenly appeared. His thoughts moved slightly, and the fire of death reignited, completely enveloping the demon shadow. The demon shadow shouted wildly in horror, "I have proved my worth. And the ancient demon cultivation technique I gave you is incomplete. I still have the second half of the cultivation method. You can't kill me." Fang Sui said with a smile, "You are fooling a fool. You are just a remnant soul. How can you get a complete cultivation method? This half of the incomplete ancient demon cultivation method is most of your value. It's almost squeezed out. You should die. You are so treacherous. You will not die well." The voice gradually weakened. The demon shadow was completely refined and turned into a crystal clear dark green energy crystal. Fang Sui smiled and tossed the crystal in his hand. This ancient demon phantom was playing tricks with him. It was several streets away. Fang Sui thought about it, then put away the magic blood crystal and turned around and walked out of the residence. 3 months passed and it was already the hot summer. The sky was clear and it was early in the morning. Outside the sky, 3 suns rose slowly, spreading a brilliant and magnificent divine light that looked down on the world. All things are blooming with vitality under the blazing sun. The grass is as green as oil and the warm wind blows lazily. Fang Sui and UK King walked leisurely on an ancient street in the Universal City. Their clothes, like other people in the city, became cooler with the season. Fang Sui was still wearing a dark robe, but he activated the dark energy to reduce the thickness of the robe, and the color of the robe also changed from black to light and became cold gray. The sleeves fluttered gently in the breeze, looking unusually light and cool. UK King wore a light-colored gauze dress that blended green and white. As she moved, her lotus steps lightly, a round ankle and calf were looming above her delicate embroidered shoes. The white was dazzling, like fine porcelain, attracting the men passing by on the street to look over frequently. Fang Sui's eyes were cunning, and he would occasionally look at the women on the street, and he was overwhelmed and enjoyed it. Fang Sui was not extremely handsome, but his facial features were as sharp as a knife. His eyebrows and eyes were bright, his nose was high, and his whole body was as smooth and powerful as a cheetah. Most women did not feel disgusted by his attention, and they all gave him a shy and happy look. Fang Sui did not think it was strange, and he looked at him with more interest. UK King glanced at him from the side, pursed her lips in disdain and said, "The girls on this street are not only not as good as your fairy G, they are also far inferior to me. What's there to see?" Fang Sui said casually, "What do you know?" This is not a question of whether it's good looking or not. It's a kind of fun. It's for fun. Turning around, he asked, "What's the news about the people I asked you to pay attention to during this period?" UK King said, "There is nothing unusual about the people you asked me to pay attention to. For example, Bikangting and Lai Yan are practicing step by step. But after Yun Xiangji was killed by you, Yun Xiangxin suspended her practice in the Alliance of the Heavens. It is said that she returned to the Eastern Immortal Realm to lobby the strong men in her family to deal with you." Fang Sui didn't care at all and looked at the beauties walking on the street with a smile on his face. UK King snorted and continued, "As for Wu Ling you mentioned, she is even more dutiful. She only practices diligently in your Panchi universe and rarely goes out." Then she said, "Since Yu Xiangxin was embarrassed by you last time, he has become very comfortable. After returning to the East Fairy Palace, he has not gone out casually and has not come to trouble me in the past 3 months. But I always feel that this person's personality is unpredictable. His recent calmness may be that, if he does not move, it will be a fatal move. We should be careful." Fang Sui nodded silently. While Fang Sui and UK King were walking on the long street, in a hall of the East Fairy Palace complex in Huanao City, Yu Xiangxin was sitting in the air, with 9 magic clouds under his body, floating up and down, and practicing with his eyes closed. The most amazing thing is, that when he was practicing, the virtual images of good, evil, happy, angry, etc. kept changing next to his head, swirling around his head. His entire cultivation process was like a multifaceted evil god protecting him. The scene was shocking and exuded an indescribable evil power. Soon after, he opened his eyes, and the faces that were coiled around his hair disappeared together and disappeared into his head. In a trance, Yu Xiangxin was like a person with countless heads, which was terrifying. He said to himself with a gloomy face, "My awakened soul and body in this life have integrated the strongest memories of the reincarnation process. I can finally start to practice the supreme reincarnation code. When I integrate the origin of the previous life's sinking, my magic power will reach an unprecedented peak. It seems that the 6 sons of the gods in this life should be headed by me." Then, he got up and walked out of the practice room. A shadow suddenly appeared in the void outside the house. It was hazy, but it was a shadow creature, sending a message to Yu Xiangxin. Then the shadow creature disappeared silently. Yu Xiangxin laughed with murderous intent and said, "After hiding for 3 months, you finally came out." In another direction of the Universe City, there was a palace complex shrouded in darkness. The central main hall of the palace looked like a pointed wizard hat, and its height was not less than the heaven measurement tower of the Alliance of All Heavens. The whole building, shaped like a wizard hat with a slightly curved top, slanted into the sky. The whole building was surrounded by black clouds, churning endlessly, full of terrifying weirdness and coldness. This complex of buildings was the Wizard Hall built by the Black Wizard Association in the Universe City. At this time, in one of the buildings in the complex, Lai Yan, who had never shown up since the Battle of the City of Ruins, was defeated and fled after being set up by Fang Sui and UK King to kill him. He was facing a young man in a green robe with a gloomy face and eyes like ghost fire with respect and a hint of fear. Lai Yan said, "In the past few months, I have mobilized people to secretly monitor UK King, and found that she has had contact with the guards of the Tsui ancient mine many times recently." The young man in a dark green robe said in a cold voice, "You did a good job. My brother was found by you, but the fault of being tragically killed for no reason is temporarily forgotten. But you remember that you owe my brother a life. Go away." A hint of fear flashed across Lai Yan's face. He did not dare to look at the young man and left with his head down. The young man muttered to himself in a grim voice, "The Tsui ancient mine is a good place to kill people." Fang Sui and UK King strolled on the street for half an hour, which was considered to be a relaxation, before preparing to do something formal. Later, led by UK King, the two came to a square in the Universal Divine City. In the center of the square, there was a large circular array pattern, which imitated surging space fluctuations. Around this array pattern, there were energy slots. This is the public teleportation square of the Universal City. You only need to put energy crystals into the slots, and adjust the surrounding time and space scale symbols to teleport to a place outside the corresponding distance. At this time, there was already a team waiting around the teleportation square. There were more than 10 people in the team, with different appearances. When they saw UK King and Fang Sui approaching, more than 10 people looked at them together. Neither side spoke, but they joined together in tacit understanding, and walked into the array pattern together, put in the energy crystal, and with a flash of light, the array pattern was activated, emitting a light that reached the sky. The people standing in the array pattern disappeared at the same time. Thank you for your support. Chapter 256, Ancient Immortal Land. After Fang Sui was promoted to the second level, he left the ancient source star, where the universal city was located for the first time. In his feeling, the light of the teleportation array pattern only flickered for a moment, and he felt a little dizzy like weightlessness, and his eyes went dark and then bright. After that, the surroundings stabilized again, and the world he saw had changed drastically. The sky was a little dark, and there was a scorching sun hanging high in the sky, but it seemed that the sun was blocked by a thick layer of mist, which made it a little hazy and far away. There is no atmosphere outside the sky, so although the sun seems far away, it can directly shine its blazing light on the ground, making the earth cracked everywhere. What is particularly shocking is that on the yellow-brown land, there are one after another bottomless pits, some large and some small, with different diameters. This is the abandoned TSUI ancient mining star. The many deep pits on the ground are the mines left after mining. TSUI ancient mine star and ancient origin star, where the rock universe is located, are in the same starfield, both located in the north of the central part of the Five Directions domain. After Fang Sui and others were teleported to the ancient mine star, they were standing on the top of a formation platform floating above a huge mine cave. The entire formation platform seemed to be made of some kind of metal, silver white, and smooth, which formed a sharp contrast with the barren surface of the mine star with uneven cracks everywhere. We are now standing on the teleportation array that connects the ancient mine star with the outside world. This teleportation array can only be fixed to your ancient origin star universal city, which is used for us to purchase supplies. The small team that was teleported with Fang Sui was naturally the guards of the central prison that UK King had contacted in advance. At this time, one of the middle-aged men in the lead spoke. This man was tall and rough, with brown curly hair, wearing a dark blue tight hunting suit, looking fierce and ferocious, and was a second-level strongman. When he spoke, his eyes stared at UK King's exquisite figure without any hesitation, revealing a greedy expression that wanted to eat her up. The other people beside him were all first level, and their expressions were the same. Most of them stared at UK King openly or secretly. After the initial look, Fang Sui paid no more attention. Of course, these people have been managing prisoners for many years, so they are stained with banditry. This is an inevitable situation, but it cannot be judged that they have bad character. Fang Sui did not appear in his original identity at this time. On the surface, he was a strong man hired by UK King, who was going to be sent to the central prison to complete the task of finding the reincarnated Yama. Therefore, Fang Sui had already included Bast and Anubis in the Book of Summoning. The two guys were sleeping soundly in the space of the book page, ignoring the changes in the outside world. Among the small team of prison guards, the first big man who spoke was the leader, named Panka. As he spoke, the teleportation array platform with a size of 100 feet where everyone stood, was slowly sinking and falling into a huge mine below. Obviously, the central prison is not on the surface of the earth, but is built inside the star with the help of countless mines on the surface of the star. The speed of the formation platform under his feet sinking is getting faster and faster. In a few breaths, it has sunk to a depth of thousands of feet. Fang Sui stood on the formation platform and looked around. He could only see the endless darkness outside the formation platform. Looking up, a ray of skylight at the entrance of the mine was getting farther and farther away and gradually disappeared. The formation platform carrying everyone was sinking rapidly in this extremely dark mine cave, like light and lightning. With Fang Sui's eyesight, he couldn't see where the end of the darkness outside the formation platform was. It can be seen how huge this mine cave is. Panka looked at Yuka King with a smile on his face and said, "This tunnel is one of the 12 main passages of the entire mining star, and it can lead directly to the central prison in the center of the earth. Legend has it that the mythical species Tesu Earth Dragon once lived in the core of this star, and this huge passage was left when they entered and exited this star." His voice echoed in the dark mine, and the echo from afar could be heard faintly, like the whispering of ghosts in the dark, giving people a sense of horror. Seeing that Yuka King ignored him, Panka felt quite bored, and finally turned his gaze to Fang Sui, looking him up and down, and asked bluntly, "Do you understand the rules?" Fang Sui nodded indifferently, and Panka took out a silver metal ring that looked like a bracelet, with dense spell patterns on it, and constantly bursting out wisps of lightning. He grinned and said, "This soul shackle bracelet will hurt when you first put it on. I hope you're not a wimp." Then he put the ring on Fang Sui's wrist like a shackle. To enter the central prison, even if Yuka King had smoothed over the relationship in advance, there were still some rules that had to be followed, and this ring shackle was something that had to be worn. Every prisoner who entered the prison would be put on a ring called the soul shackle. Once the ring shackle was put on, every move in the central prison would be monitored and controlled by the guards. More importantly, this ring also had the terrifying function of locking up mana, which could make a cultivator's mana fall back to the level of an apostle. It was the main means for the prison to manage prisoners. Fang Sui had known that he had to wear the soul shackle to enter the prison, so when he saw the bracelet covering his wrist, he did not resist. At the moment, when the shackle ring was tightening Fang Sui's wrist, a sharp needle popped out of the ring and pierced into the skin of his wrist. With a bang. The moment the needle pierced into the wrist, two powerful destructive forces surged out from the needle. One of the two destructive forces went down and rushed into Fang Sui's sea of ki, turning into dazzling thunder and lightning full of destructive waves, flashing above the divine land, penetrating the sea of ki, and striking down with earth-shattering force, exploding on the divine land. With loud noises that shook the soul, these lightnings turned into thunder chains, binding the divine land and the two underworld mountains in Fang Sui's body together. The crystal thunder chains emitted a strong force of confinement, which completely bound Fang Sui's magic power. Another destructive force differentiated from the ring went up and rushed into Fang Sui's sea of consciousness, also emitting a deafening sound, and the world-splitting lightning intertwined and struck the two suns in the sea of consciousness, one gold and one red. At this moment, an unbearable pain surged from Fang Sui's body and soul at the same time. Fortunately, he had a tough character and was well prepared, so he endured it fearlessly. He did not mobilize his mana to resist, but took the initiative to gather the power in his body to cooperate. In the end, the 2 rounds of scorching sunlight in the sea of consciousness disappeared, the flames extinguished, and became 2 ordinary mana stars, also entangled and imprisoned by the thunder chain. So far, Fang Sui's upper and lower mana sources were both sealed, and he could no longer mobilize mana. At least that was the case for outsiders. In fact, although the 2 mana sources were imprisoned, Fang Sui could still sense that the 2 codes of the Sun Golden Sutra in the Deep Sun in the Sea of Consciousness and the Book of the Dead in the Dark Moon in his body maintained an inseparable soul connection with himself. If he wanted, he could use the power of the 2 codes to break the imprisonment in his body at any time. Of course, from the outside, Fang Sui's power was greatly reduced after being imprisoned by the magic soul ring at this moment, and he had fallen to the level of an apostle. Panka watched from the side and nodded with satisfaction. However, there was also a hint of surprise in his gaze towards Fang Sui. It should be noted that ordinary cultivators who have their powers imprisoned will suffer unimaginable pain when they are bound by the thunder chains of the law soul shackles. Everyone will scream miserably, but it is rare for someone to endure it with such a calm face like Fang Sui. Therefore, Panka and other guards, who are used to seeing prisoners screaming when their powers are imprisoned, can't help but feel surprised. After a while, the descending array gradually slowed down and finally stopped at an underground platform. Obviously, the destination had arrived. When Fang Sui entered the Teku Mine Star through the teleportation array, Gao, who had left the ancient source star, was walking calmly in the reverse void. Every step she took was to step on the node of time, space, and rules, crossing to an extremely far distance. Time passed. When Gao broke through the space barrier again, she returned to normal space. The geographical location of the ancient source star is between the North Domain and the Central Divine Domain of the Five Directions Domain. After leaving the ancient origin star, Gao had been heading towards the Central Domain. Now that she had returned to normal space, she had entered the scope of the Central Domain. The place where Gao broke through the air was a void outside the sky. She stood in the void, and a hint of joy rose in her clear and bright eyes, just like a wanderer returning home, with some longing and expectation. She took out an ancient array painting scroll, which slowly unfolded, filled with light clouds, and turned into a portal with a faint fairy light. When Gao stepped into it, it was as if she had crossed time and space in an instant. When the scroll disappeared in this void outside the sky, she came to a strange place. Here, there are long and undulating, light and elegant seas of clouds everywhere, just like the heaven in mythology, with clouds forming the earth. After Gao appeared, white clouds under her feet turned into stairs. Gao walked up the cloud ladder, and walked 33 steps in a row. In the endless sea of clouds in front of her, a fairy mountain floating in the sky appeared. The temples on the mountain are scattered and boundless. They look ancient and simple, but they are also grand and luxurious, and extremely quiet and peaceful. Gao looked happy, and walked into the building with light movements. The clouds and mists were floating and gathering. Outside the mountain gate of the building complex, there was a memorial archway with white jade pillars. On the left pillar were written 33 heavens outside, and on the right were written ancient immortal land. On the top of the memorial archway, there were several ancient and simple fonts of Xianting Dao Tang. The white clouds followed the wind, and in the haze, this ancient mountain gate, that looked like a fairy palace outside the sky, slowly disappeared in the boundless sea of clouds. At the same moment, deep in the ancient mining star, Fang Sui walked down the formation platform, opened a huge door, and officially entered the central prison. The scene after entering the prison was very different from what Fang Sui had thought beforehand, which made his eyes flash with strange light and his heart was quite surprised. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Prison Under the Temple. The gate to the prison was extremely heavy, with a sculpture of a beast head wearing shackles protruding from it. It had a cold and hard texture, a ferocious appearance, and was chilling and intimidating. When the heavy gate was opened, there was a straight passage leading directly to the interior of the central prison. Fang Sui and Zhu Keqing, along with Panka and more than 10 others, were walking on this passage that seemed to be cast out of metal. This passage was very strange, empty from top to bottom, and left to right, and was suspended and extended. And 100 feet below this suspended passage, there was actually a huge city, not the prison that Fang Sui had imagined before. Of course, the city below was also different from an ordinary city. First of all, the light in the whole city was slightly dim, and there was a mottled and old look everywhere. Secondly, the buildings in the city were all made of steel structures, and their forms were very much like prison cells. Most of them were square and simple in shape. At first glance, they looked like countless containers displayed on the ground. In the huge prison, that looks like a whole city, there are countless streets interlaced, and creatures of various races can be seen from time to time. All of them are prisoners in the prison. The streets in the city are very chaotic. Fang Sui walked forward in the suspended passage above, looking down, and from time to time he could see people fighting on the streets, and even male and female prisoners directly having sex on the streets, presenting the bad nature of most intelligent races in the most primitive way, hot and depraved. Fang Sui had never thought that a prison would exist in this form before. The prison that imprisoned prisoners of various races was complicated, chaotic and dangerous, and one could imagine how complicated, chaotic and dangerous it was. At this time, Panka looked at Fang Sui with a gloating look on his face, and said, "In this prison city in the center of the earth, there are more than 500,000 prison-style buildings. The prisoners in them are from various races, and it is extremely chaotic. I hope that, after you go in, you will still be alive." Every once in a while, there will be a holiday in the prison city. During this period, the prisoners can walk around the city at will, and there is no limit to their activities. Now is a holiday time, which is just convenient for you to go in and find someone. Fang Sui seemed not to hear it. His eyes were always focused on the prison city below, looking at it in detail, and looking very carefully. After a moment, he looked straight at the end of the suspended passage under his feet. There was a huge building floating in the air, like a floating island, connected there. It was square in shape and black in color, giving people a sense of oppression. UK King, who was walking beside Fang Sui, was communicating with him secretly through the fluctuations of divine thoughts. The floating building at the end of the passage is the temple of the god of imprisonment. It is also the place where the gods here do their daily work. They live in the temple, just like the apostles of the gods, watching over and controlling the prisoners in the prison city below. Fang Sui was surprised and said, "So among the gods, there is also a position of the god of imprisonment? This is the first time I've heard of it." UK King glanced at him with a smile and responded, "The realm of gods is very complicated. According to the code records inherited by our pantheon, gods are also divided into different levels. There are upper gods and demons, middle gods and demons, lower gods and demons, and above them are the main gods, god kings, and so on." He added, "The god of imprisonment is a lower level god, and not many people know about him. However, most of the prisons in the 5 directions domain have built temples of the god of imprisonment. The supervisors and guards are all believers of the god of imprisonment. They can visualize the magical powers granted to them by the god of imprisonment in the process of believing in the god of imprisonment, practice in the temple, absorb the sin and chaotic energy in the prisons below, and their divine power grows faster." Fang Sui was still very concerned about the affairs of the gods. After all, it was more or less related to his own practice of the gods. After listening, he said thoughtfully, "This is indeed the first time I've heard of this." UK King said, "There is too much to say about the affairs of the gods at once. We will discuss it later. But after entering the prison city, you should be careful. It is very dangerous. Your magic power is imprisoned again, so you should be cautious everywhere. I will wait for you in the temple of the god of imprisonment. If you succeed, send me a signal and I will pick you up." Fang Sui joked, "It is you who should be more careful. In my opinion, these prison guards who claim to be believers of the god of imprisonment have been managing prisoners for a long time, and they all have evil thoughts. They have been staring at you all the way without blinking." A blush appeared on UK King's crystal white cheeks, and she said in a relaxed tone, "They are just a few guards. I have dealt with a lot of people like this. Captain Fang, don't worry." After that, she continued in a delicate voice, "I'm very happy that Captain Fang cares about me so much. When Fang Sui laughed dumbly, Panka and others around him saw UK King's charming appearance one after another, and their eyes lit up. Then Fang Sui sent a telepathic message again, "This prison is so big. Regarding the reincarnated Yama, is there any way to directly find out his specific location in the prison city? Otherwise, it will take a lot of time for me to go in and find it myself." UK King shook her head and said, "The detailed control of the specific location of each prisoner is controlled by the chief priest of the temple of the god of imprisonment. Prison guards of Panka's level cannot reach it, so there is no way to find out. I can only trouble Captain Fang to go down and find it yourself." Fang Sui frowned and said nothing. At this time, they were about to finish the suspended walkway under their feet and enter the temple of imprisonment. According to the normal steps, after entering the temple, Panka will send Fang Sui to the prison city below through a formation. Fang Sui felt that this step was cumbersome and time consuming, so he said directly, "I'll go down." When UK King agreed, Fang Sui suddenly moved. His figure flashed to the edge of the walkway and then jumped out directly, falling into the prison city below. Panka and others around him all cried out in a low voice, "This kid is throwing his life away. After his magic power was imprisoned, he only has the ability of an apostle. It is common for him to break his legs after falling from a height of 100 feet. He still thinks he is a master of the divine fire realm. Miss K. King, the person you are looking for this time doesn't seem to be very good. He is a stupid person with little experience." UK King looked down and saw Fang Sui's figure flying down. his long hair dancing in the wind, and he was rapidly approaching the ground. On the streets of the prison city below, some prisoners saw someone falling from the sky from afar and let out low exclamations. Some prisoners blurted out, "Is this a new prisoner? I don't know," which guard he offended and was thrown down directly. He must be half dead. In a blink of an eye, Fang Sui was less than 10 feet away from the ground. Although his magic power was imprisoned, his body was still incredibly agile. While falling at high speed, he suddenly made a series of clean and neat somersaults purely by waist strength, gradually weakening and dissolving the impact of falling. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, full of a strange sense of power. The most wonderful thing was that when he eliminated the last bit of impact force, it was just the moment when the end of his foot touched the ground. He took a step forward and walked forward, as if walking on flat ground. He didn't even need to adjust his landing, and walked on the streets of the prison city. His actions were even more shocking, because they were not assisted by magic power. There was an indescribable visual tension. From jumping out of the suspended walkway to walking on the ground at this moment, the movements in the whole process were actually quite complicated, but Fang Sui did it very cleanly, without wasting any extra energy. This scene, whether it was the prisoners looking up on the street or Panka and others looking down on the aerial walkway, were all stunned. UK King smiled like a flower, looking proud of it. She glanced at Panka not far away and asked, "Do you still think he is an inexperienced fool?" After that, she ignored Panka and retracted her gaze from Fang Sui on the streets of the prison city below. She turned around and walked towards the prison temple floating above the prison city. In the prison city, Fang Sui jumped down on the street and he walked forward with steady steps. A wonderful scene was happening as he moved forward. His image was actually changing slightly. After his magic power was imprisoned, his eyes, which were originally restrained, became more plain, even a little dim, like an ordinary person. His face had an unhealthy paleness, and his body became a little thinner. Overall, Fang Sui looked like he had not seen the sun for many years, so he was weak and unhealthy. The reason why he made this disguise was based on the appearance of the prisoners in the prison that he had observed from the sky when he was walking on the suspended walkway. After a little adjustment, he looked almost the same as most of the prisoners in the prison. In this way, he could blend in here in the shortest time without being abrupt, and naturally he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. At this time, after Fang Sui landed, he crossed several streets in succession under the scrutiny of the prisoners of all kinds on the street, and kept crossing with the prisoners on the street. Soon after, no one could distinguish his trace. Fang Sui stopped and squinted his eyes to scan the surrounding environment. He was now standing on a small square at the intersection of several long streets. Above him, thousands of feet away, there was a lighting crystal created by magic, like a bright moon, big and round, with bright light, covering the prison city. The streets in the prison city were not clean, and the air was filled with a smell of chaos. The metal prison-like buildings looked a bit shabby, but with so many buildings and countless prisoners, there was a prosperity that one would not imagine a prison to have. In the center of the small square where Fang Sui was standing, there stood a tall sculpture of a god holding shackles and wearing a cage mask on his face. That was the god of imprisonment. Under the statue of the god of imprisonment, there were many people gathered, both men and women, who were obviously prisoners and gangsters in this chaotic prison city. Fang Sui immediately walked towards where these people were. Please recommend happy reading. Chapter 258 Old Friend. Please recommend. Located deep underground in the prison city of the ancient mining star, the lightest prison-like buildings are staggered, and the streets are in chaos. Fang Sui's approach quickly attracted the attention of the men and women under the statue of the god of imprisonment. They all turned their heads and looked at him, each with a bad look. The men and women were all very young, more than a dozen people, and dressed differently. When Fang Sui stopped a few feet away from them, one of them immediately shouted, "Which area of the prison city are you from? Your face is unfamiliar, and it seems that you are not from our area." The other few people also looked up and down at Fang Sui, who looked ordinary after disguising himself, and all had some contempt. The first person to speak was the strongest one among the group. He was obviously a small leader-like figure. While speaking, he was also looking at Fang Sui. His eyes were unscrupulous, and there was a provocative meaning that he would take action immediately if he disagreed with something. You have to use different methods to deal with different people. In this place, where the weak are the prey of the strong, there is no justice, only power. If you are honest, you will inevitably be despised and insulted, and it will be difficult to succeed. Therefore, Fang Sui did not answer at this moment, but asked calmly and experiencedly, "Stop talking nonsense. I came across from other areas of the prison city to find someone. According to the rules, what price do you want?" Fang Sui's words were very concise, but quite skillful. Although he only said one sentence, it contained several messages. First of all, he said that he came across from other areas of the prison city. In the extremely chaotic prison city, this is already a manifestation of ability and cannot be ignored. Secondly, his words also vaguely showed his familiarity with the rules and ways of doing things here, letting people know that he is not a person who can be deceived. Fang Sui behaved calmly under the gaze of everyone, and just showed his courage and demeanor far beyond ordinary people. After hearing this, the people opposite looked at each other, and the contempt on their faces was indeed slightly reduced. The young man who was still the leader asked back, "What price to pay? Depends on who you are looking for." Fang Sui said without hesitation, "A fierce person with a natural ghost face." After hearing this, these people all had a trace of doubt on their faces. Although it was fleeting, it could not hide from Fang Sui's sharp eyes. He sighed in his heart and quickly determined that none of these people knew the information about the reincarnation of Yama, otherwise they would not show doubts after hearing the appearance characteristics of the reincarnation of Yama. Obviously, they have never seen a person with a natural ghost face. And these people are obviously local worms in the nearby area. Since even they have never seen a person with a natural ghost face, Fang Sui can judge from this that there is no trace of the reincarnation of Yama in the surrounding area. This is exactly the purpose of Fang Sui approaching these people. His way of finding people is obviously more clever than asking questions without any rules. In a few words, he got a lot of useful information, which increased the efficiency of finding people by several times. However, after Fang Sui obtained the information he wanted, although he analyzed that these people had no idea about the reincarnation of Yama, he did not turn around and leave. He still had subsequent means to further use these people to perform. The group of men and women opposite exchanged glances secretly, and the leading man spoke again. "It's no problem to find someone, but we need to know what price you can pay." Fang Sui smiled and said frankly, "I have a few precious energy crystals that can be used as rewards." After speaking, he took out an energy crystal and shook it in his hand. Although it appeared and disappeared, the people opposite saw it clearly. Their eyes lit up. It should be known that energy crystals are the most luxurious things in this prison city. Few people can own them. Occasionally, they are all strong prisoners among some particularly tyrannical prisoners. Through secret channels, they have transactions with prison guards, and they get 1 or 2 crystals, which are all regarded as treasures. Absorbing energy crystals can increase the strength in the body, and even a slight increase in strength means that one can be safer in this chaotic and dangerous prison city. This shows how precious energy crystals are here. All this information was obtained by Fang Sui from the information about the prison city that UK King had collected in advance. Because of the preciousness of energy crystals, when Fang Sui's voice fell, the men and women on the opposite side even breathed a little hurriedly and said in unison, "Energy crystals. You actually have energy crystals?" Fang Sui said, "Yes, I have, more than one." Fang Sui's frank performance was completely different from his calm and experienced performance at the beginning. The people on the opposite side suddenly had a vague impression of Fang Sui. They didn't understand whether this man was smart or stupid. He exposed the news that he had energy crystals so directly, which completely violated the so-called simple principle of not showing wealth. Fang Sui deliberately showed that he had energy crystals, of course, in order to further carry out the subsequent plan to find the reincarnated Yama. Therefore, after he finished speaking, he was very sure that these people would bite the bait. So he quietly waited for them to react. The leading man stared at Fang Sui fiercely, his eyes flashing with strange colors, and then waved his hand and said, "Well, come with us. We will take you to find the person who was born with a ghost face." Fang Sui blinked, said okay, and followed these people to leave. These people took Fang Sui across several streets, and always surrounded Fang Sui in the middle during the process, as if they were afraid that he would run away, and finally came to an extremely large prison-like building. This prison-like building is several times larger than the surrounding buildings. It has a square metal appearance and a cold light. If other prison buildings are compared to the level of ordinary rooms, then this huge prison-like building can be regarded as a mansion. Moreover, there are actually many guards around this prison building, all of whom are physically strong and have a much stronger aura than ordinary prisoners. At this point, the men and women who had been leading Fang Sui all the way relaxed, and a grim smile appeared on their faces. They were no longer polite to Fang Sui, and pushed and shoved him into the outer iron gate of the building, and into the interior. The prison-like building was surprisingly luxuriously decorated, with apricot yellow animal skin carpets, wooden panels inlaid on the four walls, and a magnificent old wooden long table in the center. There were quite a few people sitting around the table. All of them were fierce-looking strong men, and a middle-aged man sat steadily in the main seat. The scene in the room was very much like a meeting of the Mayfair forces in the prison, and Fang Sui wanted to laugh. The leader of the few people who had led him all the way quickly leaned in front of one of the strong men sitting around the table and spoke in a low voice. Fang Sui faintly heard words to the effect of telling the strong man that they had brought a fat sheep with energy crystals. The other men and women who were still standing beside Fang Sui all looked smug and said fiercely, "Now that you are here, you can't run away, even if you want to. Hand over all the energy crystals." Fang Sui had deliberately exposed himself to have energy crystals in order to attract this group of men and women to rob him, and then prepare to counter them, and let them lead him to find the truly powerful people in this area. The ultimate goal, of course, is to make deals directly with the powerful people in this area, so as to find the whereabouts of the reincarnated Yama more quickly. At this time, these men and women directly led Fang Sui here, which was exactly what he wanted and saved him a lot of trouble. Fang Sui knew very well that the means of negotiating or trading with others was to show his strength, and then he could talk fairly. Therefore, when the people in this room looked over at the same time, Fang Sui was about to launch a thundering method to knock down several people around him, which was considered an appropriate display of strength, so that it would be easier to negotiate deals with these gangsters later. But at this moment, a voice full of surprise suddenly sounded. "Are you Fang Sui?" Fang Sui was shocked. In fact, he knew very few people in the Five Directions domain. It was really surprising that someone in this prison city actually knew him. Fang Sui stopped thinking about taking action, and looked at the person who made the sound. The voice was made by the man sitting in the main seat in the room. After Fang Sui came in, he did not pay attention to the appearance of the man sitting in the middle of the room facing him. Now he looked at him, and saw that, although this man was in the prison city, he had an extraordinary demeanor, a middle-aged face, deep eyes, and bright eyes. Fang Sui was shocked and said, "Ancient Saint." When Fang Sui just left the earth, he had come into contact with three major forces in the Mother of Life. One of them was the Zhao Hunter clan, headed by the Queen of Hunting, and the other force was a branch of the Ancient clan, whose leader was called the Ancient Saint. Later, Fang Sui once joined forces with the Ancient Saint and the Queen of Hunting to kill another powerful force, the Blue Blood clan, in the Mother of Life. After that, Fang Sui told them how to leave the Mother of Life. The Ancient Saint and the Queen of Hunting hurriedly led their men to land on a Source of Life star, while Fang Sui stayed in the Mother of Life, patiently waiting for a while, and finally landed on the Purple Ring star. In fact, Fang Sui's friendship with the Ancient Saint was not very deep. But this time, after all, it was a reunion of old friends in a different place, and both of them were somewhat happy. The scene of them recognizing each other was fine for others, but the group of men and women who led Fang Sui here all curled their lips, and said in their hearts that it was bad luck, and thought at the same time, this kid actually knows the Ancient Saint, otherwise he would definitely lose his life today. These people did not expect that, if Fang Sui had not known the Ancient Saint, they would most likely fall to the ground and wail. After a brief greeting, the Ancient Sage looked Fang Sui up and down, thinking that Fang Sui was captured by his men, and he was thin and lifeless, which showed that he was very unhappy, and in a miserable situation. He thought of the friendship between them and should take better care of him. So he patted Fang Sui on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, no one will bully my friends in this prison city. Just follow me." Fang Sui pursed his lips and said nothing. At this time, someone hurried in from outside and reported to the ancient sage with excitement, "The man is coming soon." Chapter 259, Indistinguishable from the crowd, please recommend. When the ancient sage heard this, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes, and he waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates. Turning back, he continued to talk to Fang Sui, and the two talked about what happened after they separated that year. The ancient saint said, "At that time, the Queen Hunter and I left the Mother of Life and landed on a life source star. The intelligent life on that star was still in the early stages of evolution. Their fighting style was very primitive, but quite powerful. They were very repulsive to outsiders like us, and often fought with us. Our men were constantly killed and wounded, but the Queen Hunter and I cooperated with each other, and our foundation was always gradually consolidated." The ancient saint seemed to be trapped in a mood of reminiscence, and said in a slow voice, "Although the environment at that time was difficult, for those of us who have lived in the Mother of Life since birth, and have never seen the outside world, every blade of grass, and every tree on that star, was no different from a miracle to us. The days were tense but fulfilling, and no one felt bitter." At this time, a trace of hatred gradually appeared on his face. Unfortunately, things changed quickly. There were foreign cosmic pioneers who landed on the star we were on, and captured us, and the indigenous races on that star as slaves. Except for me, the Queen Hunter, and a few powerful tribesmen, all the others were killed in the process of resistance. The cosmic pioneers mentioned by the ancient sage are a general term for a group of cultivators in the five directions domain. They can also be called cosmic adventurers. Some adventurers do secretly capture natives on remote life source stars and trade them as slaves to make huge profits. The ancient sage said again, "After the Queen of Hunting and I were captured, we hid in secret and seized the opportunity to kill several people in the team that captured us. We successfully escaped, but the few remaining tribesmen also died tragically while helping us escape." He added, "In the end, we still couldn't escape the fate of being captured. Fortunately, it caused a lot of alarm at the time. Some people knew that we were being sold as slaves and were victims ourselves. Our killing was in self-defense, so we were not executed after being captured and were imprisoned in this prison city." After speaking, he smiled bitterly and turned his gaze to Fang Sui again. Fang Sui's current appearance was ordinary, and it was obvious that he was far inferior to Gusheng. It seemed that his situation in the past few years was also bad. Gusheng did not ask too many questions and comforted him with a sense of loyalty. "Since we have met, your situation will definitely get better." Fang Sui said helplessly, "Some things are not what you think." At this time, the other people in the room were also looking at Fang Sui, some with envy, some with contempt, but they looked down on Fang Sui's attempt to refute in such a miserable situation, and thought that Fang Sui's character was problematic. Gusheng also thought that Fang Sui was just trying to save face, and was unwilling to admit his difficult situation. Seeing that everyone in the room looked at Fang Sui with different expressions, the ancient saint said, "You don't know that, although Fang Sui looks bad now, when I met him, his cultivation was not inferior to mine. I was able to get out of a place thanks to him. In fact, I owe him a favor." Everyone around thought that the ancient saint was just speaking well for Fang Sui to save his face, and no one took his words seriously. At this time, the ancient saint said to Fang Sui, "One of my subordinates came in to report earlier. Did you see it?" Fang Sui nodded. The ancient sage said mysteriously, "Do you know that in this prison, sometimes people from outside come in to rescue people, right? Once you are chosen, you will have a chance to get out." Fang Sui thought to himself, "I'm here to rescue people." Seeing Fang Sui was silent, the ancient sage thought he didn't know much, and explained, "Anyone who can come in to rescue people is a person with extremely powerful identity and background. Once they are favored by them, not only can they get out of here, but their identity and status will also be different. So it is a great thing to be chosen and get out of here." Fang Sui said, "Could it be that someone comes and wants to choose you to get out?" The ancient sage shook his head and said, "That's not the case, but I have my own power here, and I have information about a lot of prisoners. Some of those who come in to rescue people will ask me for help, and I can take the opportunity to get a lot of benefits." After speaking, he happily stood up and said to Fang Sui, "Let's go. There is a strong man from outside coming in to rescue people. I will take you to see it, so that you can see the people cultivated by the real big forces. TSK, that person is a second level strongman at a young age." He looked at Fang Sui again and said with regret, "It's a pity that you don't look good now and your eyes are dull. Otherwise, I recommend you to go out and try. Maybe you can be noticed and get out of here." At this time, there were many people around, and Fang Sui was not convenient to tell his true identity and the purpose of coming in. He changed the subject and said, "You haven't told me how the Queen of Hunting is now?" Gu Sheng said, "The Queen of Hunting is also here. You will see it in a while. She is also in charge of a lot of power here, and she controls a lot of prisoners. The two of us usually unite to resist some difficult and powerful opponents in this prison." At this time, Fang Sui, Gu Sheng, and his men had walked out of the prison-like building where they hid and came to the front of the building to line up and set up a large-scale welcoming formation. On the street in front of them, a few people were walking over, surrounded by a group of people like stars supporting the moon. The leader was a handsome young man wearing a silver white robe, dressed spotlessly, with a slightly thin face and a conceited expression. The young man's eyes sparkled, and his aura was very powerful. He was obviously the person who had entered here to rescue people, as the ancient saint said. He and Fang Sui chose to enter the prison in a secret way, which was obviously different. He came in a high-profile manner, without any reservations. Fang Sui stood beside the ancient saint and looked at the young man's behavior from a distance. He thought that this man came so ostentatiously that it was impossible for him to find the real good materials hidden among the prisoners. He was just recruiting a few cannon fodder. The rescue of people was so unskilled that it was obvious that this man himself was not very good. There were several people accompanying the oncoming young man. Among them was a charming woman with a tall figure and a tight black leather outfit. The seductive body lines were outlined vividly, with smooth curves and seductive postures in every move, attracting the attention of people from far and near. The arrogant young man in the lead also seemed to be a little different from this woman. He ignored others, but took the initiative to talk to this woman. The two of them walked along, talking and laughing happily, and the atmosphere was harmonious. The woman was another old friend of Fang Sui, the Queen of Hunting whom he had met on the Mother of Life that year. She looked the same as she did back then, graceful and fair-skinned, a one-in-a-million beauty. At this time, the ancient sage whispered to Fang Sui, "The young man who came over is called Nalan, an outstanding figure trained by a big force outside, and this is the second time he has come to us to select people. When he came last time, he showed a strong interest in the Queen of Hunting. I think the Queen of Hunting also wants to hook up with this young man and take the opportunity to go out, and the two of them are flirting with each other." As the ancient sage spoke, the people on the opposite side quickly approached. The ancient sage took a step forward and greeted the leading young man. "Nalan, it wasn't long since you last came. We wholeheartedly welcome you to come again so soon." Nalan looked reserved, nodded lightly and said, "I'm participating in battles outside day and night, and the personnel of the team organized by my command are consumed very quickly, so I came to pick a few more people." Then his tone became heavier, and he continued, "I hope you can recommend some good stuff to me this time. The two people I chose here last time were of too poor a standard. After they went out, they both died tragically before the battle was over. If you are only this kind of stuff here in the future, don't even think about me coming a third time." The ancient sage's face flashed with anger. Few people dared to talk to him in such a tone that was almost a scolding, but now he had something to ask of Nalan after all. Besides, although the ancient sage looked glorious and led a group of prisoners, he was still a prisoner. Therefore, the anger on his face disappeared as soon as it appeared, and he said to Nalan calmly, "I will definitely satisfy you this time. Let's go in and talk." After Nalan approached, Fang Sui looked at the Queen Hunter beside him. A look of surprise suddenly flashed across the Queen Hunter's eyes, and it was obvious that she had recognized Fang Sui, but she quickly regained her composure after looking Fang Sui up and down, and then she quietly turned her eyes away without any intention of chatting with Fang Sui. These changes all happened at the moment when the two looked at each other, and naturally could not be hidden from Fang Sui's eyes. The two of them were not close friends at the beginning, but when they met at this time, the Queen Hunter did not talk to him, and Fang Sui just laughed it off. He could also imagine that, if he was like Nalan at this time, revealing his identity and going directly into the prison to pick someone, the Queen Hunter would definitely treat him differently. There is nothing more fickle than this. At this time, the group walked into the building that Fang Sui had just come out of. The Queen Hunter and Nalan were walking in front of him, chatting and laughing happily. However, the ancient saint thought that the Queen Hunter had not recognized Fang Sui yet, so he found an opportunity to approach the Queen Hunter and whisper a few words, obviously telling the Queen Hunter about Fang Sui's identity. The Queen of Hunt just shook her head slightly, never looking back at Fang Sui, and quickly followed Nalan into the building. At this time, Fang Sui asked the ancient saint, who was a little behind, if he knew a person who was born with a ghost face and a fierce aura. The ancient saint thought for a while and said, I have heard of such a person, but he is quite strange and his whereabouts are erratic. If he does not show up on his own initiative, it is not easy to find him. Fang Sui frowned and said, then I will go out for a walk and come back to find you later. The ancient saint said, I will send someone to follow you, which can save you a lot of trouble. Fang Sui agreed, and the ancient saint called over a person beside him, who was the leader of the group of men and women who brought Fang Sui here before. After that, Fang Sui left with this person and walked around on the streets of the prison city. At this time, the ancient sage just walked into his room and heard Nalan, who had entered earlier, casually asked the hunting queen, do you know the person who followed the ancient sage before? The hunting queen raised her hand to gather her hair, showing her delicate side profile just right, and smiled. Well, we had a weak relationship before. The man was called Fang Sui. When I first met him, his performance was really amazing. But when I saw him again this time, I was disappointed. He looked downcast and had become just like everyone else. After the hunting queen finished speaking, she saw that Nalan's face looked very strange after hearing what he said, and she asked, Fang Sui, you said the man before was called Fang Sui. Please recommend, where are you? Chapter 260, Unexpected Shock, please recommend. The hunting queen was surprised and said, yes, his name is Fang Sui. Why? Nalan had some doubts on his face, so he laughed and said, no, maybe I was wrong. Maybe we just have the same name. Seeing the hunting queen's puzzled face, he explained, you know I'm from Universe City, right? The hunting queen smiled before she spoke, well, you told me last time that you would take me to Universe City if you had the chance, but it hasn't come true yet. Nalan said, don't worry, my words will count. He continued, there are many major forces in Universe City where I am. Every once in a while, these major forces will jointly hold a cultivation assessment called the Death Game. The hunting queen said, the joint assessment held by the major forces must be an extremely grand event, and the scene must be very grand. Nalan said proudly, of course. Last time, the major forces used a life source star as the assessment venue for the assessment. You can imagine what the scene was like. The outstanding cultivators under the command of the major forces fought and competed in an ancient city on that star, and finally the rankings were determined. The ancient saint also came over at this time. Hearing this, he and the Queen of Hunting exchanged a glance. They were indeed shocked by what Nalan said, that he would use a star as a venue just for a test. Both of them were very insightful. After seeing Nalan mention the ranking of the cultivators of the major forces, they stopped talking and quickly followed Nalan's tone and asked, Nalan, you have an outstanding cultivation. You must have achieved an excellent ranking? In fact, the two had already guessed before asking that Nalan deliberately paused after mentioning the ranking and waited for people to ask. It was obvious that he wanted to take the opportunity to show off. It was thought that his ranking must be very high. In addition, Nalan was such a young second level strongman, and he was also the only one that the ancient saints had ever seen. According to their analysis, given Nalan's outstanding level, his ranking should be among the top 3 or 5 in the cultivation tests held by the major forces. The next moment, Nalan said with some reserve and pride, "You are right. During the entire assessment process, I ranked 29th in the joint ranking of all major forces, which is within the top 30. The Queen of Hunting and the Ancient Sage were both stunned. It was only 29th, which was much lower than they had expected. But looking at Nalan's proud and self-confident look, this 29th ranking was obviously an excellent result. At this time, Nalan chuckled and said, "Guess what is the name of the cultivator who ranked first in the joint assessment of all major forces?" If Nalan didn't ask, the Queen of Hunting and the Ancient Sage would certainly not be able to guess such an answer without any scope, but when he asked in this situation, the result was obvious. The two said in unison, "Is it also called Fang Sui?" Nalan laughed and said, "What a coincidence, it is Fang Sui." The Queen of Hunting and the Ancient Sage were stunned when they heard the words, but after thinking about it, they both showed a trace of relief. It is obvious that Fang Sui, who has been ranked first in the joint ranking of all the major forces, is obviously a genius who far exceeds Nalan in front of him, and must be radiant. This kind of person really cannot be combined with Fang Sui, who looked depressed and miserable, whom they just met. One of them is a genius ranked first in the joint ranking of all the major forces, and the other is a prisoner in this prison, who needs to rely on the protection of the Ancient Saint. The more you think about it, the less similar they are. If you judge them as the same person, just because of the same name, it is really a bit of a stretch. Therefore, the Queen of Hunting and the Ancient Saint thought for a moment, and knew that this should be a misunderstanding, and shook their heads at the same time. The Queen of Hunting said casually, "It seems that they really have the same name. It's a bit coincidental, but it's not a rare thing." Then the three of them stopped entangled in this topic, and started to talk about the relevant issues of Nalan coming to select people. At this time, the crystal-like round in the sky above the prison city evolved into a bright moon, spreading the magic power creation with a bright light like water, slowly falling behind the floating prison temple, and the light converged and disappeared. The entire prison city fell into darkness at this moment. The crystal moon created by the magic power fell behind the temple, which meant that the night of the prison city was over, and the dawn was about to come. The next moment, a golden light suddenly bloomed in the darkness that enveloped the entire prison city. The light became brighter and brighter, and finally dispelled the darkness. Behind the prison temple, there was another golden crystal-like magic power creation, which evolved into a scorching sun, and the light appeared brightly, just like the sun was born. The day in the prison fell. Fang Sui stood on the street, looking up at the scorching sun rising from behind the temple, and was amazed. After coming to the 5 Directions domain, all the strange things he saw, if understood as the inevitable product of a highly evolved civilization, then the advanced level of evolution of the 5 Directions domain is indeed worthy of being called the origin of all civilizations, and it is indeed far beyond the cognition of ordinary people. Fang Sui retracted his gaze from the scorching sun above, and walked forward on the street again, followed closely by the entourage, arranged by the Ancient Saint. This man is called Lan Ke. He knows everything about the prison city. No matter what Fang Sui asks, as long as it is related to the prison city, this man can answer fluently. In addition, he is obviously a familiar face in the nearby area, so most of the prisoners he meets along the way know him, which avoids Fang Sui from many unnecessary troubles. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud bang on the street. It turned out that 2 groups of prisoners were fighting on the street. With the sound of the collision, many people fell in a pool of blood. Such scenes can be seen everywhere in the prison city. Such scenes intersect to form the chaotic atmosphere of the entire prison city, which vividly interprets the negative emotions shared by intelligent races such as killing and fighting. Lan Ke, who was beside Fang Sui, saw the chaotic scene on the street. His face was full of excitement, and he kept screaming like a lunatic. Fang Sui shook his head secretly, and once again looked at the golden sun created by the energy crystal and the array above. His heart moved slightly, and then for the first time after his magic power was sealed, he tried to push the sun in his sea of consciousness, to swallow and spit firepower, and remotely sense the sun in the sky. Fang Sui did this not on impulse, but because he thought of several new magical powers that appeared on the second page of the Sun Golden Sutra after he broke through the second level. One of them was to use the light of the sun in the sky to detect and sense the various changes that occurred on the ground within a certain range. Fang Sui wanted to try this to see if it could help him find the trace of the reincarnated Yama. At this moment, when Fang Sui just urged the power in his body to run, something wonderful happened. Deep in the sun in his sea of consciousness, the Sun Golden Sutra vibrated slightly, and a golden sun symbol jumped out, instantly breaking through the thunder chain that bound the sun in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the two suns in the sea of consciousness were ignited together, bursting out with overwhelming light and firepower, burning the thunder chain that was wrapped around the sun into nothingness. A surge of fierce firepower flowed through Fang Sui's body, and his strength was fully restored. At the same moment, the scorching sun in the sea of consciousness was trying to generate a sense of ki with the sun above the prison city. Unfortunately, the sun hanging above the prison city was a virtual sun like a magical creation, and it did not have complete solar rules. Therefore, although Fang Sui relied on the scorching sun and the sea of consciousness to generate a weak ki connection with the sun above the prison city, he was unable to successfully activate the magical power recorded in the Sun Golden Sutra, called the Eye of the Scorching Sun, to achieve the purpose of searching for various changes within a certain range. However, there was an unexpected change at this moment. The change came from two objects on Fang Sui's body, which were quietly vibrating. The next moment, Fang Sui restrained his own strength, and the scorching sun fire in the sea of consciousness was extinguished again. The magic soul confinement ring on his wrist once again derived thunder chains, which sealed the power in his body. Fang Sui began to check the two objects that had just vibrated. Soon, a strange look appeared on his face. One of the two vibrating objects was a dark green energy crystal formed from the remaining drop of demon blood after he refined the ancient demon phantom not long ago. After refining the ancient demon phantom, Fang Sui collected this crystal and placed it in the storage space of his identity nameplate until it suddenly vibrated. After Fang Sui checked it, he thought for a while and gradually showed a hint of coldness on his face. This demon blood came from Yan Wulian. The moment it vibrated before, it seemed that it was inductively sensing something of the same origin. Fang Sui then began to check the other thing that had just vibrated. It was a mysterious bone tablet with a totem of the Ghost King engraved from the body of the Great Witch Master of Bashu Ghost Village that he had obtained for a long time when he was on Earth. Fang Sui had studied this thing many times, but he could not find out the secret. Its surface was always covered with a colorful and constantly changing halo. Fang Sui could not even see the true face of this thing clearly. At this moment, the strange dominoes suddenly vibrated, which really surprised Fang Sui. He frowned and pondered as he walked forward. The series of processes that Fang Sui had previously activated the power in his body were all carried out inside his body, so Lion Ke, who was walking beside him, was unaware of it. At this time, Lion Ke saw Fang Sui walking around the city aimlessly, and he felt a little impatient, thinking to himself, just because you know the ancient sage boss, you let me walk around with you like a follower, which is really unreasonable. Due to the order of the ancient saint, he did not dare to express his dissatisfaction with Fang Sui directly, but just asked, "Hey, you are wandering here, do you have any purpose? Tell me, I can take you there." After waiting for a while, Fang Sui did not respond. Lion Ke raised his voice and said, "If you go forward, you will be out of the sphere of influence of the ancient saint. If you encounter trouble at that time, it will be difficult to deal with. Besides, it is not far from the time when the chaos time held every once in a while in the prison city begins. We'd better go back quickly." While Lion Ke was speaking, Fang Sui sensed the mysterious dominoes vibrating again. His eyes lit up slightly, and thoughts flashed in his mind. What is the reason for the continuous vibration of these dominoes in the prison city? Recommended. Where are you please? Chapter 261 The Final Clues. Subscription request. I'll say it again. Chaos time is about to begin. If you don't go back quickly, you'll die. It's really unlucky. I received an unlucky order to protect you. Lion Ke yelled again. Fang Sui was thinking about the reason why the dominoes kept shaking. so he didn't have time to pay attention to him. Lion Ke was still chattering about the dangers of chaos time once it started and urged Fang Sui to go back. Fang Sui said casually, "What exactly does chaos time refer to?" Lion Ke's eyes widened, and he was obviously very surprised that Fang Sui would ask such a question, and said, "How long have you been in the prison city? You don't even know what chaos time is." Fang Sui made up a lie. "I just came in the day before yesterday." Lion Ke suddenly realized, "So you just came in, no wonder you are still alive and well. When I first met you, I was almost fooled by your words. I thought you were an old prisoner in the prison city." So you are quite smart and lucky. If you hadn't met the ancient sage, someone like you would never survive a few days in the prison city and would end up dying tragically. He added, "Chaos time is an activity held in the prison city every few days, about 4 or 5 hours each time. During this time, the entire prison city will be out of control. That is to say, no matter what we do, the guards in the imprisonment temple above will not interfere. Do you understand?" Fang Sui said, "It's already very chaotic here at ordinary times, and it will only be more chaotic by then." Lion Ke sneered, "Ha. You make it sound easy. The chaos and danger at that time are beyond your imagination." Fang Sui asked, "What is the purpose of holding chaos time?" Lion Ke said, "It is said that it is to allow the prisoners in the city to vent their negative emotions at will. By holding chaos time, these negative emotions can be concentrated and vented. In normal times, the entire prison city will be easier to manage." Fang Sui thought that this system is still reasonable and effective in prisons. Giving prisoners a fixed time to vent their anger, these prisoners can probably be calm for a while. Even if they have anger again, they can endure it until the next chaos time to vent. This is indeed good for normal management. However, there are advantages and disadvantages to doing this. It will make people completely degenerate and advocate killing. It is equivalent to completely releasing the wildness in the heart. If you have experienced several chaos time, it is easy to get deeply trapped in it and habitually use violence to solve any problems you face, just like a beast, losing your humanity. Fang Sui looked up at the prison temple above, wondering what the believers of the prison god who live there were planning to hold this activity called chaos time. While Fang Sui was analyzing in his mind, he kept walking along a steel-paved street. There were many prisoners on the street, and they kept crossing with Fang Sui. Perhaps because Lion Ke was following him, most of the prisoners who passed by had unfriendly faces, but they did not take the initiative to cause trouble. Lion Ke gradually became a little irritated and said anxiously, "The chaos time is about to begin. Are you going back? I tell you, if the chaos time really starts, I can't take care of you. If you are killed, you can only blame yourself for being stupid." At this time, there were signs of chaos on the street. Many prisoners were either in groups or facing each other. Everyone's eyes were getting fiercer, but the originally noisy street became quiet. For a while, the entire prison city was filled with tension and depression before the storm. Lion Ke frequently turned his head to look at the surrounding environment, obviously preparing to find a favorable fighting position once the chaos started. At this time, a group of people walked out slowly on a street ahead. Some of them had very ferocious faces and were covered with flesh. When the group saw Lion Ke from a distance, their eyes lit up, and they changed direction and approached quickly. Lion Ke's face suddenly changed, and he stepped forward and grabbed Fang Sui's arm, saying, "This time, you, a fool, killed me. We have already walked out of the sphere of influence of the ancient sage. The group coming over there are the subordinates of another powerful prisoner who is opposed to the ancient sage. Some of them are very difficult to deal with, and now they are targeting us. Let's go." Lion Ke dragged Fang Sui while speaking, preparing to flee. Fang Sui smiled motionlessly and said, "Actually, I have always had a question to ask you. How did you know that my strength was low? We didn't fight." Lion Ke didn't expect Fang Sui to have the leisure to ask questions at this time. He was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, "Isn't this simple? Your eyes are dull and your face is full of bad luck. Which strong man would look like you?" After saying that, he exerted force on his hands, still trying to drag Fang Sui away. He did not abandon Fang Sui and escape alone, which was a sign of loyalty. Fang Sui was a little surprised. He touched his face and said, "Don't worry, you won't die, even if those people come. I'll ask them a question, and then we'll decide whether to go or stay." In a blink of an eye, a group of people from the opposite side approached. There were more than 10 people, both men and women. Because everyone in this prison city was wearing a soul confinement ring before entering, their power was confined and degraded to the level of an apostle. A few of them did not even reach the level of an apostle, and were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. In this way, fighting in this prison city really looked like a fight between hooligans. Some of the people who came over were holding knives, sticks and other utensils in their hands, and they were covered in blood. Obviously, these people had committed crimes not long ago. After several people came over, they surrounded Fang Sui and Lion Ke in the middle, with contempt on their faces. They looked at Fang Sui and Lion Ke as if they were two lambs, full of cruelty and a kind of perverted excitement, before they were about to take action. After this group of people appeared, they just glanced at Fang Sui, and then they didn't look at him anymore, just stared at Lion Ke with a fierce face. Lion Ke was actually quite frightened in his heart. Fang Sui could even feel this guy pulling one of his hands, which was trembling slightly, but he was holding on, so outsiders couldn't see it. When Fang Sui was secretly amused, a man with a centipede-like hideous scar on his face, who was the leader of the dozen people opposite, said sarcastically, "It's rare to see a coward like you, Lion Ke, alone. Especially when the chaotic time is about to begin, you dare to appear on the street alone. Are you planning to commit suicide?" Several people around laughed in unison, and someone asked, "Lion Ke, who is the idiot you are pulling?" Lion Ke's heart was beating like a drum, but his face remained calm, and he said, "This man is a friend of our ancient saint. If you dare to hurt him, ancient saint will never let you go." Lion Ke's words seemed to be threatening his opponent, but in fact he had exposed his cowardice. The group of people on the opposite side laughed and said in unison, "Lion Ke, don't scare people with the name of the ancient sage. We may not be afraid if the ancient sage comes in person. Besides, during the chaotic time, no matter what happens, it is stipulated that no investigation will be conducted afterwards. How dare the ancient sage violate it? Lion Ke, you are dead today." "Ha, that's right. Lion Ke, kneel down." The centipede-faced man who was in the lead suddenly shouted, and then turned his gaze to Fang Sui, "Kneel down too." Fang Sui said leisurely, "Don't worry about kneeling. I want to ask you something. Who of you knows? I have energy crystals to give you." The people on the opposite side were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Someone said with great joy, "Lion Ke, where did you find a fool?" The others laughed wildly, and the centipede-faced man held back his laughter and said, "Don't laugh first. Listen to what stupid questions this fool will ask." He said to Fang Sui, "Ask it." Fang Sui was not polite, and said, "Does anyone know a person who was born with a ghost face and a fierce aura?" "Born with a ghost face? Are there people like this? I haven't seen one, but we are sure that we will beat you into a ghost face that everyone is afraid of." Unfortunately, it's not born, so it can't be considered a natural ghost face. As these people shouted, a strange voice rang out in the prison temple above the prison city. The voice was very low and weak at first, but it became louder and louder, until it was sharp and piercing. It also conveyed a wave of destruction and chaos, which made people feel irritated and uneasy after hearing it. The voice rang 3 times before it suddenly stopped. Lion Ke beside Fang Sui groaned and said in despair, "It's over. The time of chaos has begun. This time it's really dead." At the same time, the centipede-scarred face among the people who surrounded them stretched out his hand and waved lightly, grinning, "Go, skin them alive for me, and pull their skin off for me." Bang. 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 Before the centipede-faced man finished speaking, Fang Sui's face suddenly showed a rugged look and he suddenly attacked. He did not activate the imprisoned magic power, but only use the same apostle level power as these people. Even so, these people are still far from being his opponents. And precisely because he can only use the power of the apostle level, this time the fight is more intense and direct, and every punch hits the flesh. The sound of cracking and breaking rang out repeatedly. Fang Sui's mobility is extremely erratic, which is completely beyond the control of the people around him. It seems that a ghost flashes by, and his attack is extremely ruthless. Between punching and kicking, every blow contains an indestructible and fierce force. Anyone who is attacked by him will feel unbearable pain in his body after a flash of his eyes, and he will fall over and break his bones. This battle started quickly and ended quickly. Like a wind sweeping fallen leaves, Fang Sui's men had no enemies who could match him. It was only a few breaths. More than 10 opponents in the field were not spared. All were knocked down, and no one could stand up on their own. Among them, the centipede face was the leader, and Fang Sui's punch was as fast as lightning. He broke his throat bone with one blow. With a clear sound of bone cracking, he died miserably with an unbelievable face. Such a result was really unexpected. Lion Ke stared at Fang Sui in a daze. After a long while, he stammered incoherently, "You are so powerful. Does the ancient sage know?" At this time, the streets were in complete chaos, and the sound of fighting could be heard everywhere. The prisoners lying on the ground around Fang Sui made everyone see that he was not easy to mess with, so his position was quite comfortable for a while. Suddenly, Fang Sui sensed the vibration of the mysterious dominoes for the third time. Unlike the previous 2 times, the vibration of the dominoes this time seemed to be echoing with an unknown wave in a certain direction. Fang Sui's eyes were like a hawk, and he turned his head to look in the direction that was echoing with the dominoes. He had already vaguely guessed what was echoing with the dominoes in that direction. Recommended vote quickly. Chapter 262. Big surprise. In the prison city hidden deep underground in the ancient mining star, the chaotic time has already begun for nearly an hour. The city is in chaos, as if the end of the world has come. Fighting and killing can be seen everywhere on the streets. The whole city is filled with fighting, roaring, and rape. Everyone's negative emotions are magnified, and violence is rampant. The streets are crowded and frantic. However, in this chaos, there is a figure floating like lightning, easily interspersed in the crowd of fighting and killing, with precise and effective movements, not wasting a single bit of strength, in a nearly straight trajectory, moving unswervingly in a certain direction. A little further behind this figure, there is another figure chasing closely. Unfortunately, even if the figure behind tries its best, it still can't keep up with the speed of the figure in front. Seeing that the figure in front is getting farther and farther away, it is about to disappear. The figure behind couldn't help but shout across the air, "Hey, that, master, wait for me. The ancient saint asked me to protect you. No, it should be you who should take me with you. Protect me. Hey, master, wait." However, the figure in front of him disappeared cleanly and neatly behind a building in the distance, without a trace. The person chasing him stopped dejectedly and muttered in disappointment, "It's really strange. Who could have thought that he would be so powerful?" Speaking of which, he was wandering aimlessly on the street before, but now he has identified a direction and is moving straight. His performance is completely different before and after. What is his purpose? The 2 figures in front and behind are naturally Fang Sui and Lion Ke. At this time, Fang Sui was rushing away, following the wave that echoed with the dominoes in the distance and pursuing its source. He had actually told Lion Ke to go back to the ancient saint, but when Lion Ke suddenly saw Fang Sui's skills, he subconsciously chased after him. It was not until this time that he could not catch up and stopped helplessly. Lion Ke had been chasing Fang Sui for a while. He stopped on a street surrounded by prisoners who were fighting or destroying and venting their anger. The surrounding area was really dangerous. Although Lion Ke was unwilling, he didn't dare to stay on the street for long. He could either return to the original route or continue to follow the direction where Fang Sui disappeared. It was uncertain whether he could catch up with Fang Sui. Lion Ke's face turned red and white, and he was a little hesitant. He turned around and walked a few steps back. After all, he was unwilling. Then he turned back, gritted his teeth, and insisted on chasing the direction where Fang Sui disappeared. He didn't have Fang Sui's ability to cross the prison city, so he was cautious and dodged along the way, which made people feel interesting. On the other side, Fang Sui's figure was erratic, and he walked like flying. In the chaotic prison city, his ghostly and silent, yet swift and flashing way of moving was actually not conspicuous. However, For some people who want to find his whereabouts, it is not difficult to find that in the prison temple floating above the prison city. There are 3 people standing in a temple, staring at a monitoring array image of the prison city below, watching intently. The image shows Fang Sui's figure moving in and out of the city. Among these 3 people, one has a handsome face, shining eyes, and a high spirit. He wears a cold silver robe and stands with his hands behind his back, with an arrogant posture. He is a young man, Yu Xiangsheng. He stares at Fang Sui moving in the array image, with some cat and mouse mockery in his eyes. The 2 people next to him, one is tall and strong, with a violent breath, naked upper body, densely covered with hideous scars, and looks extremely ferocious. The other figure is thin and tall, wearing a black robe, like a clergyman, with most of his face covered in the dim light in the room, so that the whole person's temperament is a bit cold. What is particularly eye-catching is that on the black robe at the chest of this person, there is a chain that keeps spinning, clanging, like a spirit snake swallowing and swimming, which looks very intimidating. At this time, the thin figure in the divine robe stared at Fang Sui in the picture and said in a hoarse voice, "Is it him?" Yu Xiangsheng smiled calmly and said, "Well, what does the deputy chief priest think of this Fang Sui?" The thin figure in a black robe, who was called the deputy chief priest by Yu Xiangsheng, was silent for a moment, and then said in a cold voice, "Look at the way he moves. Every step is precise, as if it has been measured, which shows how meticulous his control over his body is." From this, it can be inferred that Fang Sui's cultivation is not bad. Yu Xiangsheng nodded and said nothing. The deputy high priest changed the subject and continued, "But since he has entered the prison city and his magic power has been imprisoned, he is equivalent to a useless person. You suggested that I activate the power of the temple to kill him. That is overdoing it. If you want to execute this man, I have plenty of ways to do it easily." At this time, the other figure, who had never spoken and was the tallest among the 3, chuckled and agreed, "It's indeed an overdoing it. It's better for me to enter the prison city and kill this man. It's very simple." Yu Xiangsheng smiled and said, "No matter what, Fang Sui comes from a powerful force. In order to prevent someone from pursuing him later, we should always be careful. And I propose to activate the power of the temple to kill him. The purpose is to destroy his soul and spirit, so that I can relieve the hatred in my heart." After hearing this, the deputy high priest said, "Don't worry, he entered the prison city, and he was looking for death. Kedge, you go and arrange it." The tall man on the side, Kedge, bowed and left silently. Yu Xiangsheng thought for a while. "I think the deputy chief priest should make preparations. If this Kedge fails to kill Fang Sui, he can make up for it in time and immediately activate the power of the temple to kill him." The deputy chief priest glanced at Yu Xiangsheng. "Fang Sui has entered the prison city and his magic power has been restricted. In my eyes, he is no different from an ordinary prisoner, just an ant. Sometimes being cautious is a good thing, but being too cautious will lose the spirit of forging ahead. You are a little too cautious this time." After a pause, he said, "I know that you always pay attention to foolproofness in doing things, and you always like to make multiple preparations. However, this time you are really worrying too much. When he comes to this prison, he will be like a bird with broken wings, and he will definitely die." Yu Xiangsheng laughed and said, "That's right, and I'm not the only one who wants to kill him. Even if Kedge fails, it doesn't matter. We are here." It's a lively scene to watch. In the prison city, Fang Sui almost crossed half of the prison city in the next 2 hours. Finally, he stopped in front of a building. This building was still in the shape of a prison. It was square and looked like a huge steel box. Although the prison city was inhabited by prisoners, it had everything that the outside cities had. The prison-style building that Fang Sui saw at this time was a place similar to the tea house or restaurant in the outside cities. This kind of business place appeared in a prison, which was somewhat inconsistent. It can be imagined that in the prison city, such a place is considered a luxury. Usually, only powerful people among the prisoners can come in and sit down. This tea house in the prison is one of the few quiet places in the entire prison city at this time. Other places are in chaos, but this place is quite peaceful. No one comes to fight, which seems a bit special. Fang Sui stopped here, of course, not because he was tired from traveling, and was ready to rest and drink tea, but because he followed the energy that echoed with the dominoes and traced it all the way here, he narrowed his eyes and stood outside the building for a moment before he stepped inside. The interior was very quiet and spacious. It was not elegantly decorated, but it was fully equipped with tables and chairs, and it was quiet. In the prison city, where there was chaos and fighting outside, it was like an outdoor paradise. There was no guest here at this time, only a young looking guy with a handsome appearance, sitting quietly not far from the entrance. After Fang Sui came in, he glanced and frowned secretly. He came here following a wave of energy all the way. He originally associated the origin of the reincarnated Yamareluo based on the vibration of the dominoes. UK King once said that the reincarnated Yamareluo came from the underworld tribe in the ancient tribal forces and had the bloodline inheritance of Yamareluo. The mysterious dominoes in Fang Sui's hand were engraved with a totem of the true appearance of the Ghost King that Fang Sui could not see clearly. Fang Sui thought of the commonality between the two. With a slight thought, he hurried all the way here. He was 80% sure in his heart that the person who was connected to the dominoes was probably the reincarnated Yamareluo he was looking for. But when he walked in, he immediately found that the young man in front of him and the dominoes had a sense of each other. However, Fang Sui could confirm that the young man had no disguise and was born with such a beautiful and quiet appearance. In other words, this man was not the reincarnation of Yama. According to UK King, the reincarnation of Yama was born with a ghost face, extremely ferocious, nearly 10 feet tall, and extremely powerful. UK King could not make mistakes in these basic physical information, not to mention that one of the people she sent in had seen the reincarnation of Yama in the prison city, so the information about the reincarnation of Yama could be confirmed to be correct. For this reason, Fang Sui determined that the young man in front of him was not disguised and concluded that he was not the reincarnation of Yama. Fang Sui came with enthusiasm, but things were not as he expected. He must have been a little disappointed, but there must be something strange about this young man who could cause the dominoes to vibrate. Fang Sui had an impression in his heart, thinking that the main task for now was still to find the reincarnated Yama, but after finding the reincarnated Yama, he might as well find out more about the young man. At this time, the young man found someone coming to the door, walked over politely, and asked Fang Sui if he needed anything. Fang Sui hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, I have something to do today, I'll come another day." After that, he turned and walked out. The young man behind him lowered his head, respectfully sent Fang Sui to the door, and said softly in a very quiet, even almost restrained and humble manner, "Excuse me, are you looking for the reincarnated Yama? If so, you don't have to go any further, I'm you. Have a nice weekend everyone." Chapter 263 Reincarnation of Yama. In the prison city, in a strange shop that looked like a tea house or a tavern, the waiter said softly, "I'm the reincarnated Yama." Although the voice was soft, it sounded no less than a sudden thunder in Fang Sui's ears. Fang Sui was always calm and composed, but he was also very surprised at this moment. He was stunned for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He did not speak, but just stopped his steps to leave, and returned to the shop naturally, chose a seat, and sat down leisurely. Then he looked at the waiter again, and the look in his eyes had changed from surprise to interest. The waiter's behavior was also strange. He was no longer as humble as before. He sat steadily opposite Fang Sui, his back slightly raised, and his momentum changed drastically in an instant. His face was still so handsome and quiet, but it gave people a sense of unparalleled power, as if there were mountains ahead. The two looked at each other across the table, and neither spoke. After a while, Fang Sui spoke first. "You surprised me a little." The young man, or more accurately, the reincarnated Yama, smiled silently. Suddenly, Fang Sui changed the subject and said, "Because of the great changes you have encountered, your blood power has degenerated, and you can no longer maintain the appearance of a natural ghost face, so you show the appearance of an ordinary person at this time. Am I right? If the meeting between the two can be likened to a non-combat contact and confrontation, then Fang Sui's failure to recognize that the young man was the reincarnated Yama was equivalent to falling into a disadvantage invisibly. Of course, the reason why he fell into a disadvantage and did not recognize that the young man was the reincarnated Yama was very complicated. There was a preconceived idea that the reincarnated Yama should be a natural ghost face, and there was also a reason that he was caught off guard and was prepared by the reincarnated Yama. But it is undeniable that Fang Sui did fall into a passive situation in this first meeting between the two. However, Fang Sui's words were as sharp as a knife, and he suddenly revealed the reason why the reincarnated Yama looked like an ordinary person. It was easy to say, but in such a short time, to make an accurate judgment, the wisdom and analytical ability involved were beyond the reach of ordinary people. When Fang Sui said this, it was like a sudden trick in a duel between masters, and it instantly reversed the situation that the two had been at a disadvantage since they met. After hearing this, the reincarnated Yama's eyes sparkled, and he began to re-evaluate Fang Sui's intelligence. Under Fang Sui's bright and equally brilliant gaze, he said frankly, "You're right." Fang Sui said happily, "Great. Then we can keep it simple." After he finished speaking, there was a flash of light in his hand, and the mysterious dominoes surrounded by strange light appeared in his hand. Fang Sui threw it to the reincarnated Yama opposite without hesitation, and said, "This thing is yours. When are we leaving?" Fang Sui's words were really direct and simple, without any process at all, and he got straight to the point, so that the reincarnated Yama was a little surprised and said, I haven't said I want to go with you." Fang Sui said, "If you don't want to go with me, you can keep silent before. There is no reason to stop me when I'm about to leave. So you want to go, but you are just waiting for a suitable opportunity." After he finished speaking, he glanced at the dominoes that were held in the hand of the reincarnated Yama after he threw them out and said, "The opportunity you have been waiting for has come, and it's time to go." The reincarnated Yama fell silent and did not deny Fang Sui's words. He looked at the dominoes in his hand, sighed softly, and two dark green lights suddenly appeared in his eyes. Instantly, an amazing scene appeared. The image of the reincarnated Yama changed drastically. His originally black hair turned dark blue and spread out casually. His face also turned into a green and scary ghost face. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and his bloody mouth had sharp fangs exposed. His green tongue could be seen faintly, like a vicious python rolling, which was extremely frightening. This face was extremely ferocious. Then, a virtual image of a sitting ghost king totem appeared on his forehead. The dominoes thrown to him by Fang Sui were glowing at this moment, and they projected countless ancient characters that were as numerous as the stars in the sky. At this time, the reincarnated Yama seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the center of the heavens, and his body was surrounded by tens of millions of strange characters. Each character turned into an evil ghost and bowed to the virtual image of the Ghost King on the forehead of the reincarnated Yama. His ki was surging. Fang Sui watched silently and clearly felt that the magic soul bracelet worn on the wrist of the reincarnated Yama, which restricted his power, was now broken open by the surging power in his body. In the blink of an eye, his power broke through from the apostle level to the first level divine fire realm, and then increased to the second level. After that, his power increased again, and when it almost reached the barrier of the third level, it slowly stabilized. In the hazy air, the whole prison city seemed to be filled with a roar that came from the end of unknown time and space, as if the king of hell had descended to the world. After a long time, the reincarnated Yama recovered his original handsome appearance, and the strange phenomena inside and outside his body disappeared. The reincarnated Yama became completely different. His appearance did not change, but his momentum was strong and powerful. He sat there casually, and a pressure surged from his body, pushing the void like a raging tide hitting the shore, evolving into invisible waves of air, in which ghosts appeared and disappeared from time to time. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze was dark, as if he was experiencing the changes in his body, or as if he was missing something. After a moment, he looked at Fang Sui and murmured to himself, "I encountered a great disaster in my tribe, and my soul and origin were taken away by someone. Haha, I finally waited for you to come with the little finger of Yama's Dharma body, otherwise I would rather never come out of the world." Fang Sui said, "Is this bone the little finger of Yama's Dharma body?" The reincarnated Yama said, "This is the little finger bone of one of the 3 Dharma bodies created by the supreme magic power of Yama, Demon Emperor, who founded the ancient underworld tribe. Only those who have the blood of the underworld tribe, or those who practice the secret techniques of Yama, can truly touch it. I also want to ask you, where did you get this finger bone?" Fang Sui thought to himself, it seems that in the endless mythological period, the Dharma body of Yama actually came to the earth, and left Yama's little finger on the earth. After twists and turns, it finally became the inheritance of Bashu Ghost Village. He said, "My hometown is not the 5 directions domain. This is what I brought from my hometown." The reincarnated Yama looked thoughtful. That's right. According to the legend of the underworld tribe, a long time ago, Yama's Dharma body once traveled the universe and explored the deepest secrets of the heavens and the universe. I think he stayed in your hometown during that time. Fang Sui nodded. This time he came to the prison city to find the reincarnated Yama. At the beginning, he had no clues, and it was not smooth. Unexpectedly, there were unexpected turns later. With the help of this domino, he completed the most important goal of this trip in a short time. Fang Sui thought about what would happen after entering the prison city and said, "If you have nothing to do, how about we leave now?" The reincarnated Yama Luo had just recovered his strength and was somewhat excited. Hearing this, he immediately stood up and said, "No problem. This business place belongs to a powerful prisoner in the prison city. I have an agreement with him. You can leave or stay as you like." 10 minutes later, Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama Luo appeared on the street in the city and walked towards the location of the ancient saint. The two walked and talked. During the period, the reincarnated Yama Luo asked how Fang Sui knew that there was something strange about him in this prison city. Fang Sui talked about the cause and effect of this visit to him, as well as various related things. At this time, the chaotic time in the prison city was about to end, but the fighting became more and more intense. Hysterical shouts of killing could be heard everywhere in the city. Although the surroundings were chaotic, Fang Sui and the other walked calmly and leisurely, strolling in the crowd of people fighting and confused. Soon after, the two walked to a small square. At the same moment, they both frowned. The reincarnated Yama looked at Fang Sui and said, "Someone wants to deal with you?" Fang Sui blinked his eyes and said, "Maybe. According to the time, some people should come." Clank. 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 Before Fang Sui finished speaking, a huge steel weight suddenly rubbed against the ground from behind a building opposite the small square. The sound was very harsh and instantly overwhelmed all the fighting sounds in the small square. For a moment, many prisoners who were fighting in the square temporarily stopped and looked towards the place where the sound came from. With the sound, a tall and strong figure walked out from behind the building opposite the square. As soon as the figure appeared, it was as if it blocked the sunlight in the sky, making the surrounding light seem to become dim. When the figure moved forward, it was as if a small mountain was moving sideways, and a violent aura spread in this square because of its appearance. In one hand, he held a black iron chain as thick as an ordinary person's arm, and behind it was a cage, about 10 feet tall, like a square box, or an oversized hammer. The weight of this cage was comparable to a hill. To be able to pull out such a huge object and use it as a weapon, the power of this figure must be amazing. Just thinking about it is enough to make people dumbfounded. What's more amazing is that after this figure appeared, its tall figure, which was already much taller than that of an ordinary person, continued to grow as it moved forward and soon exceeded 10 feet in height. Its whole body seemed to be made of steel, and it emitted a cold and hard black luster. The prisoners who were originally fighting each other in the square were all stunned. What kind of monster is this? It's too shocking. This person looks like the imprisoned warrior in the legendary imprisonment temple. It is said that he can use the power of the god of imprisonment to fight and suppress his opponents. His magical powers are strange. Amid the discussions of many prisoners, the figure dragging the chains looked at Fang Sui from a distance. At the same moment, in a hall of the imprisonment temple, Yu Xiangshan and the deputy chief priest stood side by side. Yu Xiangshan looked at the array pattern in front of him and said with some surprise, "So the Keja you sent to kill Fang Sui was a warrior who was granted magical powers by the god of imprisonment and opened special powers?" The deputy chief priest said with a little complacency. This Kajen is gifted. During a sacrificial ceremony, he was inspired by the god of imprisonment and awakened the power of imprisonment in his blood. Especially when fighting in the prison under this temple, he can get the blessing of the power of the temple at any time, and his combat power has increased sharply, which is unmatched. After a pause, he said, "Now you can rest assured. Fang Sui's power is imprisoned by the magic soul ring, and even if it is intact, it is impossible for him to defeat Kajen in this prison." Yu Xiangsheng exhaled slowly and laughed easily. "I originally thought that other means were needed to kill Fang Sui. Now it seems that he has reached the moment of death and the situation is set." While the two were talking, their eyes were still fixed on the array pattern in front of them. In the picture, Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama were looking at Kajen, who was as big as a mountain and approaching slowly. Yu Xiangsheng looked at the reincarnated Yama who stood quietly beside Fang Sui under the huge pressure of Kajen, and asked, "Who is this person?" The deputy chief priest said casually, "It doesn't matter who it is, just kill them all together." Before the deputy chief priest finished speaking, he and Yu Xiangsheng suddenly let out a surprised howl at the same time. The scene happening in the picture made the two of them extremely surprised, and some incredible emotions suddenly emerged. It's Monday soon. Please recommend next week. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Cowardly Death. When the chaotic time was about to end, in a small square in the prison city, Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama stood side by side, staring at Kajen, who was walking towards them, dragging a cage with chains as a weapon, and was said to be the god of imprisonment who had bestowed divine power on him. The reincarnated Yama said eagerly, "I haven't tried my skills since I recovered, so let me do it this time." Fang Sui turned his eyes away from Kajen, his eyes flashing, and swept to a position in the corner of the square like lightning. In the shadow of the building there was a pair of sinister eyes staring at Fang Sui a moment ago. But the moment Fang Sui looked over, the pair of eyes formed by magic power suddenly disappeared without a trace. At the same moment, in the shadow of another building hundreds of feet away from the square, stood a hazy and ethereal person, a young man in a green robe. The young man's eyes were like ghost fire, and his aura was evil. It was the Shadow Eye that the person who had talked to Liu Yan in the Black Wizard Association not long ago used to monitor Fang Sui. It was this young man. Fang Sui discovered the Shadow Eye, which made the young man sneer and said, "You are quite capable of discovering my monitoring technique." When this person spoke, a vague demon shadow with an ancient aura suddenly appeared on his forehead, emitting divine thoughts and waves, saying, "Yin Wuki, your method is too troublesome. Why don't you let me go out and show the body of the ancient demon and suck the blood and flesh of this boy clean in an instant? Wouldn't it save effort?" The young man named Yin Wuki said, "Fang Sui killed Wu Liang. How could it be so easy to let him die? Only by making him live a life worse than death can I show my method." This young man and Yin Wu Liang, who was killed by Fang Sui, are brothers. In fact, the relationship between the two brothers is not close, but when someone killed his brother, Yin Wuki felt that his face was damaged, and it became natural for him to come to Fang Sui for revenge. There is no right or wrong in this kind of hatred. Once the two sides meet, it is just a matter of who is stronger. The loser will die miserably, and the winner will have a greater reputation. Yin Wuki is a representative figure in the Black Wizard Association who specializes in practicing evil witchcraft. His talent in witchcraft has always been praised, and his cultivation is far superior to that of his brother Yin Wu Liang. Even within the weird and huge Black Wizard Association, Yin Wuki is a notorious and ruthless character. No one dares to provoke him. He is known as one of the most promising Black Wizards of the younger generation. After Yin Wuki sneered at this time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the air, as if collecting some kind of energy in the void, and then wiped his palm in the air. Suddenly, black fog filled the air, and a scene was derived in the void. The use of this technique alone can show that Yin Wuki's attainments in magic have reached the level of being able to do it at will, and lift heavy objects with ease. Yenwuki collected the air of the void to form an image, and what appeared in it was a scene in the square where Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama were. Yenwuki's eyes flickered like ghost fire, and he was in high spirits, watching the images on the screen with a joking heart. In fact, he came to kill Fang Sui just as a pastime, and did not think Fang Sui was a master who could match him. He looked at the screen and whispered, "Let's start." In the square, Fang Sui said to the reincarnated Yama, "You don't have to rush to attack, I'll go first this time." At this time, Keje's figure, like a small mountain, had approached to more than 10 feet away. He suddenly stopped his steps like a heavy mountain beating the ground, and his eyes, flashing with dazzling light like two lanterns, stared at Fang Sui, and said in a frivolous tone, "Not only are your magic powers bound, but you also took the initiative to enter the prison city. You are simply a fool who is seeking death, but you have to trouble me to kill you. This should be your honor before you die." Keje's voice was like a thunderous explosion, and the words echoed throughout the square. On the opposite side, Fang Sui did not respond, but walked towards Keje. Fang Sui's progress was not about speed, but it was very mysterious. He took a strange step that violated the power of rules. This step seemed to deceive people's vision and senses, giving people a feeling that it seemed to be left, but was actually right, and seemed to be right but was actually left. People stared at it, but still could not see Fang Sui's movement trajectory clearly. Then Keje said again, "Come on, let's see how many times you can block my attack." After saying that, he shook the chain in his hand, and the huge cage dragged behind, with a sound like shaking the earth, was dragged by the chain, flipped in the air, and smashed towards Fang Sui. Woo. At the same moment, when Keje swung the chain cage and smashed it towards Fang Sui, another whimpering muffled sound came out, and a black light in the void was like lightning. It was Fang Sui's hand that turned into a dark spear, and threw it towards Keje in the air. Bang! The loud noise came again, as if two mountains and rivers were smashing head-on. The iron chain in Keg's hand trembled, and the iron prison connected to the other end of the chain was driven by him with a wonderful technique, like a snakehead spitting out its tongue, and smashed horizontally on the dark spear shot by Fang Sui. The first attack of both sides was no fancy, and they collided head-on. In Keg's opinion, no matter how much force Fang Sui injected, the dark spear was always shot in the air, without a root, and it would definitely be far less than his iron prison, and would be smashed away by one blow. However, the fact is not so. At the moment of the collision, Keg's ferocious and arrogant face suddenly changed, but he realized that the force of Fang Sui's spear was fierce, heavier than mountains and rivers. In fact, the magic weapon that Fang Sui activated, the art of the dark armor and soldiers, has always gathered the power of the thick earth. The weight is all up to his heart, and when it is heavy, it is comparable to real mountains. Boom. After this collision, in the deafening sound, even the ground on the square was slightly cracked. Many prisoners were closer to the sound, and they felt their souls were about to break, and they were bleeding in their ears, and their faces were horrified. After this collision, Keje's arms were also numb, and he realized for the first time that Fang Sui was not easy to mess with. He blurted out, "You can actually activate the power of the second level, the soul sealing ring of the law." Before he finished speaking, Fang Sui shouted and waved his hand to throw a dark spear again. Keje's face was solemn, and the iron chain in his hand made a sharp sound, driving the prison cell at the front like a heavy hammer, to meet the dark spear thrown by Fang Sui for the second time. This time, Keje's face was cautious, and he exerted all his strength. Unfortunately, as soon as he made contact, his face changed again, but Fang Sui's second spear was very different from the first spear. The first spear contained the power of the earth, heavier than mountains and rivers. The second spear was as light as a feather, without any weight at all, just a gas condensed into the shape of a dark spear, and was hit by Keje's rotating prison cell, and it was destroyed at the touch and disappeared without a trace. Because Keje used the wrong force, it was more uncomfortable than the first strong collision. A feeling of annoyance surged up in his chest uncontrollably, and he finally spit out a mouthful of blood. It was only 2 volleys of spears, but the changes in reality and weight caused Keje to use the wrong force and spit out blood. Fang Sui's fighting method was not only to compare with his opponent in terms of strength, but also to use his fighting wisdom far beyond Keje to play with him in the blink of an eye. At this time, Fang Sui calculated accurately and dodged in the air at the moment when Keje used the wrong force himself, appearing above Keje like a ghost, raising his foot and kicking out. A wisp of dark energy at the end of his foot disappeared, and the phantoms of knives, swords, spears, and guns appeared in turn, urging the true meaning of soldiers and showing the supreme way of killing. Fang Sui's kick was cleverly timed, and it came at the weak moment when Keje used the wrong force himself and spit out blood. If it were an ordinary person, under such circumstances, Fang Sui would probably have killed him with one kick. But this Keje was extraordinary after all. He shouted wildly, and even in the current weak situation, he still had the strength to resist. At this moment, symbols appeared on Keje's body. The chains and cages in his hands disintegrated in an instant, covering his body, and miraculously turned into a body of ink-colored heavy iron armor, like a cage, imprisoning and protecting himself. This is the strength of the imprisoned warrior, attacking and defending at the same time. When attacking, he can split mountains, and when defending, he is indestructible with armor. Covered by the armor of this imprisoned warrior, Keje's image suddenly became more and more hideous. He was covered with a steel helmet, like an iron plate, and in front of his face were iron bars, like a prison window, protecting his head and face. Only at the position of his eyes, there were two gloomy black holes, which were extremely frightening. Bang! Fang Sui kept his forward kick, and seeing that Keje was protected by heavy armor, he immediately responded by transforming his foot into a hammer of the underworld, which slammed into Keje's head armor. How does it feel to be hit on the head by a hammer? This is probably only known to Keje, who was being hit. Even with the protection of the face armor, Keje still felt stars in front of his eyes, his head was completely a mess, and blood was choking in his mouth. But after all, he blocked Fang Sui's almost fatal blow, which also showed his strong defensive ability. Keje retreated hastily, preparing to reorganize the offensive and fight Fang Sui again. However, at this moment, a change that was beyond everyone's expectations occurred. Behind Keje, a pair of azure ghost hands appeared silently, with sharp hooks like knives, and actually cut open Keje's back, especially the sturdy steel heavy armor. A shrill scream sounded. After the ghost hands broke through the armor, they pierced Keje's back and took out his heart. He held it in his hands, and it was still beating, very alive. At this time, a green and miserable ghost face appeared behind Keje, opened his bloody mouth, stuffed the heart into his mouth, and ate it alive. This scene was really horrifying, and the whole square was so quiet. Keje's huge body fell to the ground and died tragically. It is quite cumbersome to describe all this. In fact, only a few breaths have passed since Fang Sui took action. In the prison temple floating above the prison city, Yu Xiangsheng and the deputy chief priest were still relaxed a few breaths ago. They made their own judgments and believed that Keje's incarnation of the imprisoned warrior, who was both offensive and defensive, would definitely kill Fang Sui. Unfortunately, the scene before them mercilessly told them that their previous analysis was wrong. The key point was that after the appearance of Keje, under Fang Sui's unpredictable tactics, he lost the initiative and was always led by the nose. He didn't even have a chance to display his skills and was killed in the blink of an eye. He died miserably. The whole battle ended just as it had just begun. In the prison temple, Yu Xiangsheng and the deputy chief priest were both surprised and shocked. The one who killed Keje in the end was naturally the real body of Yama, which was first manifested by the reincarnation of Yama. It's almost Monday, please recommend for next week. Chapter 265, The Spear in the Young Man's Hand, please recommend on Monday. Fang Sui was surprised that the reincarnated Yama was so brutal and cruel. He stared at him eating the bloody heart of Keje. He didn't feel sick and wanted to vomit, but he couldn't help frowning. Fang Sui blinked his eyes. Can we be more civilized? The reincarnated Yama at this time was 2 meters tall, blue-green all over, with long blue-green hair hanging down to his waist, and his upper body was naked. There were countless evil ghost totems on his body. Some of the ghost pictures were glowing, and they turned into ghost shadows, circling around him. Some other ghost pictures were not complete, but they also exuded a gloomy aura. The reincarnated Yama, who had transformed into the real body of Yama, had a fierce face, but also a kind of extremely noble majesty. There was a phantom of a ghost king sitting cross-legged on his forehead, which attracted the ghost shadows transformed from the totems around him to kneel down and kowtow from time to time. The reincarnated Yama opened his mouth wide and responded to Fang Sui, "It's impossible to be civilized." Fang Sui rolled his eyes in annoyance, and the reincarnated Yama explained, "I practice the body of Yama Ghost King, with a sinister aura, and thousands of ghosts on my body. I control the power of the 9 netherworlds, so I need to devour the opponent's heart and blood after killing the opponent, to maintain the yang energy in the body. Otherwise, the yin and yang will be out of balance, and you will never be able to get to the Great Dao. So, I can't be civilized." Fang Sui thought to himself, this guy can even find a reason for eating people, and it is actually related to getting to the Great Dao? Inside the imprisonment temple at this moment, Yu Xiangshan looked extremely ugly. He turned his head and said, "Is this the imprisonment warrior you mentioned? Extremely powerful? Can he easily kill Fang Sui?" In the end, he was killed by 2 spears and a claw. The deputy chief priest looked cold. "You have fought with Fang Sui. Didn't you judge that Fang Sui must die after seeing that Kedge was an imprisonment warrior? Why are you blaming me now?" Yu Xiangshan was also angry for a moment. He vented his anger at this moment, then adjusted his mood, stopped blaming each other with the deputy chief priest, and turned to look at the array pattern in front of him again, and said, "I felt that the young man standing next to Fang Sui was not simple before. Now he has transformed into such a ferocious and powerful body. Can you tell where he came from?" There was a flash of light in the deputy chief priest's hand, and a booklet appeared. He lowered his head to look for it. Not long after, the deputy chief priest said with some surprise, "This booklet of mine records the information of all the prisoners in the prison city. It says that this young man is from the underworld of the ancient tribe, and is called the reincarnated Yama." Yu Xiangshan narrowed his eyes. "So the purpose of Fang Sui's trip is to find the reincarnated Yama." After thinking for a moment, he said, "Use the power of the temple now, and kill Fang Sui." The deputy chief priest glanced at Yu Xiangshan and said, "Although you have recovered the memory of your past life reincarnation, you have not recovered your identity as the 6th son of the gods. It seems that you are not qualified to order me." Yu Xiangshan's eyes flashed with sternness, and he stared at the deputy chief priest. The deputy chief priest didn't seem to want to offend Yu Xiangshan too much, and explained, "You must know that our mothers have prepared for this life for a long time. Now is not the time to come out. Once I mobilize the power of the temple to attack Fang Sui, it will alarm the chief priest who is in retreat to communicate with the gods. I will be exposed and can no longer hide here." Yu Xiangshan said coldly, "Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama are both people with unlimited potential. If we can't kill them now, they may be a big trouble in the future. You missed the opportunity to kill them in order to hide your identity. Are you so short-sighted?" The deputy chief priest snorted and said nothing. Not to mention that Yu Xiangshan and the deputy chief priest, 2 people from the mothers, were fighting internally. In the prison city square below the temple, the silence was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The prisoners around had already hidden away, staring at the 2 figures in the center of the square from a distance, each with a face full of fear. In the center of the square, Fang Sui complained to the reincarnated Yama, "You showed your true form and killed your opponent with 1 blow. The strength you revealed was too strong and disrupted my plan. Originally, I wanted to use myself as bait to lure out a few opponents. You came out halfway. Even if the opponents hiding in the dark were not scared away by you, they would not come out again." The reincarnated Yama had regained his appearance as a handsome boy. He stood beside Fang Sui and looked at him from a distance. He was quiet like a shy girl, but the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth reminded everyone what he had done before. The prisoners near and far looked at him with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. The reincarnated Yama heard Fang Sui's words and did not express anything. He still stood there quietly. Fang Sui sighed, "If I can't find the opponents hiding in the dark, I will always be unwilling to give up." After thinking for a while, he muttered, "It's not that there is no way. After Fang Sui finished speaking, a black breath of death suddenly spread around him, and a shadow walked out of the center of the black air. The reincarnated Yama's eyes lit up slightly, and he praised, "What a refined death energy this is." The shadow in the black air gradually revealed its full appearance. It was a strong and ferocious puppy, Anubis. Anubis is a dog that holds the throne of God, but it is still a dog after all. It has the abilities of a normal dog, such as tracking and smell, which are thousands of times more sensitive than most other creatures. As the holder of the throne of God, Anubis's nose is countless times more sensitive than that of an ordinary dog. The summoned Anubis seemed to be a little sleepy. After coming out, he swept his mouth and eyes with his paws. He looked quite naive, but what flashed in his eyes was the light of death, cold and ruthless. Only when his eyes turned to Fang Sui did he show a docile look and shook his tail left and right. At this moment, Fang Sui was surrounded by a strong black aura, which enveloped himself and Anubis, hiding his figure. Then, with a flash of green light in his hand, he sent the crystal refined from the blood of the ancient demon virtual image in Yan Wuliang's sea of consciousness to Anubis' nose. Anubis sniffed it, stretched out his big tongue and rolled it, wanting to eat the demon blood crystal. After being hit on the head by Fang Sui, he became honest, turned around, and ran quickly in a certain direction. Fang Sui waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Since the opponent is not coming, let's take the initiative to find him, and play with him." Then he and the reincarnated Yama chased after Anubis and disappeared. Although the chaotic time caused the entire prison city to be turbulent, some powerful figures were not affected after all. For example, the place where the ancient saints were located was heavily guarded, and no prisoner was stupid enough to attack and cause trouble. Therefore, although there was chaos outside, the place where the ancient saints were located was very peaceful. He had already discussed things with the Queen of Hunting and Nalan, and the three of them gathered together to chat, waiting for the chaotic time to end, so that Nalan could leave. After talking for a while, Nalan and the Queen of Hunting found that the ancient sage had called his men in, and after asking them in a low voice, he frowned slightly and remained silent. Seeing the Queen of Hunting looking at him with some surprise, the ancient sage said, "Fang Sui and one of my subordinates went out, and haven't come back yet. They have spent the chaotic time outside. This is a bit dangerous." The Queen of Hunting let out a series of giggles. "I thought something happened. Fang Sui is in a terrible state this time. His cultivation is low and weak. After the chaotic time began, he is still outside. It's not just dangerous. I'm afraid he has been killed by now." The ancient sage said unhappily, "You are not right. We were able to get out thanks to Fang Sui. He is in a bad situation now. It's time for us to help him." The Queen of Hunting waved her hand calmly. "You have a good heart, so I won't stop you. Don't interfere in my affairs." Before the Queen of Hunting finished speaking, another subordinate came to report that Lion Ke, who had gone out with Fang Sui, was back. Lion Ke originally wanted to chase Fang Sui, but halfway through, he found that it was too dangerous to follow the direction where Fang Sui disappeared. He couldn't follow him for a while, so he turned back, and was extremely careful all the way. Only then did he return to Gusheng. Hearing Lion Ke coming back alone, Gusheng frowned even more tightly, and said to his subordinate who came in to report, "Let him in, I'll ask about the details." The Queen of Hunting watched leisurely on the side and thought to herself, Lion Ke came back by himself. It seems that Fang Sui was really killed outside. Lion Ke walked in from outside the door, and his expression seemed a little strange. After seeing Gusheng, he showed an impatient look, as if he had something to report. He scratched his head, and walked over quickly. In another place in the ruined city, Yan Wuki also saw through the void picture that Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama teamed up to kill a prisoner warrior in just 3 moves. There was also some surprise on his face. The Dharma body revealed by the young man with Fang Sui looks very similar to the legendary Yama body. The ancient demon phantom on Yan Wuki's forehead once again sent out soul fluctuations, and responded with a hint of fear. "It's not similar. It's Yama's ghost body. This is the ancient mythological blood inheritance. It's incredible to see it here." Yan Wuki pondered and said, "Fang Sui is actually with a person with Yama's body. This matter is a bit difficult to deal with. Haha, Fang Sui is not worth mentioning, but this Yama ghost body is not easy to deal with. His eyes lit up, and he asked again, what will happen if Yama's bloodline is absorbed by you? The ancient demon phantom on his forehead became silent after hearing this, and after a while he said, Yam's bloodline is protected by an unparalleled power in the dark, and not everyone can absorb it. But if I can really absorb Yama's bloodline, I can forge a true demon body in an instant, and your cultivation will also soar, and you have unlimited potential. There is also great hope for you to impact the position of gods and demons in the future. Yanwuka's face was full of anger, his eyes were full of greed, and he kept saying, okay. In this way, I will definitely take the Yama body, but this matter needs to be carefully considered. I will not rush to kill Fang Sui. This man is lucky, so let him live for a while. The phantom of the ancient demon laughed strangely. Yanwuki said again, in the previous surveillance footage, Fang Sui's body suddenly became full of black air, covering his figure. It seems that he is making some arrangements. I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy at this time. Before he finished speaking, Yanwuka's face was shocked and blurted out, this Fang Sui actually has the ability to track my location. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sense and turned his head like lightning to look at the top of a prison-like building a little further away. A young man stood on the top of the building, standing with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering, looking down at Yanwuki with murderous intent. At the same moment, when Yanwuki raised his head, the young man leaned back slightly, his whole body bent into an arc full of visual tension, holding a dark spear in his hand, born from nothingness, with a slender spear tip, containing a breath of energy that could penetrate everything, and suddenly a roar of shocking sounded. The spear in the young man's hand turned into lightning that broke through the air and shot out towards Yanwuki. Monday, please recommend this week. Recommend. Chapter 266, Battle in the Far Sky. At the same moment, when Fang Sui tracked down Yanwuki, the battle between the two sides began. In the prison city, where the ancient saint was, Lion Ke walked in quickly, and before the ancient saint could speak, he said excitedly, Master Ancient Saint, I know a big secret. Well, it's not really a secret, this guy might want to keep it a secret, but he was in a hurry to speak, so he was a little incoherent. Why did you come back by yourself? Where is Fang Sui? The ancient saint asked with a serious face. Lion Ke was slightly startled when he saw Gusheng's gloomy face. He dared not talk nonsense anymore, and went straight to the point. Lord Fang Sui left by himself. He added, he said he would come back after finishing his work. Well, there is one thing you must not know, Lord Gusheng, that is, Lord Fang Sui is actually extremely powerful, a master of the same level that I have never seen. Lion Ke became more and more excited as he spoke, dancing with joy, and suddenly pointed at Nalan and said, I guess Lord Fang Sui might be even more powerful than him, ha. After he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped talking, but Nalan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he snorted coldly. This snort contained spiritual power. When the sound came to Lion Ke's ears, it was like a basin of ice water poured over his head. His whole body was cold, and he quickly stopped talking. However, when Nalan entered the prison city, he naturally wore the magic soul bracelet. At this time, his magic power was also limited. He was also at the level of an apostle, and his pressure was not very strong. Lion Ke was not afraid of Nalan, and turned to Gusheng and continued, really, Master Fang suddenly attacked on the street before, and knocked down more than a dozen masters in an instant. I saw it with my own eyes. Heh. Fang Sui is also a master, and he knocked down more than a dozen masters. You have seen too many masters with your own eyes. Nalan was originally proud of his status, and disdained to talk to people of Lion Ke's level, but at this time he made an exception and spoke with a sneer. Gusheng still frowned. Tell me the details. The moment the hunter heard Lion Ke say that Fang Sui was a master, his face was slightly stunned, and he also listened attentively. Lion Ke said with great joy, Master Fang and I were walking on the street when the chaos arrived. Someone wanted to surround and kill us. They were the Bluebeard men who were usually quite powerful. There were more than 10 of them. Fang Sui knocked them down in a breath. Many of them were killed with one blow. I was stunned at the time. He added. After that, Master Fang took off and went deep into the prison city. He walked so fast all the way. Well, so fast that he was far away in a flash. I followed him for a while, but it was too dangerous. I didn't dare to follow him anymore, so I came back to report to the adults. That's all. The Queen of Hunting was a little surprised at first, but when Lion Ke finished speaking, she pursed her lips and her expression returned to calm. The Queen of Hunting thought about what Lion Ke said and felt that she could easily defeat a dozen inferior characters, so she relaxed again. Furthermore, although she concluded that Fang Sui was now in a state of decline, she had met him before and knew his strength, so she did not think that Fang Sui was useless now. Therefore, she was not surprised to hear what Lion Ke said, nor did she feel that the means Fang Sui displayed in front of Lion Ke were particularly brilliant. This was the truth. The skills Fang Sui showed in front of Lion Ke were just the tip of the iceberg. Although it was shocking to someone of Lion Ke's level, the Ancient Saint, the Queen of the Hunters, and Nalan were not comparable to Lion Ke. Moreover, they were not present at the scene, so they only heard about many details, and they were not intuitive and specific. After hearing this, the three of them secretly compared themselves in their hearts, and they all thought that they could do it, so they did not feel that it was anything special. Nalan glanced at Lion Ke and said lightly, "You are so ignorant." The Queen of Hunting wanted to use Nalan to leave the prison city. Since she needed help from others, she responded, "Lion Ke, what you said is just an ordinary matter. You thought it was a great secret. Fang Sui is a prisoner in this prison city. His identity is too different from Nalan's. How can the two be compared? What's more, Nalan's strength is something you can't guess." Lion Ke stiffened his neck, full of dissatisfaction, and thought to himself, "You took the opportunity to please Nalan, and then come to scold me, you adulterer." But he didn't dare to say what he was thinking. He agreed meekly, and put on a respectful look of being taught. After listening to what Lion Ke said, the ancient sage heaved a sigh of relief and said, "When I met Fang Sui this time, I saw that he was ordinary. For a moment, I couldn't connect the former him with the current him. I forgot that he is not ordinary after all, and he still has the ability to protect himself. Haha, it's good this way." After the ancient sage finished speaking, he smiled self-deprecatingly, looked at the Queen of Hunters, and said with emotion as if chatting, "I remember that Fang Sui always seemed to have a mysterious cat by his side, but now it's gone." The Queen of Hunters responded casually, "That cat should be his summoned creature. Now his power is imprisoned by the magic soul ring, so he naturally cannot summon it. It's normal that the cat is missing." "What did you say? Fang Sui has a cat?" Nalan suddenly interrupted, and the originally relaxed expression on his face became weird. The Queen of Hunting looked back with a surprised look. She was about to ask questions when suddenly one of the Ancient Saint's men came in quickly and said, "Come and see, sir." The Ancient Saint was always strict with his men. Under normal circumstances, no one dared to come in so rashly. Therefore, the Ancient Saint knew that something unexpected had happened outside. When he heard it, he hurried out, but saw many of his men standing outside, looking up, staring blankly at the void above the prison city. The Ancient Saint subconsciously looked up, and what he saw made him stunned for a moment, motionless. The Queen of Hunting also realized that something unusual must be happening outside. Seeing the Ancient Saint standing at the door, staring at the sky, he looked back at Nalan. The two of them got up and went out at the same time and came to the side of the Ancient Saint. The Queen of Hunting and the other two also looked up. The scene happening in the sky seemed to have a strange magic, which attracted the two people's eyes. In the distant sky, a fight, or a chase, was taking place. In fact, the distance was quite far, but the momentum was so great that it could be seen from afar. The battle scene in the sky was extremely shocking. The means displayed by both the chasing and fleeing parties were the only ones that the Queen of Hunting and the Ancient Saint had ever seen. Watching the battle in the distance, the Queen of Hunting looked pale and whispered in a dreamy voice. One of them is Fang Sui. Nalan also whispered, "Fang Sui of the Alliance of All Heavens are seen in the distant sky, although far away, could be vaguely seen." There was a figure fighting fiercely, and it was undoubtedly Fang Sui. Among the crowd, only Lion Ke, who came out with the Ancient Saint, was smiling, with a look of "How is it? What I said before was not bad." Time moved forward a little. Yin Wuki was suddenly startled, realizing that Fang Sui could actually track him down. He looked up and immediately saw a young man standing upright with his hands behind his back on the top of a building. At the moment he looked up, a spear appeared in the young man's hand, carrying the power to destroy everything, like a flash of lightning, and shot out of his hand towards Yunwuki. Yunwuki's face changed in shock. Fang Sui's appearance was beyond his expectation. Fang Sui's decisiveness and ruthlessness after his appearance were also shocking. Without hesitation, he directly used a powerful and fierce method like thunder and lightning to attack Yunwuki. Fortunately, Yunwuki had already felt the warning a moment earlier, so he was still able to react when he was suddenly attacked. Two green flames floated in his eyes, and at the same time, he threw out a strand of hair-like object and burned it in the flames. In an instant, the hair was ignited by the ghost fire, and a sharp whistle sounded. After the hair was burned, a figure was born in the flames and blocked Yunwuki. This is a kind of puppet technique in black witchcraft. It probably requires the hair and skin of some creature as a trigger. It can use its power to summon a witchcraft puppet out of thin air to attack the enemy and protect the body. Such a method can show the strangeness of black witchcraft. Of course, in this attack, Fang Sui took the absolute initiative and attacked first, while Yunwuki was eager to defend. Therefore, although his puppet came in a strange and bizarre way, it was still pierced by Fang Sui's spear. The whole puppet collapsed into a strand of hair and then was burned into nothingness by a flame that appeared out of thin air. This was equivalent to breaking Yunwuki's strange puppet witchcraft. The dark spear continued to move forward, stabbing forward like lightning. Yunwuki formed another hand seal, transformed into a black crow, spread its wings, and collided with the dark spear, making a loud noise, which finally stopped the attack of the dark spear. The two opposing forces in the void dissipated at the same time. However, the battle had just begun. The next moment, Fang Sui and Yunwuki moved at the same time. In Fang Sui's hand, as if out of nothing, another dark spear appeared and flew out of his hand. Yunwuki's first reaction was to retreat. It was not that he was afraid of Fang Sui, but Fang Sui was the main attacker and was well prepared. Moreover, the reincarnated Yama had not yet appeared, so he must be lurking nearby. If Yunwuki still dared to rush up and fight Fang Sui to the death in such an unfavorable situation, he would not be brave, but a fool. Therefore, Yunwuki's first reaction was to retreat immediately. His way of retreat was also extremely weird. His whole body suddenly turned into a black mist. In the black mist, countless crows rushed out, croaking and flying in all directions. Fang Sui was like thunder and lightning. The spear that followed pierced through 3 or 4 crows that were transformed by black witchcraft, but none of them was Yunwuki's true body. This escape technique is indeed magical. Even with Fang Sui's eyesight, he couldn't see that the crow was transformed by Yunwuki, or that it was not the reincarnation of Yama who was hiding in the dark and had not yet appeared. In a short period of time, he couldn't tell which of the black crows in the sky was Yunwuki himself. When Yunwuki activated this technique, he was also sure in his heart that there was no possibility of this technique being discovered. Fang Sui suddenly came to kill him, but he escaped without any injury. Yunwuki's contempt for Fang Sui became more and more serious. He released a wave of divine thoughts that filled the void, with a hint of mockery in his pride. Fang Sui, you dare to kill me? You are overestimating yourself. I will let you live for a few more days, and then I will take your life later. However, before Yunwuki finished speaking, a change that he did not expect suddenly occurred, so that his voice stopped abruptly. Although this black crow illusion technique is magical and can deceive Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama, it cannot deceive Anubis's extremely sensitive sense of smell. In the new week, everyone is happy, and don't forget to vote for me. Chapter 267, the prototype of the best combat combination. At this time, most of the prisoners in the prison city had already stopped their actions and cast their eyes to the sky above. In the sky, Yunwuki transformed into countless black crows, which flew away in all directions. He himself activated the illusion and hid among them, and also transformed into a black crow, about to fly away. While he was proud of himself, he sent out divine thoughts to accuse Fang Sui of overestimating his abilities. At this moment, Fang Sui received a message from Anubis, pointing out the exact location of the black crow transformed by Yunwuki. Fang Sui sneered secretly. His eyes suddenly became bright, and he stared at one of the countless black witchcraft phantom crows. The dark spear in his hand reappeared, broke through the air, and shot straight at the opponent like a sharp arrow. At the same moment, Yin Wuki transmitted his voice with divine thoughts, and before he finished mocking Fang Sui, a huge black dog suddenly appeared in front of the black crow he transformed into. The black dog was full of ferociousness and extremely vicious. It suddenly appeared and swallowed the black crow transformed by Yin Wuki into its stomach. Yin Wuki was sure that no one could see through his black crow escape technique the moment before, but the next moment he was swallowed by a phantom of a vicious dog. He was really caught off guard and the situation suddenly changed. Of course, Yin Wuki had practiced deeply, and it was not so easy to fail. There was a loud noise, and the phantom of the black dog that swallowed him suddenly collapsed, and Yin Wuki flew out of it. He knew that his whereabouts had been discovered, so he did not pretend to be a black crow anymore, and directly turned back into his true form. He was about to continue to escape in the midst of the illusion, but it happened that Fang Sui's dark spear was approaching. After encountering dangers repeatedly, a demonic energy suddenly emerged from Yin Wuki's brows, and he used amazing means again, just like his brother Yin Wulian. A phantom of an ancient demon came out of the sea of consciousness between his brows, stretched out his big hand, and grabbed the dark spear that was flying towards him with magical skills. With a bang, the dark spear exploded like thunder, and the phantom of the ancient demon holding it was shocked and retreated again and again. Puff! The ancient demon and Yin Wuki had a spiritual connection. Because of his hasty appearance, he was no match for the killing power contained in the dark spear. While being repelled, Yin Wuki was also injured. His face was pale, and he coughed up blood. His soul was injured. Without any breathing time, Yin Wuki felt his back was shrouded by a deadly murderous intent. What he thought of instantly was the pair of ghost hands of the reincarnated Yama that could tear apart the steel heavy armor of the imprisoned warriors. Yin Wuki finally showed a trace of horror and panic on his face, and a quick and rapid chanting of spells came out of his mouth. Boom. As expected, a ghost hand stretched out from behind Yin Wuki and slapped him on the back. At the moment of contact, Yin Wuki's whole body was like a snake shedding its skin, shedding a layer of black witchcraft blood fake body that replaced its death. It was hit by the ghost hand and shattered and dissipated. Yin Wuki himself spurted blood from his mouth and was seriously injured. He screamed all the way, alarming the entire prison city, and flew to the prison temple in the air like lightning. He was struggling for his life at this critical moment, and he could no longer care about hiding his identity. In the closed prison city, the only way to survive was to escape into the prison temple and avoid being hunted down by Fang Sui and the reincarnated Yama. At this time, the phantom of the ancient demon that walked out of Yin Wuki's sea of consciousness stayed behind to fight with the reincarnated Yama who appeared. The collision between the two caused loud noises from time to time, and the violent fluctuations of magic power seemed to pierce the sky. Yin Wuki was extremely fast, and he approached the prison temple in 2 flashes. However, just when he felt a little relieved and turned his head to look back, his face showed a look of horror again. But he saw Fang Sui in the distance looking at him with his eyes piercing through the air, his expression calm, as if he had expected him to turn around and had been waiting there in advance. In Fang Sui's hand, a dark spear seemed to have spirituality, and it was constantly vibrating and ringing. At the moment, when Yin Wuki turned around, the spear in Fang Sui's hand was pulled by a breath of energy, like a dragon soaring into the sky, and flew out of his hand, full of murderous aura. Boom. The power of this spear was unprecedented, and there was a thunderous sound when the spear tip was released. In the prison city, all prisoners felt the pressure of death that filled the world, and everything was trembling. At this time, another terrifying howl sounded. It was Anubis who appeared beside Fang Sui, standing in the air, roaring to the sky, and was extremely unruly. Its cry formed a blessing force, which seemed to penetrate the world. At the front of the spear tip flying in the void, a dog head phantom appeared and disappeared, and it was fierce and fierce. In a flash, this spear caught up with Yin Wuki who was about to enter the prison temple. However, at this time, the prison temple actually circulated its aura, and a chain as thick as a giant python was formed, which was wrapped around the dark spear. Obviously, someone in the temple wanted to save Yanwuki's life. Clang, crack. The thick chains that looked like evil pythons were pierced and broken by the breath bursting out from the dark spear. After the dark spear's forward momentum was slightly hindered, it still passed through Yanwuki's body. However, the dark spear was hindered after all, and its speed was slightly slowed down, giving Yanwuki a little chance to dodge. Therefore, this spear pierced through his abdomen, which was not a vital part that would definitely kill him. It was still unclear whether it was fatal or not. The next moment, Yanwuki's hasty figure fell into a dark passage in the imprisonment temple and disappeared. The phantom of the ancient demon who was fighting with the reincarnated Shura also turned into a wisp of breath and disappeared. The earth-shaking sound of fighting and killing suddenly became silent. Dang. A clear sound came from the temple, which marked the official end of the chaotic time. The entire prison city suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. The entire battle process that took place in the sky before actually didn't take long, but its ever-changing thrills and the level of battle revealed were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, which shocked many prisoners and made them speechless for a long time. Below, at the location of the ancient saint, the Queen of Hunting, and others were full of disbelief. Things became simple after that. Since Yanwuki's identity was exposed, the presence of Fang Sui and others became sensitive. Although there was no movement from the people in the imprisonment temple, everyone knew that they had sneaked into the prison city to rescue people. Since his skills were exposed in front of everyone, Fang Sui thought it was better to leave immediately. Their previous battle was quite noisy, and Yu King would naturally not be unaware of it. She had already walked out of the imprisonment temple and waited for Fang Sui to join her in midair. Fang Sui first came to the location of the ancient saint accompanied by the reincarnated Yama. The Queen of Hunting hid the embarrassment in her heart just right, pretending to recognize Fang Sui and talked to him enthusiastically. Fang Sui did not seem to be abnormal on the surface, but naturally he could no longer treat the Queen of Hunting as a friend. As for Nalan, he also put away his pride. He did not come to flatter Fang Sui, but he also deliberately made friends with Fang Sui and took the initiative to propose to visit the Alliance of All Heavens. After he went out, Fang Sui responded calmly, then looked at the ancient saint and asked, "If you want to go out, you can go with me now." The ancient saint thought about it and actually rejected Fang Sui's proposal. The reason is very simple, but he has grown up in the mother of life since he could remember. He has always longed for the outside world, but after he really went out, he found that, although the outside world is vast, it is not as easy as he thought, and there are still disputes everywhere. Moreover, all the tribesmen who came out with him died, which made the ancient saint lose his masculine ambition. In this prison city, although he is only a prisoner, he is not doing badly after all, so he has no intention of going out for a while. But the Queen of Hunting was listening, and she wanted to say something several times but stopped, her face flushed and white. At this point, Fang Sui did not stay any longer, soared into the air, joined Yu King, and immediately left the prison city with the reincarnated Yama. In general, although this trip to the prison city failed to follow Fang Sui's prior plan to successfully lure out opponents such as Yu Xiangshan who were lurking in the dark, and took the opportunity to settle the grudge, so that the coming and going were somewhat hasty, the main purpose was still successfully achieved, and the reincarnated Yama was successfully found. It's a pity that Yanwuji, in the face of danger, finally rushed into the prison temple, and his life and death were unknown, which made Fang Sui feel a little pity. But this is not a regret. Fang Sui's departure at this moment can be regarded as a successful retirement. He walked out with Yu King and the reincarnated Yama, and Pan Ka still saw them off. Pan Ka looked sad. Bringing you in this time is really a losing deal. Now everyone in the prison city knows that I brought you in. You will definitely be severely punished when you go back, Yu King said with a smile. Don't worry, we won't bother you again in the future. Pan Ka grinned, his face full of bitterness. Half an hour later, Fang Sui and the other two returned to the ancient source star with a starry sky through the teleportation array. Yu King looked at the reincarnated Yama with great interest along the way, with a face full of curiosity. Hey, I heard that you were only 9 years old when you killed the tribesmen who persecuted you and ate them. Is this a cruel rumor? Is it true? Why do you look like a shy little brother when you are not in the form of Yama? What is your real name? Although it was shrouded in night, there were still many pedestrians on the street. The breeze blew on his face. The reincarnated Yama looked up at the 3 bright moons in the sky and sighed comfortably. At this time, he turned back into a gentle boy. When UK King asked, he said honestly, "What you know is true. I was 8.5 years old at that time. Now I'm 20. My real name is Zhang Shizhen." He asked again. "My story back then was only circulated within the ancient tribal forces. How did you know?" UK King smiled, but did not answer. She turned to Fang Sui and said, "I took the person away." Fang Sui nodded. It was UK King's idea to fish out the reincarnated Yama. She was also prepared for the aftermath, including arranging a new identity for the reincarnated Yama. After the 3 of them set a date to meet again, the reincarnated Yama followed UK King and left, while Fang Sui walked alone to the Rock Universe. Their small team now has 3 people, not many in number. However, the strength of the 3 people complements each other perfectly. UK King's current long-range attack ability has not been revealed, but it is obvious that it must be extremely powerful. Zhang Shizhen's Yama Ghost Body is obviously a strong attack and indestructible way, which is most suitable for close combat. Fang Sui was mainly good at close combat, but he could also attack from a distance. Together, these 3 people initially formed a flawless combat force, and they were like the prototype of an unmatched best combat combination. Fang Sui was thinking that the time to go to the front hall of the Rock Universe for the first time to accept the mission had come. Chapter 268, Old Business. There are 3 bright moons in the sky, shining as bright as water, washing the vast earth and the boundless land. Billions of stars are blinking in the sky on this summer night, shining on everything. Occasionally, there is a gust of evening breeze, and Fang Sui's long hair and clothes flutter in the wind, making his figure walking in the quiet night look particularly free and easy. Returning to the Rock Universe, entering the Xianlian Tower, everything in the room is normal. Since the successful construction, the gate array diagram of the Witch and Curse world, which has always been placed in the practice room of the residents, is shining with a brilliance comparable to the stars in the sky. As soon as Fang Sui walked into the room, Bast and Anubis rushed to the center of the array diagram, where there was a space crack, which was deep inside. Bast and Anubis skillfully stretched out the fishing line, and stretched it to the gap. It's caught right away. Fang Sui laughed dumbly, and did not participate in it. Instead, he turned and came to a corner of the room, where a clear image of mana was suspended in the air. It was the layout method of the next stage of the Witch Curse God Realm Gate Array. Fang Sui studied the array, and said to himself, this array obviously has a great secret. According to Bast's inherited memory, it is related to my practice system. As it is gradually laid out, what kind of changes will be presented in the end is really exciting. But the sacrifice of this array is really slow, and the materials required in the process are amazing. A large amount of energy crystals are needed to buy it. Fang Sui frowned. At present, he has 3 or 4 ways to obtain energy crystals. One of them is naturally to take tasks in the front hall of the Rock Universe and get them by completing the tasks. This is also the way for most cultivators to earn energy crystals. If the team is good enough, the speed of earning energy crystals is still very fast. The second method is still related to accepting tasks, that is, to apply to become a cosmic explorer, and then set out to explore and travel in the vast sea of stars. If you can find some lost civilization relics during the exploration, or if you are lucky enough to find stars containing energy crystals, the income you get will be so rich that it is really enviable. In the various legends circulating in the 5 directions domain, there is no shortage of explorers who found energy crystals and became rich overnight. The third way to obtain energy crystals is to participate in a similar stage fight like Fang Sui did in the Purple Ring Star. After each game, the income is also considerable. The last way is to borrow from the forces you belong to. At the level of the All Heavens Alliance, there are similar regulations. The cultivators under their command can borrow a large amount of energy crystals. Usually, the higher the cultivation qualifications, the more the cultivators are valued by the forces, and the more energy crystals they can borrow. This move is to provide convenience for potential cultivators in cultivation. This is the welfare and benefit of joining a large force. Of course, the borrowed energy crystals must be repaid in the future. Fang Sui's mind was full of thoughts, thinking about several ways to obtain energy crystals. He walked to the terrace outside his residence. The starry sky was above, and the sea of clouds was below. The wind blew, and his clothes and hair fluttered. He looked at the rolling clouds outside the terrace under the starry sea and moonlit night with deep eyes. The milky white clouds were steaming, and under the shining stars, they emitted a crystal light, clear as an endless ocean. Sometimes the clouds were curling, and it seemed like a misty and illusory fairyland in a dream. On the terrace surrounded by clouds, Fang Sui closed his eyes gently, and entered the daily night practice. As if reflecting the key of the day and night changes between heaven and earth, when he began to practice, a dark moon emerged from his body, and hung above the terrace. When this dark moon appeared, the 3 bright moons outside the sky were attracted by the key at the same time, and the cold and clear divine brilliance like water was descended, which was absorbed by Fang Sui and the dark moon. Gradually, the stars outside the sky also had a connection with the vibrating divine land in Fang Sui's body, and sprinkled bits of starlight, colorful like rain. For a moment, the terrace where Fang Sui was seemed to have moved, and came to the starry sky. He seemed to be standing in the vast sea of stars, in the center of the vast universe, surrounded by the bright moon and the stars. When the long night finally passed, the dawn of the sky began to bloom. Fang Sui opened his eyes, and the moon outside the body disappeared into his body. With the changes of the world, he saw the rising sun in his eyes. Of course, one night of practice was not enough to bring about too much change, but he could still sense that the breath around him was more condensed, and the power in his body also increased slightly. Fang Sui sank his thoughts into his body, surveyed every meridian acupoint in his body, and felt every subtle power fluctuation in his body. If the power stored in each meridian acupoint is like a stream, then it is these countless streams that come together to form the vast and immeasurable mana frenzy in Fang Sui's body. His practice is to open up more streams in his body, and then to nourish these streams, so that they will gradually grow stronger, turn into rivers, and finally converge and grow, and evolve into an unstoppable sea of mana. In fact, in addition to practicing blindly, sometimes you also need to adjust and relax. In the following days, Fang Sui lived a very leisurely life, just walking cats and dogs in the Panshi universe, or on the sea of clouds outside his residence. Time passed in such a comfortable situation for a few days. Until this day, Fang Sui took action again, and found the Deputy Hall Master Zhang Zheng to borrow energy crystals. His idea was simple. The higher the level of the person he found, the more energy crystals he could borrow. This is the same as borrowing from a bank. The amount of money borrowed from the president is definitely different from the amount of money borrowed through normal procedures. Zhang Zheng is actually busy with daily affairs. Seeing Fang Sui coming to him for a small matter in his eyes, he waved his hand in a bad mood and sent a message asking Fang Sui to go to the number 1 energy warehouse of the Panshi universe to collect the energy crystals. Fang Sui went there in a hurry. The number 1 energy warehouse of the rock universe is deep underground under the quantum tower, with a total of 3 floors. Fang Sui followed several guards into the crystal warehouse, which really opened his eyes. The energy crystals in it were neatly stacked in various colors, dazzling and numerous, piled up into mountains of energy crystals. When Fang Sui took the energy crystals he borrowed, and was about to leave, an interesting thing happened. One of the guards was heard complaining to another. The storage place of this energy crystal has dense array patterns and strict security, but there are still energy crystal rats that appear. They steal energy crystals and eat them every day, and they can never be completely eliminated. I have been questioned many times for this. In the mission center of the front hall, a notice was issued to find cat-like war beasts to hunt crystal rats. Several groups of cat beasts came, but they were unable to effectively kill the crystal rats. Fang Sui was very happy when he heard it, and thought to himself, Buster is also a cat. He immediately summoned Buster through his thoughts. When the guards saw Buster, their eyes lit up, and they asked in unison, is your cat a 2nd level cat? Fang Sui nodded and said, how much will the reward be for letting the cat catch crystal rats? The guard said happily, you can earn 5 1st level energy crystals by catching a crystal rat. If you can catch a second level crystal rat, that's 5 second level energy crystals. Fang Sui asked Buster with telepathy. I say, you have no problem catching mice, right? After all, you are a cat. You can't lose your old job. Meow. Buster called out weakly, and said weakly, I'm the cat god, and I have never caught mice before, so I really don't know how good I am. Then you are also a cat. It's settled. How about this? The energy crystals you earn from catching crystal mice will all belong to you. How about it? The last sentence was obviously the most effective, and Buster happily agreed. However, this guy did not do it himself, but secretly summoned the altar of the dead, chanting a spell in his mouth, and actually summoned a fat and strong black cat from the underworld to enter the crystal library to catch mice. Seeing Fang Sui looking at him in surprise, Buster said triumphantly, this is one of my abilities, after I was promoted to the second level, summoning my kind. The dark cat summoned by Buster was really vicious in catching mice. Half an hour later, when Fang Sui left the crystal store, Buster tightly held a small bag full of shiny energy crystals. Then Fang Sui went directly out of the rock universe and went to the All Things shop in the city to buy some materials that he had asked the shop to prepare when he came last time. Everything went smoothly during the process. After a few hours, he returned to his residence with a batch of newly acquired materials and began to sacrifice the second stage of the Witch Curse God World Gate array again. The days passed quickly, and more than half a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, UK King and Zhang Shizhen came twice, but Fang Sui was at a critical juncture in refining the array, so he did not go out. When Fang Sui once again used up many materials, the second stage of the array had been partially refined. At this point, the overall framework of the formation diagram was completed. The first part of the ritual was combined with this one, and the entire formation diagram suddenly became three-dimensional. Above the original square and circle spell patterns, countless spell symbols appeared, as if a starry sky interwoven with spell patterns, and strange light flowed, illuminating the entire practice room, where the formation diagram was stored. When the formation diagram was refined to the second stage, a strange phenomenon appeared. It was a scepter of Horus that suddenly glowed at the moment Fang Sui stopped the ritual and flew out of the Book of Summoning and then hung above the space gap in the center of the formation diagram. In an instant, because of the appearance of the scepter of Horus, the space gap in the center of the formation diagram, which was originally as thin as a hair, was slightly expanded again by the golden light flowing and falling from the staff. At that moment, Fang Sui looked into the darkness behind the space gap. With the golden light of Horus's staff, Fang Sui found that in the boundless darkness behind the gap in space and time, there seemed to be something which was being pulled by the secret power spread by Horus's staff from the depths of darkness at an infinite distance to the location of the gap in space. Unfortunately, the gap was still too small, and it was really hard to see what was in the dark space and time far behind, and it disappeared in a flash. In a trance, it seemed like an illusory scene, not real. The next day, UK King and the reincarnated Yamazon Shizun came again, and the three of them walked together to the task distribution center in the front hall of the Rock Universe. The first task is coming. Chapter 269 Mysterious Time and Space. The sun in the sky was warm, and the wind blew the grass and the branches swayed on the ground. The lush and green trails of the Rock Universe were filled with the fragrance of plants and trees. Fang Sui walked in the middle, with Anubis leading the way in front, and Buster on his shoulder, who was sleeping soundly after catching mice, and earning a lot of energy crystals. On the left was Zhang Shizhen, who looked quiet and gentle, and on the right was UK King, who was graceful and charming. This was like a nobleman from aristocratic family, taking his servants and beautiful maids, playing with cats and dogs, and strolling on the road. He met many cultivators from the Rock Universe along the way, and they greeted Fang Sui one after another. It happened to be the time when the Alliance of the Heavens had just absorbed new cultivators from all over the place. Many cultivators who had just arrived at the Rock Universe from all over the place did not know Fang Sui. When they saw him appear, people greeted him all the way, and he was surrounded by people. Some new cultivators asked, "Who is that guy with a cat on his shoulder? He's so stylish." At that moment, a cultivator said, "You don't know this guy? Let me tell you. He has been the most popular person in our rock universe in the past period of time. He ranked first in the last joint test of major forces, and he even killed a second level cultivator with his first level cultivation. Such whispers continued to be heard as they moved forward, and there were also various other false rumors about Fang Sui that were discussed among the people they met. When UK King heard some nonsense from the people she met along the way, her tender face suddenly turned red, and she said ferociously like a little tiger, "Hey, Fang Sui, listen to what you people from the Zushan Alliance are talking about. In their mouths, how did this lady become your lover? It's hateful." Fang Sui looked UK King up and down with interest, and said with a click of the tongue, "These people are talking nonsense. Don't worry, how could I possibly like you?" When Fang Sui looked at her, UK King still blushed a little. When Fang Sui finished speaking, she was stunned and said angrily, "What do you mean you look down on me? What's wrong with me?" Fang Sui spread his hands and said, "Look, the people next to you said you were my lover and you were not happy. Now I promise that I don't look down on you, and you are not happy either. Both sides are wrong. So what do you say we should do?" UK King said with her eyes wide open, "Why does it sound like I'm wrong?" Fang Sui and UK King talked and joked along the way. The atmosphere was relaxed, and the reincarnated Yama Zong Shizun didn't talk much along the way, but looked around, as if everything he saw was beautiful and the world was really wonderful. Zong Shizun's clothes at the moment were quite special. When he didn't manifest the Yama body, he was obviously a quiet and introverted person, but at this time, he was wearing a dark red and dazzling blood-colored totem ghost robe, which was engraved with hundreds of hideous ghosts. With his quiet temperament, it gave people a really strange feeling. This 100 ghosts blood robe was not an ordinary thing. It was a robe that UK King bought for him. It was professionally refined and had the ability to stretch and change with the size of the body. It was obviously prepared for Zong Shizun to use the Yama ghost body and become a few feet tall. The three of them walked leisurely along the way. When the front hall of the rock universe was in sight, Fang Sui asked UK King, "Because our Alliance of the Heavens has opened a task release center, countless cultivators go in and out of it every day to hand over tasks. In the process, the Alliance of the Heavens will charge fees as the main income to support the operation of the entire force. What is the main income of your Temple of the Gods?" UK King was wearing a light silver long skirt today. She walked lightly as she moved forward, like a lotus in the wind. He responded, "The main income of the Pantheon comes from the prayer temples built in various places. All practitioners of the Pantheon must communicate with the gods in our temples to have a chance to obtain the gods' descent to the divine domain, thereby improving their practice and even transforming their own power attributes." He continued, "And every practitioner of the Pantheon goes to our Pantheon to pray for the oracles of the gods. This is a major event related to their lifelong practice. The fees paid are naturally astronomical and are the life savings of some practitioners. Therefore, although the temples opened by the Pantheon in various places are not as prosperous as the mission centers of the Alliance of the Heavens, with a constant stream of people, their income is no less than that of the Alliance of the Heavens." This was the first time Fang Sui heard about the operation of the Pantheon, which actually involved the field of communication between practitioners and gods. This made him feel a little moved, and he thought, "Communicate with the gods and obtain oracles at this time," UK King said again. "In fact, every major force has its own unique source of earning energy crystals. For example, another famous major force, TSUI Beast Taming Palace, their main source of income is all industries related to magic beasts, war beasts, and pet beasts, including the hatching and cultivation of various beasts, growth training, etc. Whether a force is strong or not is inseparable from how much energy crystals it can earn. With more energy crystals, it can better support the operation and development of its own forces. Some small and medium-sized forces have gradually declined because they do not have exclusive and stable ways to earn energy crystals." As they spoke, the three of them walked into the front hall of the rock universe. The hall was the same as usual, with people interweaving and hundreds of races. Fang Sui and the other two then merged into the crowd, looking at the array crystal walls that issued tasks one by one, and began to look for the first task they were going to take after the team was established. UK King chattered about the mission messages she saw. "This mission is good. Just now I mentioned the TSUI Beast Taming Palace. They have issued a mission to recruit war beast breeders. Unfortunately, the distance is too far. They have to stay in the TSUI mountains. Hey, Captain Fang, your dog is called Anubis, right? Some of the missions here are very suitable for it, such as finding items and tracking the traces of certain cultivators. These can all be completed with Anubis's keen sense of smell. UK King was in a good mood, speaking in a sweet and soft voice, showing a different liveliness and agility than before. Fang Sui shook his head. The tasks UK King mentioned were too small. It was okay to do them in your spare time, but they were not suitable as the initial tasks of the entire team. Fang Sui's eyes swept across the hall and soon noticed that in the center of the hall, there was a huge crystal wall with a void image, which seemed to be displaying important information, and many people gathered below. Fang Sui and the other two moved closer and heard people talking from afar. Not long ago, in the chaotic time and space bordering the southern region, the Shadow Clan suddenly urged its vassal races to rush out and attack the source of life stars within the territory of the southern region's 7-star dynasty. In one battle, countless people were killed and injured, and all living things were extinct. A dynasty that had been passed down for thousands of years was destroyed. It is said that at that time, among the 4 powerful tribes under the command of the shadow creatures, the night demons and the 100-eyed dragon clan attacked together, forming a pincer shape, to surround several source of life stars standing side by side in the 7-star dynasty. Billions of lives were killed in this battle. Point: do you know why the shadow creatures provoked the war this time? TSK. That's not a secret. The reason is that the shadow creatures discovered a gold foil jade book that had been drifting in the depths of endless time and space not long ago in the chaotic time and space. The jade book was engraved with mysterious words that had never been seen before. It was eventually deciphered and seemed to be related to an ancient legendary race and civilization. It is said that the jade book involves some core secrets of this legendary civilization. Some people say that there is an ancient map of time and space in the jade book. After the shadow creatures obtained the jade book, they deciphered a space coordinate from the book, and the location of this space coordinate is within the scope of the 7-star dynasty in the southern region. Therefore, the shadow creatures suddenly sent troops to occupy the 7-star ancient dynasty. At present, the shadow creatures have opened the space coordinates located in the territory of the 7-star dynasty, based on the ancient map of time and space in the jade book. When the space coordinates were opened, a space hole thousands of miles wide was cracked in the void, like a space-time door, from which gushed out thick fog and lightning. The gushing fog was like an ancient gas that existed billions of years ago. Now, nearly half of the entire southern region is irrigated and filled with ancient fog pouring out of the opened space hole, turning into a place filled with fog and unable to see things clearly. At present, all major forces have issued a joint announcement to recruit cultivators to explore the space and time behind the foggy space hole opened by the shadow creatures. At this time, the situation in all directions of our 5 regions was turbulent. Most of the older generation of people were still on the sidelines, while the young generation, who were self-reliant in force, began to gather in the location of the 7 Stars dynasty in the southern region to explore the unknown time and space behind the open space hole. After Fang Sui and the other two approached, they heard discussions one after another. What these people were talking about was that the shadow creatures had found a gold foil jade book that had drifted for thousands of years, on which the ancient map of time and space was engraved. This was a piece of news that shook the 5 regions, and it obviously contained a mystery. Otherwise the shadow creatures would never have made such a big fuss and killed hundreds of millions of lives to open this space coordinate. At this time, various legends about the gold foil jade book had been circulated. Some people said that the jade book was related to an eastern fairy and demon civilization that disappeared long ago and contained the secret of immortality. Some people also said that it was related to a vanished god and demon civilization, hiding the mystery of becoming a god. There was even a legend that it was related to a relic civilization that was as far away as the last universe. All these things showed that there was a mystery in this incident. Fang Sui and the other two looked up at the message crystal wall above. There was a glittering light on it, and lines of handwriting appeared. It was the news about this incident, explaining that the major forces were recruiting cultivators from the starfields of the heavens to explore the mystery. If they found something, the major forces would jointly provide extremely generous rewards. When Fang Sui saw this message, his eyes lit up with a sharp edge. The 5 Southern region opened up a mysterious time and space. The first event to officially enter the universe. I hope you like it. Chapter 270 ready to go. In the front hall of the Rock universe, more and more people gathered under the array image in the center. Everyone looked up at the information displayed above and discussed eagerly. The 7-star ancient dynasty in the southern region. I would like to go there, but it is too far from us. Well, our ancient source star is located at the junction of the northern region and the central divine region. To get to the southern region, we almost have to cross the vast central region, which is indeed too far. Crossing the central region, even at the maximum speed of light, is a long distance that many cultivators cannot cross in their lifetime. Even if they use the teleportation array, it will probably take more than a year to reach the southern region. This distance is indeed unimaginably far, unless they use the ultra long distance teleportation arrays of the major cities along the way, then they can probably arrive within 10 days. It is rumored that there are peerless strong men who can tear through space, and the speed can be greatly shortened. It is said that someone once walked on the time node and crossed a large region in just 1 or 2 days. When everyone was discussing in a chaotic manner, new information suddenly appeared on the information image suspended in the air. When someone saw it, he said in ecstasy, "Look, in order to facilitate the cultivators from all over the country to go to the south region, the major forces have really opened the ultra long distance transmission array in the main city along the way. The cost is only 1/10 of the usual cost. In this way, you can really reach the south region within 10 days. This message appeared, and Fang Sui also smiled in the crowd. Looking at Yu King, she nodded lightly, and then looked at Zhang Shizhen, who was very frugal, and only said one word, "Go." After the 3 reached a consensus, Fang Sui thought for a while. The south region has opened up the mysterious time and space. This is a big deal. We have to go, but we don't have to race against time. It's not too late to prepare first before setting off. Yu King and the reincarnated Yama nodded together. The 3 of them first went to find the staff of the mission center and accepted the mission of going to the south region to explore the mysterious time and space. Then they agreed to meet again later and then dispersed to prepare for each other. Fang Sui returned to the Liangshan Tower and went directly to the practice room. The formation diagram of the gate of the Witch Curse world was suspended in the air and the light was flashing. He raised his hand and made a hand seal, and a wonderful scene appeared. The huge formation that spread out to an area of 100 meters, which seemed to be able to reflect all things in the world, shrank in an instant, and each symbol and spell pattern overlapped each other. In a short period of 1,000th of a second, with a strange rhythm that matched a certain rhythm of heaven and earth, it shrank into a square, dark gold object, only the size of a palm. This highly condensed block, which was formed by billions of symbol and spell patterns, fell into Fang Sui's hands. It was bright and extinguished, transparent and crystal. It seemed to be loaded with countless symbol and spell patterns, such as stars, which were so gorgeous that it made people feel like the creation of gods and demons. Fang Sui looked at it for a long time, and finally put the formation square condensed by the formation diagram into the storage space of the identity nameplate, and carried it with him. After that, he turned around, and went out to find Vice Hall Master Zhang Zheng again. The first sentence he said when they met, was concise and direct. "I want to borrow some more energy crystals. The money I borrowed last time was all used up to buy materials. This time I plan to go to the south region to join in the fun. I guess there will be a lot of places that need energy crystals." Fang Sui's performance after entering the Alliance of All Heavens has always been described as brilliant. Sometimes, it even exceeds the expectations of a strong man of Zhang Zheng's level. This is a very rare phenomenon. It is precisely because of his excellent performance that Zhang Zheng would not refuse his small fights, such as borrowing some energy crystals. Hearing this, he gently waved his hand and said with a smile, "But what a coincidence, Wu Ling just came to borrow, and you come again." Fang Sui's eyes flashed, and he said nothing. Zhang Zheng continued, be careful when you go to the South region to join in the fun. It is estimated that many elites from major forces will go there this time, and there may be a clash with the major powerful tribes under the command of the shadow creatures. He added, you don't have to borrow energy crystals. This hall master will give you some personally, but you have to pay them back. If you find anything strange and bizarre in that mysterious time and space, come back and give me one, and it will be considered as a debt repayment. After that, he threw a small box over, and Fang Sui caught it, smiled and agreed, turned around and walked out. Half an hour later, Fang Sui, UK King and Zhang Shizhen reunited in the Wanwu shop in the Universal City. Regarding exploring the mysterious time and space, it does not mean that people go there and walk around in it, and they have explored it. There are still many necessary preparations, such as the relevant tools and equipment needed when exploring the secret place, which must also be prepared in advance. At this time, there are quite a lot of people in the Wanwu shop, and most of them have the same purpose as Fang Sui, coming to buy items and preparing to go to the South region to join in the fun. Fortunately, both Fang Sui and UK King were regular customers of the Wanwu Palace. According to Fang Sui's understanding, the two were considered major customers, so they were spared the waiting process and were taken directly to a small quiet room. There were special staff members who asked them what they needed to buy and gave them professional shopping advice. The service staff was a pretty young woman who had received Fang Sui many times before. She stood in front of the three of them and introduced, young Master Fang is going to the southern region to explore the mysterious time and space this time. The items he needs must include the following. First of all, there must be an instrument that can accurately identify the spatial direction under any circumstances, and there must also be lighting crystals, extremely high temperature universal fire, life crystals for detoxification, and an eye of observation that can be used in any environment. Finally, he said, in case of irresistible danger, we must also use an energy matrix for short distance space travel and escape from dangerous areas. The above things are all necessary instruments for exploring unknown secret areas. Fang Sui heard this and thought, I don't need the universal fire, I have two suns in my body. The eye of observation should be something similar to a telescope. The instrument for identifying the spatial direction is mostly similar to the compass on Earth, an energy matrix for short distance space travel and escape from dangerous areas. I wonder how effective these exploration equipment in the 5 regions are? Then he asked someone to introduce these things one by one. The staff member smiled and said, for equipment that can accurately identify the spatial orientation, the 3 most representative ones are the Space-Time Coordinate Array, Space Puppet, and Wrist Compass Car, which are also the best of the same kind. Fang Sui chose the Wrist Compass Car, and the staff member took out an artifact and displayed it. It was a metal disc, which looked a bit like a watch. It was transparent on the surface, and a small independent space was sealed inside. There was a statue of a god in it, which was said to be one of the 4 attendants under the god of space. The statue was inside the artifact, driving an ancient car burning with flames, and it kept galloping and moving. The function of this wrist compass car is a statue of the god inside the artifact. It can control the flame car frame, accurately identify the direction under any circumstances, and have a spiritual connection with the operator to ensure that there is no danger of getting lost when entering any time and space. This thing is one of the necessary equipment for the universe explorers in the 5 directions domain. Fang Sui felt very novel after seeing it, and bought one each with UK King and Zhang Shizhen. Then Fang Sui followed the introduction of the staff, and bought the necessary items one by one. The lookout eye is indeed a piece of equipment with similar functions to a telescope, but its performance far exceeds that of a telescope. Not only can it look beyond the distance of ordinary people, but it can also see through many obstacles, as if it can see through things. It even has the function of finding energy sources. In other words, if you use the lookout eye to look underground, if there are mineral veins underground, they will be detected by the lookout eye. It is also one of the necessary tools for explorers. After purchasing all the items, the preparations were almost done, and the 3 of them set off immediately. Because they needed to shuttle through long-distance teleportation arrays along the way to reach the South region within a few months, Fang Sui and the other two first came to the central teleportation point in the Universal City. It was an extremely large teleportation square, with a bronze statue of the god of space standing proudly in the center, overlooking all living beings. On the ground below the statue, a circular teleportation array was engraved, with light flowing and dazzling, and it was thousands of feet long. At this time, the array pattern has been opened, spreading waves of space fluctuations, and from time to time, space symbols burst out in the void. The void above the ground, array pattern was torn open by a mythical and magnificent force, and a huge space hole was directly connected to the reverse void. Entering and exiting this ultra long distance teleportation array is not something that old cultivators can afford. Not only is it expensive, but also the cultivator's own tolerance. If it has not reached the second level or above, once it enters the teleportation array, it will be instantly shredded into nothingness by an invisible and intangible space force. Secondly, entering and exiting this long distance teleportation array is not just about walking into it yourself, because there will be a long period of time in the reverse void during the process, so there must be a device that can resist space fluctuations, such as a flying device like the Starry Sky Ancient Ship. When Fang Sui and the other two discussed in advance, the preparation of this space device was taken up by UK King. At this time, the three of them came to the teleportation square. There were many people waiting to be teleported around, and they waited for a while before it was their turn. UK King then offered up a flying artifact, which was extremely beautiful, silver white in color, with a faint glow as bright as water. Its shape was somewhat like an elegant sea fish, with its fins like wings, gently flapping. This artifact was also a type of flying treasure ship, 30 feet long. As soon as it appeared, it attracted the attention of other cultivators queuing around. Some people enviously said, "What level of flying artifact is this? It seems to have spirituality, and it's as beautiful as a living thing." Fang Sui and the other two stood above the head of this big fish-like flying artifact amid the surprised discussions of the crowd. The big fish flapped its fins, as if it was swimming proudly in the sea, gliding into the space hole above the teleportation array, entering the reverse void, and disappearing. The trip to the southern region officially began. Thank you all for your support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. Colorful Racial Civilization. Fang Sui stood on UK King's fish-shaped treasure ship and entered the space hole above the teleportation array. He felt as if he had passed through a layer of water curtain, and the void was rippled like water. Then the scene in front of him changed. Against the dark background, there were colorful illusions. It felt as if everything outside of him turned into flowing light, flying back in front of his eyes except for his own body. After a moment, the gorgeous light disappeared, and the scene in front of him was fixed, leaving only silence and deep darkness. Fang Sui knew that he had passed through the space barrier and entered the reverse void where only darkness was the eternal theme. The three of them stood on UK King's big fish boat, as if they were sailing in an endless dark ocean. The big fish boat under the feet of the three people exuded a hazy silver white halo, protecting the three people in it and resisting the destructive power in the reverse void. The big fish flapped its fins, like the wings of a flying bird, gliding gracefully. Because it was dark in the distance and the scene was fixed, without any reference points, it was hard to feel how fast the big fish boat was moving. The process of entering the reverse void this time was very similar to the situation when Fang Sui broke through the void from the solar system, where the Earth was located on the mother of life. After entering the reverse void, it took a while to break through the space barrier again and return to normal space. However, unlike the mother of life, which was moving alone in the reverse void, this time, in addition to UK King's big fish boat, there would be other space traveling objects carrying cultivators every 100 feet in front and behind. These space traveling objects were connected in front and behind in the reverse void, forming a long dragon, moving continuously in the same direction. This phenomenon was because all these space traveling objects left the Universal City and had the same destination. Therefore, in this reverse void, it was like a waterway, with thousands of space-traveling objects queuing up. There are countless intelligent races in the five directions domain, and these races have developed different forms of civilization and evolutionary directions. Among them, the cultivation civilization, that constantly improves itself and pursues immortality, occupies the mainstream. However, in the vast universe, there are billions of races, and naturally there are also civilizations that develop in other directions. Fang Sui glanced around at this time, and the various flying objects he saw fully reflected this diversified feature. Many flying objects have a strong ethnic style, from which we can see the traces of different civilizations. Among these flying objects, some are the products of the Eastern Fairy and Demon civilization, full of classical scents, and the appearance is like an ancient building ship, with palaces standing on it, and fairy air floating. Other ships are the creations of the God and Demon civilization, and in front of the ship, stand a number of God and Demon statue-like horns, on which divine power flows, interweaving thunder and lightning, fire and wind, and other power fluctuations. The scene is awe-inspiring, magnificent, and fantastic. Some of the flying objects are particularly special. They are built by civilized races that take science and technology as the mainstream evolution direction. The style is full of ultra-modernity, the shape is smooth and dazzling, there is a touching beauty of lines, and it has a strong sci-fi color. This transmission channel in the reverse void is like a microcosm of the thousands of civilizations in the entire universe. The vast universe composed of thousands of races and civilizations is colorful, strange, and 100 schools of thought are opening a corner of the curtain in front of Fang Sui. Fang Sui was very interested. He looked around, and looked far away with high spirits, watching the various flying objects built by different civilized races. He had just left the Universal City, and what he saw was so colorful, which really made him full of expectations for this vast universe. UK King saw Fang Sui's appearance, and said with a smile, "Captain Fang seems to be in a good mood." Fang Sui replied, "Your big fish boat looks very good too. I wonder how you refined it. It's as agile as a living thing, with the fluctuations of life." After speaking, he looked at the big fish boat under his feet, only to see its eyes open and closed, shining with brilliance. Its whole appearance is somewhat similar to dolphins on Earth, except that its fins are as big as flying wings, making it look more elegant. UK King said with a smile, "The refining process of my big fish boat is easy to say, but it is difficult to refine it perfectly. First of all, you need to use the complete skeleton of a high-level magical beast from the Bashan Galaxy, the flying silver dragonfish, as the main material, and then transfer its soul with secret techniques, and inject it into the skeleton. This point is crucial, and it can make the hull have spirituality, after it is formed, have unlimited potential, and can evolve independently." He tilted his head and said, "Finally, you have to refine countless array symbols on the fish bones, and use liquid energy, to simulate the blood circulation route, running and flowing on the skeleton. To a certain extent, creating such a ship is like creating an alternative form of life. Therefore, the flying ship refined by this method is also called a bionic ship." UK King's words were eloquent and clearly explained the characteristics of the big fish boat. After UK King finished speaking, even the quiet Zhang Shizhen also praised, "What a good thing, it actually has a certain degree of vitality, and it can evolve autonomously, which is particularly precious." UK King said, "This is not the highest level of flying ship. I heard that there is a superpower in the central region that can build a treasure ship that can travel across the sky. It combines the characteristics of silicon-based life forms, is extremely magical, and has all kinds of incredible powers." Fang Sui and the other two talked to each other like this, discussing the characteristics of many civilizations in the universe, and sometimes talking about some problems in cultivation. For a period of time afterwards, they were like many people rushing to the south region, constantly entering and exiting the teleportation array of the positive and negative void. More than half a month passed quickly. During this period, Fang Sui and the other two went through the positive and negative void space no less than 100 times, each time using a large city as a transit, staying temporarily, and then continuing to teleport. In this way, they were getting closer and closer to the south region. On this day, Fang Sui and the other two entered the reverse void again, and there were still countless ships of various colors lined up in front and behind. Fang Sui and the other two were discussing how to cooperate if a battle broke out. They heard a cultivator in a ship in front of them using his magic power to push a voice, thundering and warning, "Be careful, everyone sailing behind us. We have encountered a storm in the reverse void and need to stop moving forward temporarily. Everyone control their own ship and wait in place until the storm passes before continuing to move forward." Some cultivators on the ship may have rarely experienced sailing in the reverse void. When they heard this, they immediately panicked. Fortunately, the reverse void channel that everyone was traveling on was specially used to travel between major cities. It had been opened up for millions of years. The spatial fluctuations along the way were actually very stable, and there would be no major storms. In addition, countless ships gathered together, and their bearing capacity was greatly increased. Therefore, after a little panic, the situation was explained clearly, and no one was really frightened. Some people made a fuss for a while, but soon calmed down. Everyone stopped their ships and waited quietly in place. Suddenly, one could vaguely see the undercurrent surging in the reverse void ahead, and in the endless darkness, it turned into waves like the vast ocean, roaring towards the location of many ships. The storm approached in a blink of an eye, with an amazing momentum, but there was no sound at all. Many cultivators on the surrounding ships joined forces at this time, united as one, and showed their extraordinary abilities. For a while, the reverse void frequently lit up with brilliant magic lights, like a colorful meteor shower flashing in the dark night. The location where Fang Sui and the other two were located was not the core of the storm. When the storm approached, it passed through the ships in front to resolve part of the impact force, and the destructiveness was greatly reduced. Without Fang Sui and others taking action, UK King's big fish boat could resist it on its own. The big fish's way of resisting was also interesting. It actually opened its mouth and spit out a big bubble, wrapping the entire hull inside. No matter how violent the storm was outside, the bubble was like an independent little world, very comfortable and not affected at all. About half an hour later, the storm gradually weakened and finally ended, and countless ships started sailing again. Generally speaking, this was just a very small abnormal fluctuation in the reverse void. During the whole process, only a few ships sailing in front were the first to bear the brunt of the storm and suffered damage, but there were no casualties. Continue to move forward, and after a while, you can see a bright and regular huge ring in the dark void ahead, like a portal. The ring is surrounded by fluctuations of spatial attributes. That is the exit at the other end of the teleportation array. In a blink of an eye, Fang Sui and his group's big fish boat passed through the exit and returned to the normal space. After returning to the normal space, it is necessary to continue to pass through the next teleportation array of the positive and negative space, and continue to approach the southern region. Since the next teleportation is about to take place, UK King did not put away the big fish boat, and the three of them stood on it and waited. The location of the teleportation this time was a huge city that was no less than the Universal God City. The big fish boat was hovering above a teleportation square, waiting in line for the cultivators in front to enter the next teleportation channel entrance first. There was a slight mist in the city, which meant that they had entered the edge of the southern region. The mist came from the mysterious time and space opened by the shadow creatures. At this time, the mist spread and filled half of the southern region. Under Fang Sui's observation, the city was hidden in the mist and had a little sense of illusion. Many skyscrapers in the city soared into the sky and connected the ground to the sky. The external lines of these buildings were simple and bright, using a kind of overall tension to give people a visual impact. Fang Sui looked at the city while chatting with UK King beside him. At this time, in front of them, there was a team of men and women, a total of 6 or 7 people, who were also talking to each other. This team of men and women had extraordinary demeanor and naturally exuded strong power fluctuations, which was very eye-catching. One of the women said calmly, "We are really unlucky this time. We happened to be in the center of the space storm in the reverse void. Our flying equipment was damaged. I'm afraid that we will be delayed. It's a pity that we are about to reach our destination." While the woman was talking, a handsome man beside her suddenly said, Hey, Miss Lixiu, do you think that is UK King? Meow. Chapter 272. Instantly tense. The woman turned her head and looked at her for a moment, then said, "It is UK King." The man who spoke earlier said with a slightly bright look in his eyes, "Lixiu, don't you have some friendship with her? You can talk to her and ask her to give us a ride. If we go together, we can reach our destination sooner." The woman named Lixiu pondered for a moment and said, "UK King and I just know each other. We don't have a deep friendship." The others said in unison, "That doesn't matter. We just want to go together. She can help us out of the blue. If not, we can just pay her some energy crystals." Lixiu looked at UK King from a distance and nodded, and the group then moved towards UK King. When the two parties met, the woman named Lixiu spoke cleverly and was not rash. She tried to test him. Seeing that UK King was quite enthusiastic when talking to her and did not mean to keep people away, she felt a little confident. She looked at Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen again and asked UK King who owned the big fish boat. When she learned that it belonged to UK King, she told them that she wanted to go on the same boat. This was indeed a piece of cake and there was no difficulty. UK King agreed and let Lixiu and others get on the boat. For many days after that, the journey was peaceful. The big fish boat carried everyone, continuously passed through the long distance teleportation array, continued to shuttle through the positive and negative space, and went deep into the hinterland of the South region, getting closer and closer to the 7-star ancient dynasty, where the mysterious time and space were opened. After Lixiu and others got on the boat, the two sides introduced each other. Fang Sui learned that they were all from ancient cultivation families. This time, because the mysterious time and space of the South region was opened, several like-minded people were temporarily combined together to form a team and came together with the ambition to rule the world. The cultivation of these people is really very advanced. The lowest is also the second level. The highest cultivation of Lixiu and the other two men all faintly touch the third level barrier, and their magic power is as deep as the ocean. People have always had fixed circles and patterns when interacting with each other, and the same is true for Lixiu and others' contact with Fang Sui. When they introduced themselves after meeting each other, they would naturally add their family background in front of their names, such as "I'm so and so from such and such a family." Because their family has a long heritage and has produced powerful people who shook the 5 directions domain in history, these people have a strong sense of identity with their family. When they say their names, they add the name of their family. This is understandable, and it is not so frivolous to show off their origins. However, since these people are all from ancient and profound cultivation families, when they heard Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen introduce themselves, they only said their names simply, and they knew that the two were ordinary cultivators with no family background. They were not so superficial as to despise Fang Sui and the other two, but their attitude was inevitably a little condescending, or it could be said that they were proud of their status, thinking that Fang Sui and the other two were not the same kind of people as themselves, and from then on they began to keep a distance with some pride. After that, they rarely took the initiative to talk to Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen, but they were always enthusiastic about UK King, and they had a good chat along the way. Zhang Shizhen was a man of few words and a cold temperament, and he ignored the attitudes of these people. Fang Sui was even more calm and didn't care at all. Time was like water, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, when everyone came out of the teleportation channel of the reverse void again and returned to the normal space, they still appeared in a huge city. At this time, they had really entered the frontline area of the war with the shadow creatures. They only needed to be teleported once more, and they would reach the forefront of their destination. Since it was the last huge city, before reaching the destination, everyone discussed it briefly, and decided to stay here for a while and find out the news. By the way, UK King was going to the branch of the Pantheon in this city. Zhang Shizhen had nothing to do, so he went with Fang Sui. The two got off the big fish boat, and wandered around the city. This city is called Mingsu City. It is one of the 10 main cities in the Wufang South region. It is prosperous and huge, with countless cultivators. It is the first main city on the front line of the war with shadow creatures. When Fang Sui and others arrived, it happened to be the time when the dome was full of stars and the moon was rising. However, there were still many cultivators of various races on the streets in the city, and it was not deserted at all. It was just that there was also fog in the city. Everything was shrouded in the mist under the night, which seemed a little hazy and depressing. In Mingsu City, there was also a mission center set up by the Alliance of All Heavens. Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen came to the mission center and reported their identities. After a brief exchange with the members of the Alliance of All Heavens, they learned that the atmosphere in Mingsu City was very tense in recent days. After the shadow creatures opened the mysterious time and space, this important town in the southern region has been in chaos and undercurrents in recent days. Not only have cultivators from all over the world appeared frequently, but some outposts of the shadow creature camp have occasionally appeared. There have been disputes in this city almost every day recently. Fang Sui learned about the situation in the entire southern region again, and then left with Zhang Shizhen. When the two were walking on the street, they found that there were also shops selling everything in Mingsu City, so they walked in. As soon as he entered the door, Fang Sui glanced at them and saw several familiar faces. One of them was Bi Kangting from the East Fairy Hall. Since Bi Kangting saw Fang Sui kill Yun Xiangji in public in the Battle Hall of Yangxiao Pavilion in Huanayu City, he has not appeared for a while. Seeing him in Mingsu City at this time, it is obvious that he is also here to join in the excitement of the mysterious time and space. When Fang Sui saw him, he also found Fang Sui. The two looked at each other in the air for a moment, and Bi Kangting turned his head away. There was no provocation, but at the moment he first discovered Fang Sui, there seemed to be a flash of brilliance in the depths of his eyes. The other familiar faces that Fang Sui saw were Li Xiu and the others who were walking the same way. They were led by an attendant from the Wanwu store into a quiet room, and did not see Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen. They were obviously in high spirits, and after entering the quiet room, their laughter could still be heard faintly. In fact, these people were teasing a handsome man in their team. Then one of them said with a smile, "Kunsa, you have been courting Yuke King many times in the past 2 days. Have you fallen in love with her?" The Kunsa who was being questioned was wearing sky blue armor, with a heroic figure and an imposing aura, with long brown hair draped over his shoulders. After being asked, he said lightly, "I'm courting? Haven't you been courting enough?" Another man replied, "I have been courting too, I admit it. There is nothing to be shy about. Yuke King has a charming face and attractive beauty. It would be a real pleasure in life if we could get her to play with. Everyone wants a woman like her, right?" The others nodded in unison and smiled at the same time. As a woman, Li Xiu obviously couldn't stand the expressions of her teammates. She glanced at them and said sarcastically, "It's a pity that Yuke King has no interest in any of you. In my opinion, she may have someone in her heart." The others asked, "Oh, Li Xiu, how did you know? Who is the one she has in her heart?" Li Xiu said, "I talked to her these few days and found that she always turned her eyes to Fang Sui from time to time. Moreover, I suggested to her that we form a team. Guess what she said?" Everyone asked, "This is a good thing. Doesn't she agree?" She said that she needs to ask Fang Sui before deciding. Haha. Li Xiu seemed to think Yuke King's answer was a little funny, and she curled her lips in a sarcastic way, chuckled twice, and analyzed. Think about it. Fang Sui doesn't have a good family background, and his cultivation is only the second level middle grade, which is also very good, but it is really worse than Yuke King's second level peak. You say, in this case, why does Yuke King have to ask him before deciding whether to join us? Li Xiu, you mean that Yuke King likes Fang Sui, so she respects him, especially, and asks for his opinion on everything? Kunsa asked the question on behalf of everyone. What else could it be? Fang Sui has an ordinary background and no reputation. In this case, there is naturally only one possibility, that is, this person has won Yuke King's heart by some means. Li Xiu said firmly. Fang Sui was actually no longer an unknown person at this time, but his fame was only spread within a small range after all. Considering the vastness of the Five Directions domain and the fact that geniuses were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, even a figure of Gallows level was not known to everyone. Therefore, it was normal that these people had never heard of Fang Sui's name. After Lee Xiu's voice fell, the other people said, Lee Xiu, your analysis may not be correct. A woman like you King must have many suitors. On what basis can Fang Sui be favored? And I once asked that silly boy Zhang Shizhen, and he told me that Fang Sui is the captain of the small team formed by the three of them, so it is not surprising that UK King asks for his opinion when she has something to do. A trace of contempt flashed across Lee Xiu's face, and she said more disdainfully, so you are brainless. Don't you think about it? UK King's cultivation is much higher than Fang Sui. Why does she let Fang Sui be the leader of the team? Isn't the reason simple? The others couldn't find any words to refute for a while, and they fell silent at the same time. According to Lee Xiu's meaning, it seemed that UK King really liked Fang Sui, so she always obeyed Fang Sui and recommended him as the team leader. At this time, someone else said, could it be that Fang Sui is actually very powerful, with a higher combat power than UK King, and he became the leader by his strength? Before the man finished speaking, he burst into laughter, obviously thinking that this guess was not very reliable. The others laughed and said in a teasing tone, it's true, there are such powerful people. It's an honor for us to meet them. Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen walked around in the Wanwu store. They both had extraordinary hearing, and those people did not deliberately avoid taboos when talking, so they could hear the conversation of these people clearly. At this time, Zhang Shizhen tilted his head and asked Fang Sui in confusion. They said I was a fool. Do you think I look like one? Fang Sui laughed dumbly. No. You are much more fierce than a fool. You are a perverted heart-eating demon. After speaking, he turned and walked out of the Wanwu hall. Zhang Shizhen glanced at the quiet room where the people were, pursed his lips, and finally followed Fang Sui. What is a perverted heart-eating demon? Yes, it's you. Oh, but I still don't understand. With the voice, the two disappeared outside the Wanwu shop. When their figures disappeared, Bi Kangting, who was in the other corner of the Wanwu shop, looked in the direction where the two left, and then looked at the quiet room where Lixiu and others were, with a smile on his face, and walked towards the quiet room. Then he heard a surprised voice from the quiet room. It's a coincidence to meet Brother B here. Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen left the Wanwu shop and continued to stroll around. They saw cultivators of thousands of races coming and going on the street. Everyone had a solemn face and sharp eyes, and they spread a fierce atmosphere after being baptized by war. Fang Sui was sighing that the Pearl City on the front line was indeed different from other places. His expression suddenly changed. He slowly stopped and turned to look at a dark alley beside the main street. Then he made a gesture to Zhang Shizhen to prepare for battle. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Please. Chapter 273, Secret Fight. Zhang Shizhen saw Fang Sui's gesture and reacted quickly. His figure flashed and disappeared. At the same moment, Anubis and Bast, who had been hiding in the Book of Summoning since they set out for the South region, also appeared. Fang Sui prepared for battle because he suddenly received a warning from Anubis when he passed this alley. Although this guy was in the Book of Summoning, he smelled out the shadow creatures nearby with his extremely sensitive nose. After Bast and Anubis both appeared, they also disappeared into the void silently like the reincarnated Yama Zhang Shizhen. This series of changes was fast and hidden. There were many pedestrians on the street, but no one noticed anything unusual. Then, Fang Sui walked into the dark alley opposite. His speed seemed slow, but was actually fast. However, before he entered the alley had already been ignited by the war, but Anubis showed up first and pounced on a seemingly empty void. At the moment when Anubis attacked, a wonderful scene appeared. A shadow suddenly appeared in the empty void. It was a second-level shadow creature that Fang Sui had never encountered before. After the shadow creature appeared, it changed from a shadow to a young man with a gloomy face in a blink of an eye. He was dressed in a black robe and his body changed alternately between illusion and reality. This is the characteristic of the shadow family, which can effectively resolve any physical attack. However, just as the shadow creature attacked Anubis, a green ghost hand suddenly appeared in the void behind it. It was Zhang Shizhen who also attacked after Anubis. His attack this time was different from the past. In the palm of the ghost hand, there was a totem pattern with a fierce breath. interweaving and flickering, and the light was like the moon. When the shadow creature dealt with Anubis's attack, the ghost hand hit the totem on the palm of the palm into the shadow creature's vest at lightning speed. The next moment, the shadow creature looked horrified, feeling that it was being held captive by a force, and had lost its ability to transform into the void. Although it was restricted for only a short moment, at that moment, Seam suddenly appeared, bit off the head of the shadow creature, and swallowed it. The lower body of the headless shadow creature was bitten and absorbed by Anubis, disappearing into nothingness. Its vest was pierced by the ghost hand of the reincarnated Yama, and a black heart was taken out, with runes flowing on it, throbbing. Zhang Shizhen walked out of the void leisurely, and swallowed the bloody dark heart in his hand. The process of killing the shadow creature was really clean and neat, like flowing water, starting and ending in a flash of lightning. It should be noted that the shadow creatures are known to be invincible in the same level, and have always been tyrannical. For this reason, if people knew that Zhang Shizhen, Sehemoi and Anubis were able to kill a shadow creature so smoothly this time, it would cause a great sensation. Even Fang Sui, who came after them, was a little surprised. The three guys were very skilled in fighting with clubs together. The battle in the alley here disappeared as soon as it appeared, and the alley was quite hidden, so it did not attract the attention of people walking on the street a little further away. When Fang Sui walked into the alley, he received another message from Buster. It was Buster who used the soul-eating technique of the underworld cat that he had when he was promoted to the second level. After eating the head of the shadow creature, he took away a memory fragment from its mind, from which he found out the location of the scouts in the shadow creature camp, an important stronghold gathered in this Pearl City. Fang Sui narrowed his eyes and wanted to go to the place where the shadow creatures gathered to investigate. He quickly took back Anubis and Bast and began to move in the city. The sky was full of stars, and the Pearl City was filled with fog, making everything look hazy. In the night, with the breeze blowing, Fang Sui moved swiftly in the streets of the city. Half an hour later, he and Zhang Shizhen, one in the light and one in the dark, came to a huge palace complex. Fang Sui hid in the shadow of a building, looking at the palace complex from a distance of 100 feet. This palace building was the place where the shadow creatures gathered secretly in the city after Bast devoured the shadow creature and read its memory. As Fang Sui looked at it, the light in the palace complex was dim, the courtyard was deep, and the fog was spreading. In a trance, there was a terrifying and dangerous aura. Black lingered in Fang Sui's hand, and the Book of Summoning appeared silently. He chanted a continuous spell in a low voice, and the Book of Summoning slowly opened, and a dark passage appeared on the pages. A bat-like creature from the underworld with a dark body appeared in front of Fang Sui through the underworld passage on the page. After Fang Sui was promoted to the second level, his mental power increased greatly, and the number of underworld species summoned through the Book of Summoning naturally increased. The bat summoned at this time was a second level underworld species called the Death Underworld Bat. As soon as this underworld bat appeared, it immediately jumped into the air. Its body grew rapidly and turned into a giant monster of 3 feet. It opened its mouth and made a hissing movement, but there was no sound. In fact, this bat was emitting a sound wave with extremely low decibels that ordinary people could not hear, and then relying on the vibration and spread of this sound wave, it could clearly explore the surrounding terrain. Fang Sui could use the underworld bat to grasp the layout of the building complex on the opposite side with heavy shadows. Such a strange means of checking the enemy is indeed hard to guard against. The opponent has been mastered by Fang Sui without knowing it. Fang Sui stood quietly in the dark, pursing his lips, staring at the palace complex. With the sound wave detection of the dark bat, he was able to clearly understand the changes in the topography of the palace, including where there were secret sentries and guards. Fang Sui smiled silently, then sent a signal to inform Zhang Shizhen, who was hiding in the dark, to wait outside. He took back the dark bat, floated up, and disappeared into the palace complex in front of him in a blink of an eye. Since Fang Sui had already figured out the various changes in this palace in advance through the dark bat, he was like an omniscient and omnipotent god when he went deep into it without any danger. He calmly avoided the defense systems in the palace one by one. Not long after, Fang Sui appeared in front of a central main hall in this building complex. silently stuck to a huge pillar, and pricked up his ears to listen to the movements in the hall. This is the interception order handed down by the demon general. Everyone just needs to follow the order. Now disperse. A gloomy voice came from the palace. Fang Sui frowned secretly. He knew that the conversation in the hall was coming to an end. He came in and didn't hear anything valuable. Suddenly, Fang Sui felt an inexplicable warning. He immediately restrained the light in his eyes and didn't move. Even his heartbeat was controlled in a mysterious state of temporarily stopping. At this moment, Fang Sui seemed to have turned into a corpse, without a trace of life. The next moment, a cold divine thought wave swept through him like mercury. This divine thought wave was extremely powerful, like a vast ocean, unfathomable, and could not be imitated by any second level character. It might even exceed the scope of the third level. Fang Sui was shocked. It was a bit unexpected that there was such a high level shadow creature camp in this hall. At the same time, Fang Sui knew that he was in great danger. If he made a mistake, once his trace was discovered, it would be difficult to escape, and he would be in danger of death. Huh. A slightly puzzled voice sounded in the hall. Another voice asked, "What's wrong?" The voice that sounded suspicious responded, "Nothing. I just had a slight movement in my heart a moment ago, and I just checked it out casually." Then there were other voices whispering in the hall, and it seemed that it had returned to normal. But for some reason, Fang Sui's heart was full of alarm, and he felt even more dangerous, as if he could be discovered at any moment, exposed, and trapped in a dead end. Fang Sui has always been a resolute person. Although he was alarmed at this time, he was not panicked. He controlled all the subtle changes in his body, carefully hiding himself, while his mind was racing, thinking about how to deal with the crisis once it occurred. If someone could see Fang Sui's eyes, which had gathered all the light and narrowed into a slit, they would definitely find from them the calmness and composure of ice and snow, as well as the wisdom that kept flashing when he was thinking seriously, or some excitement caused by being in danger and facing strong pressure. The next moment, he pursed his lips slightly, revealing a confident smile, obviously having the confidence to deal with the crisis calmly. At the same moment, a wonderful scene appeared. The huge stone pillar next to where he stood suddenly became as soft as water. Fang Sui silently merged into the pillar and disappeared from the spot. From the perspective of the observer, he seemed to have squeezed into the stone pillar, which looked quite strange. This scene of change was caused by the divine earth in Fang Sui's sea of ki, which exerted its ability to manipulate soil and stone, causing the stone pillar to split sideways and merge him into the pillar. These things are complicated to say, but in fact they all happened in an instant after the warning signs in Fang Sui's heart grew. At the moment, when he merged into the pillar and disappeared, an expressionless middle-aged man floated out of the temple like a ghost, his eyes emitting blood-red light, and he examined every possible hiding place around him, including the stone pillar where Fang Sui was hiding. It was also scanned by this man's eyes, and his divine consciousness even broke into the interior of the stone pillar, searching and sensing back and forth. The strange thing is that no matter how this person searched, there was nothing unusual inside the stone pillar. He did not find anyone hiding inside. Fang Sui seemed to have completely changed the composition of his flesh and blood, and really turned into stone, disappearing without a trace. In the end, the middle-aged man who walked out of the hall got nothing, and whispered, "It seems that I'm really suspicious." After saying this person walked back to the hall, but the next moment, he turned around like a whirlwind and explored the surroundings again. This shows that this person's character is suspicious and cunning. If there was really someone hiding in the dark just now, as long as he relaxed a little in his heart, thinking that this person had given up the exploration and was ready to return to the hall, at this time, he might turn around like a surprise and look back again and be discovered. Fang Sui and the person who walked out of the hall never met, but they started a secret battle of wisdom on another level. At this point, the person's repeated real and fake explorations were fruitless, so he really gave up, thinking that he was worrying too much, and returned to the hall. At this time, Fang Sui was actually still hiding in the stone pillar. The reason why the man could not find him was that he had an idea before, which prompted the dark mountain in his body to quietly emerge and wrap himself in it. The Dark Mountain itself was constructed by the power of the earth and merged with the stone pillar. Naturally, there was no floor. Fang Sui hid inside the Dark Mountain and there was no fluctuation of life at all. This was how he concealed the man's detection. At this time, Fang Sui did not stay any longer and sank directly from the stone pillar into the depths of the earth. He was careful and escaped away without being noticed by gods and ghosts. Fang Sui left this temple complex, broke out of the ground, and after returning to the ground, he exhaled lightly, called Zhang Shizhen who was waiting outside, and the two left together. More than half an hour later, Fang Sui appeared in the teleportation square of Mingzu City and saw Yu Keiking and Lixiu standing together and talking from a distance. Kunsa and the others beside Lixiu noticed Fang Sui coming over. Their eyes were filled with hostility, mockery, and disdain, and they stared closely at Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen who were approaching. The atmosphere became a little weird for a while. Happy reading. All kinds of requests. Chapter 274 Attack. We were talking in the Wanwu store, and you were eavesdropping outside? Kunsa spoke first after Fang Sui approached, with a tone of contempt. On the other side, Lixiu, the woman who was talking to Yu Keiking, also turned around suddenly and looked at Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen with pursed lips. Although they had deliberately distanced themselves from Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen, thinking that the two sides were not of the same kind and were a little cold, there was no such strong sense of opposition. The reason for the change in attitude at this time was mainly because not long after Fang Sui left the Wanwu store, Bikangting took the opportunity to walk in. After meeting these people, he seemed to say casually, "I saw two people outside, secretly eavesdropping on your conversation." After Bikangting said this, Kunsa and others asked about the appearance of the eavesdroppers outside the door. Bikangting started to describe it, and when Kunsa, Lixiu and others heard it, they immediately knew that their conversation had been heard by Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen. Actually, they were talking about people behind their backs, calling Zhang Shizhen a fool, and they didn't say anything good about Fang Sui. This was not a glorious thing, and they were caught doing something shameful, so they were probably angry and ashamed. Since you all heard it, let's just tear each other apart. So when they saw Fang Sui approaching, they showed strong sarcasm and hidden hostility. Moreover, since Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen heard their backs talking at that time, they didn't dare to come forward and chose to turn around and leave silently. In their opinion, this action was naturally cowardly, and they became more and more certain of Fang Sui's incompetence. Therefore, when they looked at Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen approaching, they were all contemptuous. Fang Sui came over calmly, and when he heard Kunsa questioning him about eavesdropping, he said calmly, "Eavesdropping? You were talking loudly in the Wanwu store. Anyone who is not deaf can hear it clearly. Is it necessary to eavesdrop?" Kunsa, Lixiu and others were slightly stunned, and then Lixiu chuckled and looked at Yu Keiking and said, "Keiking, look, I was right, wasn't I?" He himself admitted that he was outside at the time. Even if he was not eavesdropping, he must have heard us talking. He added, "Yes, we were talking about others behind their backs, which was a bit rude, but we were not wrong. This Fang Sui is good for nothing." Keiking, did you see it clearly? He heard us talking about him behind his back, and he didn't even have the courage to go in and argue with us. Such a man is destined to achieve nothing. Keiking, why don't you join our team? Our team is already strong. If you join us, we will definitely achieve great things in this exploration of the mysterious time and space. Before Fang Sui came over, Lixiu was trying to persuade Yu Keiking to team up with them, and she also made up a few words about Fang Sui. Seeing Fang Sui coming over, she immediately used him and Zhang Shizhen as negative examples to persuade Yu Keiking. Yu Keiking just thought it was funny and replied casually, "Lixiu, you may have misunderstood. You may not know much about Fang Sui. Let me put it this way, he is one of the few best people I have ever met." When Lixiu, Kunsa and others heard this, their eyes flashed with disbelief, and they looked at Yu Keiking together. Fang Sui is one of the best people. Then they looked at each other and almost laughed out loud. Finally, considering Yu Keiking's face, they forced themselves to hold back, but their expressions were a little strange. Then, Several people all recalled Lee Xiu's analysis of UK King in the Wanwu store, saying that she had feelings for Fang Sui. Kunsa and others were skeptical at the time, but now they believed UK King's words. How could a woman who was blinded by love give such a high evaluation of Fang Sui? UK King's eyes turned slightly, and she saw the changes in Kunsa and others' expressions. She walked to Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen, and the three of them stood together. UK King looked at Lixiu again and frowned. Regarding Fang Sui, I don't know what you base your judgment on. You actually think he is incompetent? Fang Sui once killed several second level warriors when he was at the first level. You should have heard of our mythology team of the Pantheon. Fang Sui was also set up by them to be surrounded and killed, but he killed one person in return, and the other two were defeated and fled away. UK King's words made Lixiu and others on the opposite side change their faces. They didn't completely believe what UK King said and were amazed by Fang Sui's past achievements, but they felt that the Fang Sui mentioned by UK King was too different from the Fang Sui they knew, and they couldn't be combined into one person. Therefore, they all changed their colors at this time, and they were more surprised and surprised. After this shock, Lee Xiu, Kunsa and others shook their heads slightly. They really couldn't agree with UK King's statement from the bottom of their hearts. They all thought maybe UK King was confused by Fang Sui and was just helping him lie to save the situation. Well, it's not impossible. At this time, Fang Sui tilted his head slightly and looked at everyone and suddenly asked, "Do you know Bi Kangting?" After seeing him again, Lee Xiu and others changed their attitudes. Fang Sui made a rough judgment and remembered that he had seen Bi Kangting in the Hall of All Things at that time. He roughly figured out the reason and asked this question. Kunsa and others looked a little confused, and one of them nodded silently. Fang Sui thought that these people were really confused. They came back to cause trouble after being instigated by Bi Kangting and were used as a gun. If you don't like me, then we won't stay any longer. Let's separate here. Everyone is free to do as you please, Fang Sui said. This was an obvious order to expel guests. Lee Xiu and the others laughed at the same time and looked at UK King. The meaning was self-evident. The big fish boat belonged to UK King. What right did you, Fang Sui, have to drive us away? Under the gaze of everyone, UK King smiled and said, "Since our Fang Brigade has given the order, I naturally dare not disobey it. I'm sorry to all of you. Please do as you please." UK King's statement was not unexpected by Lee Xiu and the others. They just felt that it was a bit embarrassing. They also felt that UK King chose Fang Sui between them, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen. It was really a bad vision and very unwise. Several people snorted at the same time, said nothing more, and turned around and left. Since their Xingkang artifact was damaged, they had already booked a new one at the Wanwu shop. Wanwu shops are spread all over the 5 directions. Although they booked things at Wanwu shops and other places, they can take them out at Wanwu shops in Mingsu City. When Fang Sui saw them appear in the Wanwu store, they were actually there to pick up the reserve Xingkang treasure ship. Therefore, although they had a quarrel with Fang Sui and UK King, they already had their own Xingkang ship, and they were not unable to move forward without the Daewoo boat. Lee Xiu and the others left Fang Sui and the other two, and not far away, they sacrificed an Xingkang treasure vessel in the shape of an ancient building ship. The whole body was surrounded by a faint mist, and pavilions and towers were located on it. The fairy light was faint and the style was exquisite. At first glance, it was clear that this was a rather extraordinary Xingkang vessel. Several people immediately boarded the treasure ship without looking at Fang Sui and the others, and after queuing, they finally entered the transmission channel of the reverse void and disappeared. Seeing them leave, UK King glanced at Fang Sui and muttered, "Really, if I had known this would happen, I would have just not brought them with me. Now we've made everyone unhappy and almost turned against each other." He clapped his hands again and said to Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen, "Okay, let's go too." Unexpectedly, Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen both shook their heads. Fang Sui said with deep eyes, "At this time, those who entered the transmission channel are all baits. We can't go in. We have other things to do." UK King was a little confused and asked hurriedly, On the other side, after boarding the newly purchased Xian Lao treasure ship, Lee Xiu and others who entered the reverse void channel were still a little indignant at this time. A young man among them snorted coldly that Fang Sui is really a villain in power. UK King chose to stand with him. When he asked us to leave, he pretended to be calm, but he must have been laughing at us in his heart. This person is really hateful. I even had the urge to take action at that time. Another person said, that's true. I thought UK King was a smart woman, but now I see that she is just so-so. Your vision is too poor. Lee Xiu, wearing a crimson female light armor, stood on the bow deck. She did not agree with what everyone said. Instead, her face showed some thoughtfulness. Are you saying that what UK King said is all false? Kunsa stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes shining, and said, are you saying that Fang Sui is really very powerful? Did we misjudge it? It's not impossible. The things UK King said are all clear, and she can't lie. It's unlikely to be false. Besides, if Fang Sui really has no merits, UK King would not be interested in him. When the others were stunned, Kunsa smiled and continued, but what UK King said, what Fang Sui did, is not that amazing. A level 1 killing a level 2? Haha, although I haven't tried it, when I was level 1, I guess some level 2 characters are not that strong. I might be able to do it when I was level 1. Thinking that you are better than others is a thought that everyone has consciously or unconsciously. When Kunsa said this, the others felt the same way, thinking to themselves that killing a level 2 when you are level 1 might be possible. Thinking of this, these people all smiled with relief and said, Kunsa, you are still right. In this case, UK King's words of advocacy to help Fang Sui to hold the scene are really not worth mentioning. Then several people spoke at the same time, pretending to be generous. Forget it, Fang Sui's matter is not worth our concern. Let's talk about something else. More than half an hour later, Lee Xiu and others building ship and countless ancient ships in front and behind had sailed a very long distance in the reverse void. It seemed that they would reach the space exit at the other end soon. At this time, something strange happened. In front of the team, formed by countless flying objects moving forward in the reverse void, there was a riot. In a flash, the riot grew into an uncontrollable frenzy. Someone exclaimed in horror from the front of the team of the shadow creature camp is coming in a large scale. Prepare for battle. These words made everyone's face change. Chapter 275 The amazing value of one sentence. Before the warning shouts had even finished, the people traveling in the reverse void were already in a panic. How could this happen? The shadow creatures appeared without any warning, Lee Xiu and the others said in surprise after a moment of shock. They were not afraid at all. They came to the south region with great ambitions and boasted of their extraordinary strength. After hearing about the shadow creatures' attack, they were excited after the initial surprise. At this time, the commotion from the front spread rapidly, and a terrifying light lit up in the darkness of the reverse void, like a terrifying blade that cut the void in half. Boom. In a blink of an eye, the dazzling light became brighter and filled everyone's sight, as if a sun had suddenly been thrown into the reverse void. In an instant, everyone felt weightless, as if they were bound by the light that filled their eyes, lost their freedom, and were traveling through time and space. When the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, someone turned around and looked around, shouting in panic. The shadow creatures destroyed the anti-space transmission channel and pulled us into the normal space by reverse transmission. The previous feeling of weightlessness was indeed caused by the shadow creatures, which activated a kind of space array pattern. Just like the transmission array can open the void channel, the power of this space array pattern can work in reverse, and it can drag everyone out of the reverse void and return to the normal space. The ancient ship of the fairy building of Lee Xiu and others was no exception. At this time, it was bound by an irresistible force and moved to the normal space. Everyone calmed down for a while and looked at the surroundings. All of them were shocked, but they saw that the countless flying objects that were originally sailing in the reverse channel were now suspended in a void outside the sky in the normal space. The surroundings were vast and dark, silent, and occasionally a little starlight could be seen in the distance. What was terrifying was that everyone was already trapped in the siege at this moment. There were countless subordinates of the shadow creatures around, standing densely, looking at everyone with murderous intent. The surrounding Shadow Clan troops were also standing on some huge flying treasure ships. Each of them had a ferocious look. There were night demons with curved horns on their heads and strong bodies like steel. There were also the 100 Eyes clan, who were born with 4 eyes, arranged in 2 rows on their faces, and looked extremely evil. The Night Demons and the 100 Eyes clan were 2 of the 4 most powerful vassal races under the Shadow Clan. Suddenly, on a huge blood-colored ship nearby, a Night Demon clan member who was over 10 feet tall laughed loudly and said in a deep voice, "Today, we will break through the anti-void channel you travel between and rob you, so that you will know that the mysterious time and space opened by the 7-star dynasty is not something you can do without." The last shout of kill caused the Night Demons and the 100 Eyes clan warriors who surrounded everyone in the center to move at the same time and kill the people trapped in the center. In an instant, the killing battle broke out. These are the most elite tribes of the Night Demon clan and the 100 Eyes clan. Each of them is a 2nd level cultivator. In the chaotic battle, screams and shouts of fear continued to sound. The killing battle continued to escalate, and the cold and dark outer void burst into a dense magic light comparable to raindrops all over the sky, and the shouts and shouts intertwined into one. There was no suspense in this battle. The shadow creatures who set up a trap to kill everyone had a great advantage. The people who were originally sailing in the opposite void channel were caught off guard. In addition, their own strength was much inferior to the elite under the command of the shadow creatures. Almost at the moment of contact, screams never stopped, and one cultivator after another was slaughtered bloodily. Lee Xiu and others were not afraid at first. Although the situation was passive, everyone still bravely approached. But after the fight, they soon began to complain and realize that the tribes under the command of the shadow creatures were unexpectedly powerful. After a brief contact, 2 people in Lee Xiu's team were injured and nearly died, and they began to panic. Of course, not all of Lee Xiu's team members were vulnerable. For example, Lee Xiu, Kunsa, and another person at the peak of the 2nd level, the 3 strongest people, could each fight against an opponent and have the upper hand. Unfortunately, the number of the Night Demon and 100 Eyes tribes around them was far greater than that of everyone else. Therefore, not long after the battle, Lee Xiu, Kunsa and others were besieged by 2 or 3 opponents each, and began to show signs of defeat. After a while, the 2 people in their team, who were injured earlier, were killed tragically. They were horrified and gathered together to fight the enemy together, but the situation was still precarious. Just when Lee Xiu and others were panicking and realized that they might be in danger of losing their lives today, new changes suddenly occurred on the entire battlefield. But in the void near the battlefield, cracks suddenly appeared, as if someone had built a space channel, and they shuttled through the void in the opposite direction, and one after another, figures appeared on the periphery of the battlefield. These figures were not from the shadow creatures, but strong men from various forces. Lee Xiu and others said in ecstasy, "It's reinforcement from various forces." These reinforcement from various forces that suddenly broke through the air appeared in an orderly manner. Everyone had a solemn face, their eyes were blazing, and their fighting spirit was surging. In contrast, it was the turn of the shadow creatures to be surprised. Suddenly, these coalition forces of various forces that broke through the air flew into the battlefield and fought with the people in the shadow creature camp. As the reinforcement continued to appear, they quickly occupied the advantage on the field and surrounded and killed the shadow creatures in turn. The few warriors from the shadow creature camp who were originally attacking Lee Xiu and others were surrounded by the reinforcement from various forces at this time, and the 2 sides fought fiercely. Lee Xiu and the others were saved from a desperate situation, and the pressure was greatly reduced. They were all shocked at first, but then they turned to happy faces and watched the battle. Lee Xiu said with lingering fear, "I have heard that the powerful tribes under the command of these shadow creatures are amazing. Today I personally experienced it, and I know it is true. When fighting, the murderous aura they exude is so strong and amazing that it affects people's minds and can't exert their usual strength. It's too scary." The other people also had the same feeling, and everyone nodded with fear. Suddenly, one of them showed an extremely surprised look on his face, staring blankly at a certain place on the battlefield where the fierce fighting was going on, and whispered, among the reinforcement coming, "There is actually Fang Sui." The others were stunned when they heard this and looked in the direction of this person's gaze, and they were all stunned. But they saw a young man wearing black armor on the battlefield, with long black hair, fluttering as he moved forward. He held a slender and strange spear in his hand, looking down on the shadow creatures. The front of the spear tip was surrounded by the phantom of the sun and the moon. Every time he thrust out his spear, it was heavier than the mountains and rivers, and it was invincible. The young man walked forward, and there was almost no one under his spear, which made people dumbfounded. This man was Fang Sui. The reason why he appeared here should be explained earlier. Time went back to the moment when Fang Sui came out of the palace group where the strong men under the shadow creatures gathered to discuss matters. He joined Zhang Shizhen, who was waiting outside, and the two left quickly. After more than half an hour, he went to find UK King. The change happened during this half an hour. When Fang Sui and Zhang Shizhen left the palace group, they went to the mission center of the All Heavens Alliance in Mingsu City again, and found the person in charge of the All Heavens Alliance in Mingsu City. Fang Sui then told the content of the secret discussion of the shadow creatures that he overheard. At that time, Fang Sui was lurking outside the palace where the strong men under the command of the shadow creatures gathered. He only heard the words, "The order of interception and killing handed down by the Lord Demon General is like this. Everyone just needs to follow the order. Now disperse." It was this sentence that became the key to the whole thing. Afterwards, Fang Sui analyzed this only sentence and found out the key point. The two keywords Lord Demon General and interception and killing order were mentioned in this sentence. The title of Demon General is a respectful title for higher level generals in the shadow creature camp. Since the words Lord Demon General's order were used, it means that the shadow creatures are preparing to carry out a large-scale operation. According to this line of thought, the next keyword in the sentence is interception and killing. Separating these two keywords and putting them together, the action that the shadow creatures are about to take can be understood as an order for an interception and killing operation handed down by Lord Demon General. Fang Sui combined the recent situation in the South region, compared and analyzed it, and finally concluded that it was very likely that the shadow creature camp was planning an action to intercept and kill the many cultivators who were gathering from all over the country to the 7-star ancient dynasty. After Fang Sui found the person in charge of the Pearl City of the All Heavens Alliance, he told them what he had eavesdropped on, plus his own analysis. After listening to it, the person in charge of the Pearl City of the All Heavens Alliance thought for a while, and felt that the things that Fang Sui had deduced from the other party's conversation could be big or small. If the analysis was wrong, there was no need to say more, but if the analysis was right, then this matter must be prevented. So he quickly contacted the major forces in the city to discuss how to deal with it if the matter was really as Fang Sui judged, and took precautionary measures. And precisely because the matter was analyzed and judged, there was no real evidence, including Fang Sui himself, who believed that it was full of uncertainty, so the response preparations of the major forces were also carried out in secret, and no advance warnings such as stirring up trouble were made. Nothing else in Mingsu City has changed. Everything is as usual. That's why Fang Sui said to UK King that all those who enter the reverse void at this time are baits after seeing her. As a result, all those who enter the reverse channel have become baits, successfully leading the people in the shadow creature camp out and fighting. Then, the people from the major forces, who had been prepared, appeared outside the battlefield, and became the fishermen who benefited. Fang Sui, UK King, and Zhang Shizhen naturally joined forces with the reinforcement of the major forces to counterattack. The above is the whole process hidden behind the scenes seen by Lixiu and others at this time. In fact, it is not just the battlefield in front of everyone that is fighting. The shadow creature's action this time is very large. At this time, in addition to this place, there are many large and small cities around, and similar situations have occurred. Similarly, these places have also received advance reminders from Mingsu City. At this moment, the major forces are uniting to form various reinforcement to reinforce everywhere and launch a counter ambush against the shadow creatures. Therefore, The battle situation at this time has actually affected half of the southern region, just like the 100 Regiments campaign. And this large-scale battle with wide-ranging implications was caused by the sentence that Fang Sui overheard, which seemed to not contain much useful information. The value of this sentence, which was stripped and analyzed by Fang Sui, even had the effect of affecting the local situation in the southern region for a while. At this time, tens of thousands of cultivators were fighting because of this sentence, and because of this sentence, a major operation of the shadow creatures was destroyed. The scene returned to the present. Fang Sui was invincible on the battlefield, and Li Xiu and others were stunned. Kunsa said with a look of astonishment, the one on Fang Sui's left is UK King, and who is the person on his right who is over a foot tall, green all over, and looks as fierce as a demon. His fighting power is really amazing. Another person stammered, could it be that Zhang Shizhen who looks like a silly boy? It's the last day of this month. I wish you all a happy next month. By the way, I'm begging. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.